All right, we're going to get started here in a moment, so take your seats. I still pretend like we're in a hotel ballroom. People are milling in the back for coffee. Maybe someone brought donuts, but at last we're all in our offices or at home, so we'll get started here in a moment.
Mr. Chair, this is Joe Altman. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you, Joe.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2. Before we get started, I will turn to our executive director, Chuck Tracy, who's now 1 day older from his last birthday, and see if he has any announcements for us.
Oops.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Still have my mask on. Sorry. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, everybody, for the warm wishes yesterday. We finished on schedule yesterday, exactly on schedule. So congratulations. We've got Salmon identifying management objectives and management alternatives today. It's a substantive agenda item, about 3.5 hours is what we're expecting. We've got 2 Pacific Halibut items, and then another substantive issue on marine planning update and aquaculture area mapping. So, but no other announcements of note. Just hope we can stay on schedule today and get some good business done. So, thank you.
Well, Brad and I will do our best. And I would note that normally during the March meeting, we'd be announcing daylight savings time. And thank goodness, while that is, of course, happening this year, it's not on a day when we're in session. So I always find that a little bit difficult. All right, so let's get started on salmon this morning, agenda item E4. And I will ask Robin Elke to kick us off.
Good morning, Chair Gorelnik. This is agenda item E4, where we're going to talk about identifying the management objectives and preliminary definitions of the 2021 management alternatives. Using the Salmon Advisory Subpanel management recommendations as a base, which is agenda item E4E, supplemental SAS report, the Council should identify the range of management elements in the alternatives for public review, which includes the harvest ranges, special restrictions, and the basic season structure. The Salmon Technical Team will collate the Council's identified management elements into coordinated coast-wide alternatives. The 2021 collated alternatives will be returned to the Council for review and any further direction on Monday, March 8th, Tuesday, March 9th, and Wednesday, March 10th as needed. This will be followed by STT analysis and the final adoption of the alternatives on Thursday, March 11. Under agenda item E4, attachment 1 will provide the guidance for developing and assessing the alternatives. So this attachment 1 essentially is designed to try to help the SAS develop their alternatives so that they can be collated by the STT, and just gives general direction for both the March and the April meetings. Any alternatives considered for adoption that deviates from the salmon fishery management plan objectives will require implementation by emergency rule. If an emergency rule appears to be necessary, the Council must clearly identify and justify the need for any action consistent with the criteria established by the Council, which is provided in attachment 2, and National Marine Fisheries Service, and that instruction is provided in attachment 3. Before defining the alternatives, the Council should be briefed on any pertinent management constraints resulting from the action of the Pacific Salmon Commission, action by the California Fish and Game Commission to set the allocation for the Columbia River Fall Chinook or Sacramento Fall Chinook for the inside recreational fisheries, and NIMS constraints for stocks listed under the ESA. The Council may want to consider recommendations for in-season action to modify fisheries that may open prior to May 16th, 2021, as impacts accrued in these fisheries may affect opportunity in summer fisheries. A list of those fisheries is provided in Attachment 4. Attachment 4 is new for this year. We thought it would be helpful to provide a list of the fisheries that are in place or planned to occur prior to March 16th. You'll see from Attachment 4 that that list is a little bit longer than normal, essentially a result of the change in the salmon planning process where the seasons are going to start effective May 16th. And so just go ahead and review that list if you'd like. And then finally, under the Area 2A catch sharing plan for Pacific halibut, incidental halibut retention and commercial salmon trolls fisheries is scheduled to begin April 1. The council may discuss changes to incidental halibut retention when considering the 2021 regulations for commercial salmon fisheries opening prior to May 16, 2021. So your council action under this agenda item is by using the SAS proposals and other agency and public input to define the basic management elements and alternatives for STT collation into coast-wide management alternatives, and then also consider the need for any in-season action to address salmon fisheries opening prior to May 16th. And for your reference materials, I've described the 4 attachments that were provided in the advanced briefing book. In addition, we have 2 supplemental reports from NEMPS. Report 1 is a guidance letter, and Report 2 is an addendum to that guidance letter. We also have a joint tribal report from the Western Washington tribes and a joint WDFW and tribal report available for you. And then finally, we have a supplemental report from the California Salmon Commission under E4E, where we'll be informed about the potential to collect additional GSI information. And of course, last but not least, we have the E4E supplemental SAS report. Well, you will hear from the sport and commercial fishermen and their alternatives for the upcoming season. And I believe I've covered all the reports, and so that will conclude my overview.
And thank you, Robin. So to be clear, under council action, we will be looking for motions for both tribal and non-tribal season alternatives.
Yes, thank you, Chair. That is correct.
All right. Before we move on, let me see if there are any questions from council members on the overview provided by Robin. And I'm not seeing any, so we will get started with our reports. We're going to start with a report from the Pacific Salmon Treaty, and I believe that Phil Anderson and Joe Oatman are going to speak to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Just do a sound check here. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Very good. Good morning. So since the council last met in November, the Pacific Salmon Commission has met twice. We had what we call our post-season meeting the week of January 11th. And then what we characterize as our annual meeting that was the week of February 8th. And I'm going to provide some overview of those 2 meetings and the content. As a reminder, there are 8 commissioners that make up the Pacific Salmon Commission, 4 from Canada, 4 from the United States. For the United States, we welcomed a new commissioner representing the federal government, Scott Rumsey, from the West Coast region, the National Marine Fisheries Service. So it was great to have Scott join us. He took Bob Turner's place after Bob retired, so great to have Scott there. We have Doug Vincent Lang representing the state of Alaska. Ron Allen represents the tribes, and I represent the states of Washington and Oregon. We all, each of us have an alternate. So Scott Rumsey's alternate is Stacy McCorkle from the Department of State. Doug Vincent Lang's alternate is Bill Auger. Bill's from Ketchikan. Ron Allen's alternate is McCoy Oatman from the Nez Perce tribe. And my alternate is Rick Klump from Oregon. We had presentations on both the endangered from the United States, from National Marine Fisheries Service on the Endangered Species Act, which I'm not going to go through because most of us are familiar with that. But we did have a great presentation on the status of Canadian stocks. They gave us a general forecast overview. It was a very informative presentation on the status of their Chinook listings under their Canadian Species at Risk Act, or otherwise known as SARA. And we received that at our annual meeting in February. An initial step in that process is a status assessment that's completed by the Committee on Status of Endangered Wildlife in Canada, called COSEWIC. The current assessment for the Chinook salmon in southern British Columbia is not very good. There are 13 populations in the endangered category, 7 in the threatened category, 2 that are in the what's known as the special concern category, 2 are not at risk, and there are 5 that are deemed to be data deficient. During the next 2 to 3 years, the recovery potential will be assessed, management scenarios completed, socioeconomic analysis completed, and the indigenous cultural significance evaluated. All of this will lead to listing recommendations in 2022 and 2023 within the Canadian system. For this coming year, pre-season forecast for Canadian Chinook stocks won't be available until later this month, so that'll be a part of the work that's ongoing. And given the COSEWIC status assessment and the recent returns, we're not expecting a substantial change from recent years. Under the Pacific Salmon Commission, we have 2 different types of Chinook fisheries. We have what we call our AABM fisheries, our aggregate abundance-based management. And we have our ISBM fisheries, our individual stock-based management fisheries. For AABM fisheries, there are 3 of those, the Southeast Alaska fishery, the Northern British Columbia fishery, and the West Coast of Vancouver Island fishery. The catch limit for the Southeast Alaska fishery under our new agreement is based on a catch per unit of effort in the troll fishery. Catches from October 4th through November 28th are used to make that in their model to set the catch ceiling. The average CPUE for this coming year was, or this past season was 3.85, which puts it in what we call Tier 4 with an all-gear catch ceiling of 205,165 Chinook salmon. This is the same catch ceiling that was in place in Southeast Alaska in 2020. The catch limits for the Northern British Columbia and West Coast Vancouver Island fisheries are established based on the abundance predicted by the Pacific Salmon Treaty's Chinook model. The Chinook Technical Committee is initiating work updating the model for 2021 and anticipates completing this work by April 1. So we should be expecting a memo from the Chinook Technical Committee prior to that date or by that date that will be shared with the managers here in along the West Coast for inclusion in the modeling work that we're doing as part of the Pacific Council's process. Relative to the ISBM fisheries, so that's everything else beyond all the Chinook fisheries that are outside the geographic areas that are covered by those 3 ABM fisheries. Chapter 3 of our updated Pacific Salmon Treaty places limits on the impacts of the U.S. fisheries south of the U.S.-Canada border for stocks not meeting management objectives. These limits range from 85 to 100% of the average exploitation rate in the base period 2009 through 2015. Although compliance with these obligations is assessed post-season, we will want to ensure that our fisheries are structured with the intent of achieving these Pacific Salmon Treaty obligations. Relative to coho, there are several concerns for 2021. And I'm not going to try to identify all of them, but there are a couple of ones that I will mention. First is the Thompson exploitation rate. Thompson is a tributary to the Fraser. We have an exploitation rate lid of 10% in that case. And then we also have exploitation rates for other coho stocks, like the queet, for example, where there is an overall limit of 20% in what's in the category that it is this year. Chapter 5 of the Pacific Salmon Treaty places limits on exploitation rates on the U.S. and Canadian coho management units. An initial review of the 2019 season indicated that the U.S. may have exceeded limits for some management units, such as that interior Fraser stock. Again, as well as that was also true in 2020. Again, we will need to be mindful of the 10% limit on the interior Fraser management unit, as well as the constraints on other U.S. management units, such as the queets river. I wanted to take just a few minutes and talk a little bit about some of the new funding and existing funding that the U.S. has received for implementation of the treaty, as well as meeting the terms of the biological opinion. So the non-federal commissioners, given that the federal commissioners, of course, support the president's budget, but the non-federal commissioners have been working hard over the last several years since we reached our new agreement to get a satisfactory amount of funds to implement the elements of the new agreement. So it's been a real partnership between Alaska and Washington and Oregon and the tribes in terms of our efforts to try to secure funding. And we have been successful in a number of different areas. And we owe a great deal of thanks to a lot of you that have supported our funding request, but particularly to our congressional members from our states of Alaska, Washington, Idaho, Oregon, in particular, who have really stepped up.
Thanks, Phil. Is there anything further? Phil? We've lost your audio, I think. Well, let me turn to Joe Oatman and see if you have any part of the report on the Pacific Salmon Treaty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I wasn't planning on providing any additional comments to those that Bill Anderson just provided. So for those on the council, I'm also part of the Pacific Salmon Commission. I represent the treaty tribes in that process in the Southern panel, among other tribal representatives and those from other management entities. On the Southern panel, we deal with the Coho and Cham chapters and the fisheries regimes that go with that. One thing I may want to take this opportunity to note in the tribal report that we provided under agenda item E3A, supplemental tribal report 1. We did address that issue that Bill noted, where in 2019 the southern U.S. fisheries exceeded the allowable exploitation rate for interior Fraser. So the cap, as Bill noted, is 10%. The postseason exploitation rate was 13.3, so that is a concern. And as we also noted in that, when we looked at the order grain production and the hatchery forecast for 2021, we have some concerns that this could result in potentially a condition that may lead to additional concerns on how we do our fisheries relative to the interior Fraser. So really with that, Mr. Chair and Council, I really don't have any further comment that I want to provide at this moment. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Joe. And I understand that Phil Anderson's power has gone out, so it may take him a moment to reconnect through the phone or whatever. So we will, when Phil rejoins us, we'll give him an opportunity to complete his report. But I see Danny Evanson's hand is up, so I will call on Danny.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. I was just going to try and speak to some of the funding pieces that Mr. Anderson was going to cover, but if your preference is to wait, I can stand down.
Now, I think in the interest of efficiency, why don't you cover that so we can have a complete report on the Pacific Salmon Treaty, and we can move on to our other reports since this is a rather lengthy agenda item.
Okay. Well, I wasn't planning on giving these remarks, but I believe where the Washington commissioner was going with this is we received a fair bit of federal funding this year, and part of that went to support some mitigation actions that are contained within the Southeast Alaska biological opinion, which spills over into the other biological opinions in Washington and Oregon for the PFMC, and that is we were able to provide $5.6 million to support southern resident killer whale prey production. And we were, which is the figure that's listed in the biological opinion. And not only that, we were able to top those funds off with an additional 1.8 from DOI appropriation. So there's a healthy amount of funding this year to support southern resident killer whale production and allow our fisheries to continue, which we're grateful for. We also made an investment for another mitigation contained within the BIOP and to put 10.4 million. This is towards Puget Sound habitat restoration. That's a second installment. We are anticipating a third installment for Puget Sound habitat next year as well. And additionally, there was funding to support what we call Puget Sound critical stocks. That's the conservation hatcheries. And I want to say I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I want to say that was roughly, it's either 2 million or 3 million, so don't quote me on that figure. Additionally, funding was provided for 2 additional, we refer to as sound science pots of money, where we can get better information to support the treaty that may be of interest to the council. One of those is to get improved catch and escapement information. And the other one is referred to as the Mark Selective Fishery Fund, and that one is designed to provide the opportunity for the agencies to purchase equipment associated with marking and tagging of fish, and also get better analytics from Mark Selective Fisheries. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much, Danny. And hopefully Phil will rejoin us soon. I know that Chris Kleinschmidt is working on that as we speak. Let me see if there are any questions around the table on the report, to the extent you or Joe can answer them. And I'm not seeing any hands, so thank you very much, Joe, and thank you very much, Danny. And in absentia, let's thank Phil for that report. Well, we'll next go to the National Marine Fisheries Service report, and Susan Bishop.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me, Mr. Grelnick. I will be speaking from agenda item E4B, supplemental NIMS reports both 1 and 2. In the interest of time, I will highlight those stocks of most interest to the Council Fisheries, but I'm happy to entertain questions on anything in the letter itself. I just want to comment that there's been a proposal submitted for Council consideration to sample Chinook off of California, intended to improve information on ocean distribution of Northern California salmon stocks. I believe that either there will be a presentation or Robin will be presenting that proposal a little later on the agenda. NIMS recommends the Council consider the relative merits of implementing the non-retention GSI sampling portion of the project in 2021, and to evaluate the proposal through the Council's usual fishery planning process. This is similar to guidance we've provided in past years. Impacts associated with hook and release mortality in non-retention GSI sampling should be accounted for in the STT analyses of fishery impacts. Sacramento River Fall Chinook should be managed consistent with the provisions of its rebuilding plan and associated control rule. In recent years, NIMS has recommended a cautious approach for Sacramento Fall Chinook given the variability in forecast and escapement performance. We're happy to note the STT report yesterday that the status of Sacramento River Fall Chinook has improved to such an extent that the STT that they reported that it meets the criteria for rebuilt status. It's very good news indeed. However, we do have some concerns about continuing challenging performance. The postseason exploitation rates continue to be consistently higher than projected exploitation rates, and postseason estimates of escapement have been well below preseason expectations. Some of those patterns were reflected in Dr. O'Farrell's presentation yesterday. The 2021 forecast is well below that of the previous 2 years, and the control rule application results in a maximum allowed exploitation rate that just meets the escapement floor of 122,000 adult spawners. For Klamath River Fall Chinook, this stock remains overfished and again qualifies for de minimis management. We encourage the Council to take a cautious approach and to carefully consider the factors described in the FMP and reiterated in our guidance letter in setting the final exploitation rate. We also reiterate the concern that Dr. O'Farrell highlighted yesterday regarding the substantial underprediction of the age 4 exploitation rate in recent years. We strongly recommend the council discuss the what improvements might be made to forecasts or impact assessments in the short term to better align the preseason and postseason estimates of escapement and exploitation rate for both of these stocks. While we are not advocating a more cautious approach in 2021 related to the management objectives, we would be concerned if the pattern were to continue. Moving to the Columbia River and the Oregon coast, Lower Columbia River Chinook and Oregon Coast Coho will be the primary ESA constraints on fisheries off of Oregon and Washington this year. The exploitation rate on Lower Columbia River Chinook is the same as in 2021, not to exceed an exploitation rate of 38%. Washington coastal coho stocks will also be limiting for 2021 fisheries. Lower Columbia River coho, based on the 2021 forecast, will be the highest, could be managed for the highest tier possible, which is 30%. For OCN coho, ocean management should be based on the allowable exploitation rate for the lowest subaggregate, which would require an ESU level of not to exceed 15%. I do need to correct an error in our guidance, and for that I refer to NIMS E4B, NIMS's Supplemental Report 2 on page referring specifically in the guidance letter to page 14, the first paragraph under guidance. The letter incorrectly states that the total exploitation rate for 2021 marine and freshwater salmon fisheries is limited to 15% for all 3 subaggregates. While this limit's correct for the north and north central subaggregates, it is incorrect for the south central subaggregate. The parental escapement for the south central subaggregate is actually in the high category rather than the medium or low category. And so the total exploitation rate in marine and freshwater fisheries for that subaggregate should be limited to no more than 30%. However, since the control rule requires that the ocean salmon fisheries are managed for the most limiting of the 3 OCN subaggregates, our guidance for the OCN ESU for ocean fisheries actually remains unchanged. That is not to exceed 15%. With regard to our guidance for killer whales, this is the second year that we have offered guidance for killer whales. And our guidance for 2021 was largely informed by the work of the council related to Amendment 21 and the recommendations from the Southern Resident Killer Whale Ad Hoc Work Group. As you recall, a key component of the recommendations at the November 2020 council meeting was adoption of a low abundance threshold of 966,000 Chinook in the north of Falcon waters, and below this threshold, or should abundance fall below this threshold, the council would implement additional management measures in the ocean salmon fishery. As of the date of this letter, that threshold still applies. So recalling our NIMS report yesterday, NIMS continues to conduct its biological opinion and ESA assessment of the council recommendations. By the end of the March meeting, the council should use the ad hoc killer whale work group's methods to estimate and report the pre-fishing adult Chinook abundance based on 2021 forecasts for each of the 5 spatial areas defined by the ad hoc work group: the north of Falcon, Salish Sea, southwest, west coast Vancouver Island, Oregon coast waters, and California coastal waters. The council should compare the 2021 abundance estimates for the north of Falcon area to the low abundance threshold of 966,000 Chinook. And that is a pre-fishing abundance number. If the 2021 abundance estimate for north of Falcon waters is less than the low abundance threshold, the council should implement the management measures as adopted at its November 2020 meeting. We also acknowledge the state's commitment, should that happen, as stated at the November 2020 council meeting, to implement management measures in state waters that complement the alternative adopted by the council in November 2020. And I would like to note that at this point, based on the information that we have, while still preliminary and will require sort of the official model runs that I believe that STT will be doing over the next few days, It does not appear that the pre-fishing abundance will fall below that threshold and require implementation of those measures. But that will we'll have to wait to see what the STT likely will report out on Monday. NOAA supports also moving forward with the recommendations of the council with regard to reassessment of the Sacramento, California, or the Sacramento conservation objective and improvements to modeling the Klamath River fall Chinook abundance. And then just one final point as we transition to the new start date for salmon fisheries. The 2021 management measures will be in effect until NIMS approves the 2022 management measures and files them with the Office of the Federal Register. Therefore, out of an abundance of caution and as a reminder at this point, any fisheries that are anticipated to open in 2022 prior to May 16th should be included in the alternatives being developed at the March Council meeting and the final alternative developed in April. And that concludes the NIMS recommendations and review of the guidance letter.
Thank you very much, Susan. Are there questions for Susan on NIMS guidance or anything in the NIMS report? Any of the recommendations? I see no hands. Thank you very much, Susan. So we'll now move on to the supplemental tribal report, and that will be given by Joe Oatman. So Joe, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I will be reading under agenda item E4E, the supplemental tribal report 1. This is a statement from the Western Washington Treaty Tribes on the NIMS guidance for ESA listed Chinook. The Western Washington Treaty Tribes are concerned about the risk of exceeding Chinook total exploitation rate limits contained within the National Marine Fisheries Service, or NIMS, 2021 salmon letter to PFMC due to inconsistent application of the Endangered Species Act, or ESA, guidance. Several Puget Sound stocks are to be managed by a total exploitation rate limit. NIMS directs that tribal and state fisheries must be managed to ensure that the limits are achieved for the aggregate of all fisheries, including Southeast Alaska, Canada, Washington, Oregon, and California. Uncertainty in the ability to stay within those limits arises should Alaska take in-season action to change their gear allocation distribution and spatial temporal fishery footprint from what was present preseason without consideration of stock impacts as they did last year. This contrasts with management requirement for fisheries in Washington waters where a significant in-season adjustment is contemplated. Then the proposed action must include a technical assessment to ensure it is impact neutral to stocks of concern. In 2020, Alaska deviated from the preseason gear sector allocation and traditional fishery footprint for their Southeast Chinook fishery without consideration of differences in stock or age composition between gear type, location, or season. If the gear allocation and spatial temporal footprint had been modeled for this fishery during the 2020 preseason planning process, the final PFMC North of Falcon package would have required further constraints to achieve the ESA guidance for Stillaguamish Chinook. During the PFMC and North of Falcon preseason planning process, tribal and state co-managers will spend the next 6 weeks negotiating a salmon season structure to achieve compliance with the NIMS ESA guidance. All the work devoted to the development of this fishery package will be for naught if Alaska can't unilaterally make in-season adjustments to the Southeast Alaskan Chinook fishery. This also raises allocative and conservation concerns for the tribes. It is no longer possible for the tribes to negotiate a fair and equitable agreement if northern U.S. fisheries can be adjusted in season without consideration to the impacts it may have on Chinook stocks, especially stock groups of concern. More importantly, it raises serious conservation concerns if northern U.S. impacts can be increased on our trust resources without management action by NIMS or commensurate management action in southern U.S. fisheries. This leads the Western Washington Treaty Tribe to ask the following question: what assurances can NIMS give that the impact level associated with the FRAM inputs provided by their staff for the Southeast Chinook fishery will be adhered to? With that, Mr. Chair, from the council, that concludes this travel supplemental report.
All right, thank you very much, Joe. Let's see if there are any questions around the table on your report. And keeping in mind that we'll hold off on council discussion until later. Danny Evanson, followed by Susan Bishop.
Yes, hi, Mr. Chair. I recognize that the question was asked of NIMS here, but given that this targeted an Alaska fishery, I just wanted to speak to it briefly. As we all know, 2020 was an unusual year due to COVID. In a normal year, fisheries change seasonally and even day to day in response to a whole suite of factors like weather, protective measures for underperforming stocks under species, market conditions, etc. But throw in COVID, and in 2020, fisheries were significantly affected by health mandates and travel restrictions. This pushed many of the catches along the seaboard later in the season. This happened in Southeast Alaska, it happened in British Columbia, and it happened in other places as well. Now, Alaska is bound by the Pacific Salmon Treaty to manage Chinook fisheries so as not to exceed an all-year treaty catch limit. In other words, a hard cap, and that's determined annually by an abundance-based method. If Alaska exceeds this limit, there's a penalty. Fish need to be paid back the following year. And then that catch limit is then split within the state by different years in accordance with approved management plans. In late August 2020, Alaska Department of Fish and Game estimated approximately 13,000 Chinook remained on the all-year Pacific Salmon Treaty catch limit. This remaining allocation included unharvested fish from commercial and net fisheries, and most notably from the sport fishery, and that's largely due to travel restrictions associated with COVID-19. If there's no cruise ships, then we have a sharp decrease in sport charters and out-of-state license sales, and that's what happened. So Alaska Fish and Game made the decision to reallocate the remaining all-year treaty Chinook to the troll fishery. And at the end of the day, Alaska came in under its all-year harvest limit for 2020. This transfer of allocation was not anticipated to significantly affect the stock and age composition of the harvest. And indeed, Alaska performed an analysis of the effects that this transfer had on ESA-listed stocks. And based on our analysis, this transfer did not have significant impacts. In fact, they were barely measurable on ESA-listed stocks as they're sparse in Alaska's waters to begin with, and even more sparse in late August. We also note that I'd like to note that any foregone catch in Alaska of southern bound stocks has to pass through British Columbia fisheries before reaching the Pacific Northwest, and those fisheries were also pushed later. And further, it's my understanding that the STT, the Salmon Technical Team, has been using recent year averages to apportion Alaska gear sector catches and split them into time periods as inputs to the FRAM model. In this manner, it accommodates recent gear sector allocation and temporal trends in Southeast Alaska fisheries, but I'd have to defer to our STT colleagues on the particulars of the FRAM model. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Danny. Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to briefly respond to the tribe's statement. NIMS is familiar or participates in the Pacific Salmon Treaty process and knows that the U.S. commissioners work within the U.S. section for its fisheries to ensure that those fisheries are implemented consistent with the provisions of the treaty. I believe Mr. Anderson spoke to that this morning, as did Ms. Evanson. And I know that the tribes work very hard to commit to that as well. As part of that very complicated management system, it requires clear, open, and frequent communication among the parties in order to make sure that that agreement is implemented successfully. I think both the tribe statement, Mr. Anderson's statement, and Ms. Evanson's testimony underscored the importance of that communication, the sort of range of different perspectives that are out there, and therefore, again, the need for communication and the sharing of those perspectives and the information behind them. NIMS expects that if a substantive change in the fisheries is being contemplated, that would affect another party's stocks. It would be reasonable for that entity to reach out to discuss or to notify the other entities that might be affected. We also note that the Council and the STT strive to ensure that the FRAM models reflect as accurately as possible what is anticipated to occur in all the fisheries, including Alaska and Canada, in planning PFMC fisheries. My understanding is that the general approach to modeling the Southeast Alaska fisheries for 2021 preseason planning was discussed between the STT and Alaska staff, and it was agreed that the approach was reasonable and consistent with expectations. Following that, the inputs and rationales were provided to WDFW and Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission staff for review in mid-February, and no concerns have been raised that I'm aware of to date. NIMS acknowledges the tribe's concerns as those relate to ESA obligations and the standards and the potential to affect tribal fisheries of key importance to them, and would like to gain a better understanding of those concerns. That concludes my response.
All right, thank you, Susan. I see that Mr. Anderson is back with us, and Phil, when we lost you, I think you were about to go into some of the funding issues. Danny Evanson stepped into the void and provided a summary there, which I think was very helpful. Do you have anything further to add on your report?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. No, that was the last piece, was to ensure that we made the council aware of some of the significant investments that have been made into our fisheries, and in particular for Chinook salmon, through the funding relative to the implementation of the treaty and some of the new pieces associated with our sound science, as well as the money that's being provided to ODF&W, WDF&W, and the Macaw relative to ocean sampling of fisheries. So just wanted to make sure that the council was aware of those activities and some of those, what I'll, I guess, call new monies that exceed $20 million over the course of the last several years. That was the last piece of my report. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Phil. And since you weren't, when I asked for questions on the report on the Pacific Salmon Treaty, you were not available. So just before we move on to the next report, let me just give council members an opportunity to ask Phil any questions that they may have wanted to ask. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. We'll move on now to the next report. Since we just had the travel report, we'll go to Kyle Addix, who I understand has a supplemental WDFW and travel report. Kyle?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes, Mr. Oatman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and apologize. But wanted to see if I could provide a response.
Hey, Joe, if it's okay with you, can you do that during council discussion? Actually, the previous two comments probably should have been through council discussion as well, because they were not really questions on the travel report. And I'd like to move on through the rest of the reports. We'll have time during council discussion to cover those. Is that okay with you?
That works as well. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Joe. So Kyle, are you available?
I am. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll turn the council's attention to agenda item E4E, Supplemental WDFW Tribal Report 1, Tribal and Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife 2021 Management Objectives for Puget Sound, Chinook, and Coho. As provided for in Amendment 14 and pursuant to rules and procedures established under U.S. v. Washington, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife and the affected Puget Sound tribes have established management objectives for Puget Sound Chinook salmon and Coho salmon, with the exception of the Mid-Hood Canal Chinook Management Unit. That management objective is a subject of ongoing discussions among the state and tribal co-managers as well as NOAA. The management objectives applicable to the 2021 regulation setting process based on this year's forecast are presented in the following tables. The management objectives define the maximum impact levels allowed for 2021 to 22 salmon fisheries and are based on a similar approach and methods as the objectives provided to the council the past several years. For Puget Sound Chinook salmon, the management objectives in Table 1 are part of the proposed harvest management plan developed by the tribes and WDFW that is currently under review by NOAA, except for Mid-Hood Canal and Mid-Sound stocks, the Green, Lake Washington, and Puyallup rivers. Discussions with NOAA regarding interim escapement objectives for 2021 for the Green, Lake Washington, and Puyallup management units are still ongoing. The tribes and WDFW expect that fishing considered by the council for the 2021 to 22 seasons will be consistent with these objectives. For Puget Sound Coho salmon primary natural management units, the management objectives in Table 2 are consistent with the 2009 revision of the Puget Sound Co-Managers Comprehensive Coho Management Plan. The Strait of Juan de Fuca and Snohomish management units are currently under rebuilding plans and will be managed accordingly. This includes a minimum escapement target of 55,000 Snohomish coho. While that target escapement level may not be achievable based on the forecasted abundance, it is the expectation that fisheries will be managed to promote escapement towards that level. And I'll just quickly point to Table 1, which is the Puget Sound Chinook management objectives. The management approach for Puget Sound Chinook is very complicated, but this table reflects the exploitation rate ceilings, whether as a southern U.S. ceiling, a pre-terminal southern U.S. ceiling, or a total exploitation rate that are allowed under the forecasted abundances this year. And I referenced the Mid-Hood Canal and the central Puget Sound stocks as being ones that are under ongoing discussions to determine the exact objectives for this year. And Table 2 is the Puget Sound primary natural coho management units. As I mentioned, 2 of those stocks, Strait of Juan de Fuca and Snohomish, are under rebuilding plans, and just highlight that 4 of the 5 stocks are in critical or low condition, and a single stock, Stillaguamish, is in normal status for this year. That concludes my report. Mr. Chair, thank you. I don't know if Mr. Oatman would have anything to add to my comments.
Okay, before asking for questions on this report, I'll go to Joe Oatman. Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank Kyle for providing an overview of the statement. And want to acknowledge that the tribes plan to work closely with WDFW throughout the North Falcon process to meet the objectives in the statement and to implement conservation measures where necessary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Joe, for that. Are there any questions on this supplemental report? I am not seeing any questions. Thanks very much, Kyle and Joe, for that. We'll now go to the offer an opportunity for each of the states to provide a report as they wish. And I will go north to south and go back to Kyle for any report from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any additional reports or comments at this time.
All right, thank you very much. Chris, for Oregon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Likewise, I don't have any additional reports at this time.
Okay. Brett, for California?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nothing further.
All right. We'll now move on to a report from the California Salmon Commission. Brent Cushenberry, I see you're with us.
Yes.
Welcome.
Yes. This item came before the council last year, and as you recall, it's the SK grant for non-retention sampling in the KMZ to determine the extent to which the California coastals ESA listed stock run with and alongside the KRC Chinook, or the Klamath River Chinook. We were able to extend the funding into this year. The funding goes away at September 30. We do know that this is going to be a tough year for any kind of fishing opportunity, but want to make this available. We're also considering if we can get this reallocated to a retention sampling versus a non-retention sampling. So it would have less impact on the overall fishery, but we don't know that will be approved or not. So that's all I have. Just a quick summary of the agenda item. There is just a note in the packet, or in that agenda item, there's a sampling, and it's a little bit confusing. There's a red area for the non-retention proposed, and then there's a green area for the retention. Of course, we don't know what the season is, so that's just sort of a straw man. It's kind of hard to set where the sampling will occur and over what periods when we don't know what the season is yet. So just want to make sure that the council knows that is funding available for the GSI study, and this is the last year that funding will be available.
All right. Thank you very much, Brent. Are there any questions for Brent on Brett Cormos?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Brent. Brent, I just have one quick question for you about the proposal from the Salmon Council. Have you contacted or been in any discussion with the members of the SAS, in particular the troll representative, on this?
No. John, I'd emailed Lulu John back in early January, but at that time there was no, or at least I haven't been included in any discussions, but I reached out and asked when there would be meetings, and partly the COVID and not being able to get together is part of it. But no, they were aware of it last year when I brought it forward, and asked to bring it back again this year. So that's what we're doing. So we know it's a tough year to ask for any kind of sampling, but want to make it available, and so that's what we're doing.
Thank you, Brent.
Mr. Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask if you could make a quick synopsis of your 2016 data. Can you draw any conclusions from that?
Yeah. Part of the issue is without GSI sampling, if you just use toted wire tags, you really don't know. You're catching salmon, but you don't know where the salmon are coming from and from what river they're coming from. And so, I'm talking about ocean distribution, and when those salmon run together, the California coastals, and when they separate from the Klamath River fish, because the Klamath River fish, as you know, are really restricted, and even more restricted are the California coastals, and to what extent do those populations make up the greater fish that are out there in the ocean to be caught. And in that report, you'll notice that it talks about the percent of those populations that are in catches. And as you can see, there's an annual average of about 2 to 10% of the fish that are caught are the California coastals. And for the Klamath, they're from 4 to 11% of all the fish that are caught in those areas are Klamath River fish. So the great majority of fish caught in those areas are outside of those areas. But another very simple thing we've discovered is that the Chinooks, the California coastals, run with the Klamath until later in the season. And as you might expect, the fish begin to collect at the mouths of those rivers that they come from. The most significant GSI thing that's not in this report that just came out here about January or December, Carlos at UC Santa Cruz discovered that through this GSI data that the fall, winter, and spring run salmon all have the genetic ability to be in any other. They have the genetic code from all the other subgroups. They're not completely separate. So it's kind of an interesting evolutionary thing that let's say, for example, if the spring were decimated, that the winter or the fall Chinooks still have the ability to come in at a different time, even though their tendency is to be with their natal group. So that was a really significant recent learning that was published. So that's just another example.
Thank you very much for that. That's very interesting.
All right. Thank you very much. Before we get to, well, let me see if there are any other questions on the report of the California Salmon Commission. And that would leave the SAS report. But I just, Joe Oatman just reached out to me. There may be a further tribal report. I did not see one posted. I'm going to go back and see if anything's been posted. I don't see. Joe, do you want to speak to this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe the Columbia River Treaty Tribes had submitted a supplemental travel report yesterday to council staff. I haven't seen that it has been posted as of yet, and I think there is a desire to provide that if that's possible.
Okay, well, I don't know if Robin, you have any more information than I have about that report. Joe, were there representatives of the tribes here to speak to that report?
Mr. Chair, yes, we do have a individual who is prepared to provide that report. And
okay, well, all right. Well, even though we don't have a report in the briefing book, it is appropriate to take that travel report here. We typically do have that report when we meet in person. So who is that person who will be providing that report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
so
please.
The individual who will be providing that report is James Marsh. He's a representative from the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, and I think he has staff there who may assist with getting this set up, Preston Bronson. And so with that, Mr. Chair and Council, I'd like to invite James Marsh to provide the testimony from the Columbia River Treaty Tribes.
All right. Thank you. And welcome to the council meeting. I see you've been enabled, so please go ahead.
Good day, members of the council. My name is James Marsh. I am the Secretary of the Umatilla Tribes Fish Wildlife Commission, a commissioner for the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission, and a treaty fisher on the Columbia River. I've been asked to provide a testimony on behalf of the 4 Columbia River Treaty Tribes, the Yakima, Umatilla, Warm Springs, and Nez Perce tribes. Our 4 tribes are the only Columbia Basin tribes with federally recognized treaty fishing rights. Our tribes specifically reserve these rights in treaties of our tribes signed with the United States in the 1850s. These rights are useless if there are no fish to catch. Because of development in the Columbia Basin, there have been terrible losses to our salmon resources, and the promises for mitigation and restoration have not been fulfilled. We remind the council of these losses so that as the council proceeds with developing options for ocean fisheries, we may concentrate on promises made to the tribes, the requirements to fairly share fishery impacts, and the need for all of us to make actions to restore and rebuild salmon runs. We have specific comments on 3 stocks that are important to the Council of Fisheries. First, the Spring Creek Hatchery Tule stock has another low forecast this year. Not only is the low forecast a concern, but the stock has been over forecast in 4 of the last 5 years. In years with over forecast, the average was nearly 50%. We also have concerns about the pool upriver brights Chinook stock. We are forecasting a below average return for this stock as well. The pub stock, which is dominated by production from the Little White Salmon Natural Fish Hatchery, is very important stock for both the main stem treaty fishery as well as terminal fisheries. This program also provides brood stock for a number of other important hatchery programs. In recent years, we have faced challenges with meeting fisheries and return objectives for this stock. The Columbia River coho forecast is very high. There is a history of wide variation between coho forecasts and actual returns. The way the forecast is presented as a pre-harvest ocean abundance estimate can also be confusing for fishers to interpret considering other Columbia River salmon forecasts, our river mouth forecast. We urge the great deal of caution in setting ocean fisheries based on this forecast. The run could easily be less than forecast, possibly a significant amount. We would also support a review of the forecast methodology and a consideration of possible alternate forecast methods. We remind the council of the requirement in the United States versus Oregon Management Agreement to pass 50% of the upriver coho at Bonneville Dam. The tribes have been working hard to rebuild upriver coho runs, and we want to ensure that harvest does not affect our rebuilding efforts. While in the river fisheries, we can manage on actual run sizes that are updated in season. The ocean fisheries cannot do this. When the forecasts are too high, there is a risk that the ocean fisheries could overharvest this stock or potentially other stocks. The low return of the river for this stock complicates the management of our in-river fisheries as we attempt to ensure that we meet the hatchery broodstock objective. Given the low forecast that may lead to challenges in meeting hatchery broodstock needs in the track record of over forecasting, we ask the council to use caution in considering fishery impacts on this stock. Lastly, we want to remind the council of the stress that the Columbia Basin hatchery system is under due to aging infrastructure, deferred maintenance, and water supply issues. The hatchery system was developed to provide mitigation for losses due to development of the basin, and many programs are currently part of our restoration activities, supplementing natural runs and reintroducing fish into areas where fish have been lost. However, due to part of the problems with the facilities, we are often failing to produce the target number of fish. Additionally, many of the hatcheries were built in the lower Columbia when they should have been built in the upriver areas where the fish were from. We will need to do a great deal of work together to address these problems. Hatcheries continue to be critical in mitigate for the lost production, reintroduction efforts, and supplementation of weak runs as part of rebuilding efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the report. Let's see if there are any questions from council members. I'm not seeing any, and I will look forward to having that report posted to the briefing book. I'm sure that will happen. Thank you very much. All right. So now we will turn to the Salmon Advisory Subpanel. It feels a bit odd to call on anyone other than Butch Smith, because I think he was chair of the Salmon Advisory Subpanel for the last 30 or 40 years. I'm not sure, it was before my time. But now we have a new chair, Richard Heap. So Richard, why don't you get us started with the SAS report?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your comments about Butch. We certainly miss him. We will forge ahead in the manner in which he taught us. Before we begin with our report, I would like to take a minute to recognize the council staff for their adroit management of this platform. We have been facilitated very nicely by their efforts to provide us with breakout rooms and to keep us focused on our assignment and not worrying about the technical side. They've done an excellent job, and we certainly appreciate that. In addition, I'd also like to take a moment to recognize the teamwork effort that goes into providing the final season process, or the final season package in April. It is a great team collaboration between not only the members of the SAS, but also the SAS and the STT in working through this. And we want to thank the STT for their help and guidance and all they do for us as well. With that said, we will be reading from agenda item E4E Supplemental SAS Report 1. As we have traditionally done, we'll begin with Troll and go from north to south. So for Troll, we will have Ryan Johnson doing Washington, Durris Peak doing Oregon, and George Bradshaw doing California. With that, I will turn to Ryan Johnson for Washington.
Thank you, Richard. Good morning, Council. I'll read the Washington Troll alternatives. I was hoping to go across the page and then go to the next page. So an alternative 1, the overall TAC would be 60,000 Chinook and 120,000 March coho. The troll TAC would be 32,500 Chinook and 9,200 coho. This alternative has a trade. The commercial troll traded 10,000 March coho to the recreational fishery for 2,500 Chinook. Overall TACs may need to be adjusted in conclusion of north of Falcon or through FMP or ESA guidance. Alternative 2 would have a overall TAC of 50,000 Chinook and 110,000 coho marked. The troll TAC would be 25,000 Chinook, 14,400 coho trade may be considered in April. And alternative 3, the Washington troll fishery north of Cape Falcon would be closed. I'll turn the page, and then May 1 through 15, please see the 2020 management measures, which are subject to in-season action, and the 2021 season description below. May 16 through the earlier of June 29th, or 16,250 Chinook, no more than 6,000 of which may be caught in the area between the U.S.-Canada border and the Queets River, no more than 4,430 caught between Leadbetter and Cape Falcon. In the area between the border and the Queets, the landing and possession limit of 75 Chinook per week. In the area between Leadbetter and Cape Falcon, the landing limit and possession of 75 Chinook per week. Open 7 days a week, all salmon except coho. Chinook minimum size 27 inches. When it is projected that approximately 75% of the Chinook guideline or 75% of any sub-area guideline has been landed, in-season action can be considered. In 2022, the season will open May 1, consistent with all preseason regulations in place in this area, sub-areas during May 16 through 30 of 21, including sub-area guidelines and quotas and vessel limits, which could be modified during the March and April council meetings of 22. Alternative 2 would have the same May 1 through 15 language as alternative 1, subject to described season below. May 16 through earlier June 29th, 15,000 Chinook, no more than 5,540 may be caught between the border and the Queets River. No more than 4,090 may be caught between Leadbetter and Falcon. In the area between the border and the Queets, the landing and possession is 50 Chinook per trip. In the area between Leadbetter and Falcon, it would be 50 Chinook per trip. Open 7 days a week, except coho. Chinook minimum size 28 inches. In-season action may be taken to modify trip limits to landing week limits to ensure the quota is not exceeded. When it's projected 60% of the overall or 60% of the sub area has been landed, in-season action may be considered. And then same language for the early portion of the 22 season. Alternative 3 in this time cell is closed. So I turn the page and we'll go to the summer portion of alternative 1, the July 1 through the earlier of September 30th, 16,250 Chinook or 9,200 coho, 7 days a week, Chinook minimum size of 27 inches. Coho 16 inches must be marked. No chum retention north of Cape Lava in August or September. Landing possession limit of 40 Chinook per week. 40 coho per week. Alternative 2 would be July 1 through the earlier of September 30th, or 10,000 Chinook or 14,400 mark coho. Open 7 days per week. Chinook minimum size 28 inches. Similar language on coho and no chum north of Alava. Landing and possession limit of 50 coho per vessel per week. 50 marked coho. And alternative 3 would be closed. And that completes the Washington troll portion of the table.
All right, let's move to Darris Peak from Oregon.
Are we connected?
I do not hear him, Mr. Chairman. So
I don't see him either.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Robin Elke here. Darris may be calling in on a phone number that I thought was just at the top of the attendee list. But I'm not seeing it now unless they promoted him. But I will be happy to read that into the record unless Richard Heap prefers.
Well, Robin, why don't you let me pitch in for him, if that's okay?
Absolutely.
So this will be for the commercial troll management or commercial troll season from Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain and Alternative 1, April 29 and 30, May 1 through 3, 6 through 10, 13 to 17, 20 to 24, 27 to 31. For June 3 through 7, 10th through the 14th, 17th to the 21st, 24th to the 28th, July 1 through 5, 8th through the 12th, 15th through the 19th, 22nd to the 26th, 29th to the 31st. August 1 and 2, 5 through 9, and the 12th through the 16th. September 1 through October 31st. Open 5 days per week, Thursday through Monday through August 16th, and 7 days per week beginning September 1st. All salmon except coho, except as described below. Chinook minimum size of 28 inches total length. All vessels fishing in the area must land their salmon in the state of Oregon. Beginning September 1, no more than 75 Chinook allowed per vessel per landing week. July 1 through the earlier of August 16th, or 10,000 marked coho quota. All salmon, all retained coho must be marked with a heeled adipose fin clip, no more than 20 coho per vessel per open period, that's Thursday through Monday. And all coho landings must be matched to a 1-to-1 ratio with Chinook that are being landed at the same time. Coho minimum size limit of 16 inches total length, and Chinook minimum size limit of 28 inches total length. All vessels fishing in the area must land their salmon in the state of Oregon. In 2022, the season will open March 15th for all salmon except coho. Chinook minimum size of 28 inches total length. Moving to alternative 2, Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, May 1 through 3, 6 through 10, 13 through 17, 20 through 24, 27 through 31, June 3 to 7, 10 to 14, 17 to 21, 24 to 28, July 1 through 5, 8 through 12, 15 to 19, 22 to 26, and 29 to 31. August 1, 1st and 2nd, 5 through 9, 12 to 16, September 1 to October 31st, open 5 days per week, Thursday through Monday, through August 16th, and 7 days per week beginning September 1st. All salmon except coho, Chinook minimum size limit of 28 inches total length. All vessels fishing in the area must land their salmon in the state of Oregon, and the rest are the same as alternative 1. For alternative 3, May 1st through 3, 7 to 10, 14 to 17, 21 to 24, 28 to 31, June 4 through 7, 11 through 14, 18 to 21, 25 to 28, July 2nd through 2 to 5, 9 to 12, 16 to 19, 23 to 26, 30 to 31, August 1st and 2nd, 6 to 9, 13 to 16, 20 to 23, September 1 through October 31st, open 7 days per week, Friday through Monday through August 23rd, and 7 days per week beginning September 1. All salmon except coho, Chinook minimum size 28 inches. All vessels fishing in the area must land their salmon in the state of Oregon, and the rest of that alternative is the same as alternative 1. Moving to the Oregon portion of the Klamath Management Zone for alternative 1, April 29 and 30, May 1 through 3, 6 to 10, 13 to 17, 20 to 24, 27 to 31, June 3 to 7, 10 to 14, 17 to 21, 24 to 28, or the earlier of 700 Chinook quota. July 1 to 5, 8 through 12, 15 to 19, 22 to 26, 29 to 31, or the earlier of 300 Chinook quota. Open 5 days per week, all salmon except coho. Chinook minimum size of 28 inches total length. Prior to June 1, all salmon caught in the area must be landed and delivered in the state of Oregon. June 3 to July 31, weekly landing and possession limit of 40 Chinook per vessel per open period. That's Thursday through Monday. The remaining portion of Chinook quota may be transferred in season on an impact neutral basis to the next open quota period. All vessels fishing in this area during June and July must land and deliver all salmon within the area or into Port Orford within 24 hours of any closure of this fishery and prior to fishing outside of the area. For all quota managed seasons in June and July, Oregon state regulations require fishers to notify Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife within 1 hour of landing and prior to transport away from the port of landing by calling 541-867-0300, extension 252, or sending notification via email to the address listed here with vessel name and number, number of salmon by species, location of delivery, and estimated time of delivery. In 2022, the season will open March 15th for all salmon except coho. Chinook minimum size limit of 28 inches total length. This opening could be modified following council review at its March 2020 meeting. Moving to alternative 2, May 1 to 3, 6 to 10, 13 to 17, 20 to 24, 27 to 31, open 5 days per week, Thursday through Monday, all salmon except coho, Chinook minimum size of 28 inches. All salmon caught in this area must be landed and delivered in the state of Oregon. Note on 2022 is the same as alternative 1. Moving to alternative 3, May 1 to 3, 7 to 10, 14 to 17, 21 to 24, 28 to 31, open 4 days per week, Friday through Monday. All salmon except coho, Chinook minimum size, 28 inches total length. All salmon caught in this area must be landed and delivered in the state of Oregon. And in 2022, the notation is the same as alternative 1. That concludes Oregon. With that, I will move to George Bradshaw for California.
All right, thank you, Richard. You guys get me, Mr. Chair?
George, you're loud and clear. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good morning. I will be working off of the same supplemental draft, Table 1, 2021 Commercial Troll Management Alternatives, beginning on page 7. Oregon-California border, Humboldt South Jetty, California KMZ, and alternative 1 is closed. In 2022, the season will open May 1 through the earlier of May 30, or a 3,000 Chinook quota. Chinook minimum size limit of 27 inches total length, landing possession limit of 20 Chinook per vessel per day, open 5 days per week. Friday through Tuesday, all salmon except coho. Any remaining portion of the quota may be transferred in season on an impact neutral basis to the next open quota period. All fish in this area must be landed within the area within 24 hours of any closure of the fishery and prior to the fishing outside of the area. See compliance requirements C1 and gear restrictions definitions C2, C3. Klamath control zone closed. See California state regulations and additional closures adjacent to the Smith River. This opening will be modified following council review at the March and April 2022 meetings. Alternative 2, Oregon-California border to Humboldt South Jetty, California KMZ would be closed. Same bullet points as alternative 1. Alternative 3, California-Oregon border, to Humboldt South Jetty, California KMZ would be closed. Same verbiage as alternative 1. And then the Humboldt South Jetty to Southern KMZ boundary is closed in all 3 alternatives as normal. We'll be moving down to the Southern KMZ boundary to Point Arena, the Fort Bragg zone, August 1 through 10 and September 1 through 30. Open 7 days per week, all salmon except coho. Same compliance requirements, gear restrictions, Chinook minimum size limit of 27 inches. All salmon must be landed in California north of Point Arena. In 2020, the season will open April 16th for all salmon except coho. Minimum size limit, 27 inches total length. Gear restrictions, same as 2021. This opening could be modified following council review at its March or April 2022 meeting. Alternative 2, Southern KMZ boundary to Point Arena, Fort Bragg zone, May 1 through 12 and 20 through 31, June 1 through 6, 18 to 30, July 13 to 31, August 1 through 28, and September 1 through 30. Verbiage all the same as in alternative 1. Alternative 3, Southern KMZ boundary to Point Arena, Fort Bragg zone would be closed. Same verbiage as alternative 1. And then moving down, we have Point Arena to Pigeon Point, San Francisco Cell, alternative 1, May 6 through 12, 18 to 31, June 1 through 6, 14 to 35, July 13 to 31, August 1 through 28, September 1 through 30. Open 7 days per week, all salmon except coho. Chinook minimum size limit, 27 inches total length through August, then 26 inches thereafter. Same compliance requirements, gear restrictions, definitions. All salmon must be landed in California during September. All salmon must be landed south of Point Arena. All salmon caught in the area prior to September 1 must be landed and offloaded no later than 11:59 p.m. August 30. In 2020, the season will open May 1 for all salmon except coho. Chinook minimum size limit, 27 inches. Total length, gear restrictions, same as 2021. This opening could be modified following council review at its next March-April meeting in 2020. Point Arena to Point San Pedro, fall area target zone, October 1st, and then 4 through 8 and 11 through 15, open 5 days per week, Monday through Friday, all salmon except coho. Chinook minimum size limit, 26 inches. All salmon caught in this area must be landed between Point Arena and Pigeon Point. Same compliance and gear restriction definition. Alternative 2, Point Arena to Pigeon Point, San Francisco Cell, May 1 through 12, 20 through 31, June 1 through 6, 18 through 30, July 13 to 31, August 1 through 28, September 1 through 30. All the same verbiage from alternative 1, and also the same for the point raised to Point San Pedro, fall area target zone, as in alternative 1. Alternative 3, Point Arena to Pigeon Point, San Francisco Cell, May 1 through 12 and 20 through 31, June 1 through 6, 18 through 30, July 12 through 31, August 1 through 25, September 1 through 30. All the same verbiage as alternative 1 and 2. Then moving down, Pigeon Point to the U.S.-Mexico border, the Monterey Cell, May 1 through 12, 18 through 30, June 1 through 6, 14 through 30, July 13 through 31, August 1 through 28, open 7 days per week. All salmon except coho. Chinook minimum size limit, 27 inches in total length. Same compliance requirements, gear restrictions, definitions as elsewhere. All salmon must be landed in the state of California. All salmon caught in the area must be landed and offloaded no later than 11:59 p.m. August 30. And 2022, the season will open May 1 for all salmon except coho. Chinook minimum size limit, 27 inches total length. Gear restrictions, same as 2021. This opening may be modified at council March, April meetings of 2022. Alternative 2, Pigeon Point to U.S.-Mexico border, Monterey Cell, May 1 through 12 and 20 through 31, June 1 through 6 and 18 through 30, July 13 through 31, August 1 through 28. All the same verbiage for here is in alt 1. Moving over to alternative 3, Pigeon Point to the U.S.-Mexico border, Monterey Cell, May 1 through 31, June 1 through 30, July 12 through 31, August 1 through 25, and again, all the same verbiage as was listed in the other two alternative. And that concludes my report.
Thanks for that, George. And Richard, before we move on to the recreational alternatives, I'd like to pause and see if there are any questions from council members on the troll alternatives. And I'm not seeing any hands. I do have one question for George. I'm not sure if I heard correctly on the opening of well, let me, yeah, on the California KMZ alternative 1, the notes read in 2022, the season will open May 1 through the earlier of May 31, or a 3,000 Chinook quota. I thought I heard you say May 30th there and not May 31. So can you confirm that?
Yeah, it's May 31 is what it reads here. If I said 30, it was not meant to be that, Mark.
It could easily be my hearing. So, all right. Well, we have a fair amount of reading to go here. So what I'd like to do now is take a morning break of 15 minutes, and then we'll come back to the recreational alternatives from the SAS. So I have 9:38. Why don't we come back at 9:53? All right, welcome back, everyone, to agenda item E4. And when we, just before the break, we had heard from the SAS troll representatives on those season alternatives. And now I'll go back to Richard Heap to introduce the recreational SAS representatives to read the recreational alternatives and the SAS report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will proceed in a similar fashion, working from Washington to Oregon to California. We will have Dave Johnson reading Washington. Mike Sorensen will read Oregon from the Cape Falcon, the Oregon, California, or to Humbug Mountain. I will handle the zone, and James Stone will handle California. With that, we'll turn to Dave Johnson for Washington. I'm not hearing Dave.
I see him there. He appears to be muted. I'll unmute him here. Whoop. No. I thought I saw him. Oh, he's
Yes, he's
unmuted. Hey, Dave, you with us?
I'm here if you can hear me.
I can hear you. Please proceed. Thank you.
Sorry about that. So I'll be reading from Table 2, page 1. Overall non-Indian TAC of 60,000 Chinook, 120,000 marked coho with a healed adipose fin. The recreational TAC, 27,500 Chinook, 110,800 marked coho. All retained coho must be marked. Trade with the commercial troll has been made on this option. 10,000 marked coho to the recreational fishery for 2,500 Chinook. No 4B add-on fishery. Alternative 2, overall non-Indian TAC of 50,000 Chinook and 110,000 marked coho. Recreational TAC will be 25,000 Chinook, 95,600 marked coho, and pretty much all the same as alternative 1. For the U.S.-Canadian border to Cape Alava, Nia Bay sub-area, June 12th through the 25th, open 7 days per week, all salmon except coho, 1 salmon per day. June 26th through earlier of September 30th, or 11,520 marked coho sub-area quota, with a sub-area guideline of 5,900 Chinook. Open 7 days per week. All salmon except no chum beginning August 1st, 2 salmon per day. All coho must be marked with a healed adipose fin. Beginning August 1st, Chinook non-retention east of the Benilla Tatoosh line. Alternative 2, June 19th through the 25th. Open 7 days per week, all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day. Then June 26th through earlier of September 30th, or 7,860 marked coho sub-area quota, and a sub-area guideline of 5,400 Chinook. The rest is the same as alternative 1. Moving down to the La Push sub-area, June 12th through 25th, open 7 days per week, all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day. June 26th through earlier of September 30th, or 2,880 marked coho with a sub-area guideline of 1,300 Chinook, open 7 days per week, all salmon except no chum beginning August 1st, 2 salmon per day. All coho must be marked with a healed adipose fin clip. Moving on to alternative 2, June 19th through the 25th, same as alternative 1, June 26th through earlier of September 30th, or 1,970 marked coho with the sub-area guideline of 1,200 Chinook. And all the rest is same as alternative 1. Queets River to Ledbetter Point, Westport sub-area, June 12th through the 18th, open 7 days per week, all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day, Chinook minimum size limit of 22 total inches in length. June 19th through earlier September 30th, or 41,000 marked coho with a sub-area guideline of 13,000 Chinook. Open 7 days per week, all salmon, 2 salmon per day, no more than one of which can be a Chinook. All coho must be marked. Chinook minimum size limit, 22 inches. Alternative 2, June 19th through the 26th, open 7 days per week, all salmon except coho, 1 salmon per day, Chinook minimum size limit of 22 inches total length. June 27th through earlier of September 30th, or 27,970 marked coho with a sub-area guideline of 11,800 Chinook. Open only 5 days per week, Sunday through Thursday, all salmon, 2 salmon per day, no more than one of which may be a Chinook. All coho must be marked. Moving down to Ledbetter Point to Cape Falcon or the Columbia River sub-area, June 12th through the 18th, open 7 days per week, all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day, Chinook minimum size limit of 22 inches. June 19th through earlier of September 30th, or 55,400 marked coho, and a sub-area guideline of 7,300 Chinook. Open 7 days a week, all salmon, 2 salmon per day, no more than one of which may be a Chinook. All coho must be marked with that healed adipose fin. Chinook minimum size limit, again, is 22 inches. Alternative 2, June 19th through the 26th, open 7 days a week, all salmon except coho, 1 salmon per day, Chinook minimum size limit of 22 inches. June 27th through earlier of September 30th, or 57,800 marked coho sub-area quota with a sub-area guideline of 6,600 Chinook. And the rest is same as alternative 1. Moving on to table 2, minimum size in inches north of Cape Falcon, alternatives 1 and 2, Westport and the Columbia River sub-areas, the Chinook minimum size limit's 22 inches, coho is 16. North of Cape Falcon, both in alternatives 1 and 2, Nia Bay and La Push sub-areas, Chinook minimum size limit is 24 inches and coho 16. And that concludes my submittal.
All right, we'll move to Mike Sorensen for the Northern Oregon.
Good morning, Chair. This is Mike. I'm coming in okay.
Mike, you're loud and clear. You're doing well.
All right, I'll be reading on page 4 from Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, alternative 1, March 15th to October 31st, except as provided below during the all salmon marked select fishery and the non-select marked fishery. Open 7 days a week, all salmon except coho, 2 fish per day, Chinook minimum size limit of 24 inches, total length gear restriction, and in 2022 season will open March 15th for all salmon except coho, 2 fish per day, and that can be adjusted in the March council meeting. Alternative 2 and 3 are the same, and we'll be moving down to page 5, Cape Falcon to the Oregon-California border. All salmon marked select coho fishery, June 12th through the earlier of August 28th, or 140,000 marked coho quota. Open 7 days a week, all salmon, 2 salmon per day. All retained coho must be marked by a healed adipose clip. Minimum size, see the limit. Any remainder of the or the marked select fishery quota may be transferred in season on an impact neutral basis to the non-selective coho quota from Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain. Our non-marked select fishery, September 10th through 12th, open each Friday, Saturday, Sunday through the earlier of September 30th, or 15,500 non-marked selective quota. Open days may be modified in season. All salmon 2 per day cease minimum size limit. Alternative 2, Cape Falcon to the Oregon border, Oregon-California border, all salmon marked select coho fishery June 19th through the earlier of July 25th from Cape Falcon to the Oregon-California border, and then July 26th through August 28th, Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, or a 120,000 mark coho quota. The next two is the same as alternative 1. And then on the non-marked select coho fishery, it's the same days. The quota goes to 15,000. And then in alternative 3, we're going from Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain. All marked select coho fishery, June 26th through the earlier of August 28th, or 110,000 mark coho quota. Same language in the next two. And then on our non-marked select fishery, we have the same dates as in alternative 1 and 2. And the quota goes down to 11,000. And that will do it.
Moving to the Oregon Climate Management Zone, Humbug Mountain to the Oregon-California border. Alternative 1, May 16th through August 1st, open 7 days per week, all salmon except coho, except as listed above for the marked selective coho fishery from Cape Falcon to the Oregon-California border, which runs June 12th through August 28th. 2 salmon per day, Chinook minimum size limit 24 inches. August 2nd to the earlier of August 28th, where the Cape Falcon, Oregon-California border quota of 140,000 marked coho is reached. Open 7 days per week, all salmon except Chinook, 2 salmon per day. All retained coho must be marked with a field adipose fin clip. Moving to alternative 2, May 29th through July 25th, open 7 days per week, all salmon except coho, except as listed above for the marked selective coho fishery from Cape Falcon to the Oregon-California border, which runs June 29th to July 25th. 2 salmon per day, Chinook minimum size limit of 24 inches total length. Alternative 3, May 29 to June 13, July 3 to 11, and July 31 to August 8th. Open 7 days a week, all salmon except coho, 2 fish per day, Chinook minimum size 24 inches. I'll move to James Stone for California.
Good morning, Chairman Gorelnik and Council. This is James Stone with the SAS California Rec, and I will be reading from SAS Report Table 2, page 6 of 9, moving from left to right, starting in the California KMZ. For the California KMZ Alternative 1, the season will be proposed from May 1st to August 31st. Open 7 days a week, all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day, Chinook minimum size of 20 inches total length, see gear restrictions and definitions. California Control Zone closed in August, see California state regulations for additional closures adjacent to the Smith, Eel, and Klamath rivers. In 2022, season opens May 1st for all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day, Chinook minimum size limit of 20 inches total length, and the same gear restrictions as in 2021. This opening could be modified following council review at its March 2022 meeting. Alternative 2 in the California KMZ, June 12th to July 31st. Same language as Alternative 1. Alternative 3, California KMZ, June 19th to July 31st. Same language as Alternative 1. Moving to the south, Fort Bragg. Alternative 1, April 3rd to November 7th. Open 7 days a week. All salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day. Chinook minimum size of 20 inches total length. See gear restrictions and definitions. In 2022, season opens April 2nd for all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day. Chinook minimum size of 20 inches total length, and the same gear restriction as in 2021. This opening could be modified following council review at its March 2022 meeting. Moving to Alternative 2 in Fort Bragg, the dates would be April 10th through November 7th. Same language as in Alternative 1. And moving to Alternative 3 in Fort Bragg, the dates would be April 17th to October 31st. Same language as alternative 1. Moving to page 7, table 2, to the San Francisco zone. Alternative 1, the proposed season dates are April 3rd to November 7th. Open 7 days per week, all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day. Chinook minimum size of 24 inches in length through May 15th and 20 inches total thereafter. See gear restrictions and definitions. In 2022, season opens April 2nd for all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day. Chinook minimum size of 24 inches total length, and the same gear restrictions as in 2021. This opening could be modified following council review at its March 2022 meeting. Moving to San Francisco Alternative 2, the dates are April 10th through November 7th, and the same language as Alternative 1. Moving to Alternative 3 for San Francisco, the dates are April 17th to October 31st. Same language as Alternative 1. Moving to our furthest south region, Pigeon Point to the U.S.-Mexico border and Monterey. Alternative 1 dates are April 3rd to September 30th. Open 7 days per week. All salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day. Chinook minimum size limit of 24 inches total length. See gear restrictions and definitions. In 2022, season opens April 2nd for all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day. Chinook minimum size of 24 inches total length, and the same gear restrictions as in 2021. This opening could be modified following council review at its March 2022 meeting. Moving to Monterey, Alternative 2, the dates are April 3rd to August 29th. Same language as Alternative 1. And for Alternative 3 in Monterey sector, the dates are April 3rd to August 22. Open 7 days per week, all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day. Chinook minimum size of 24 inches length through May 15th and 20 inches total length thereafter. See gear restrictions and definitions. In 2022, the same as Alternative 1 for language about the next year's season. And that concludes my report for the California Rec Sport. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Richard, is there any further report from the SAS?
No, Mr. Chairman, that concludes our report.
All right. Let me see if there are any questions of council members of the SAS. Mr. Smith.
Well, not a question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Just a comment. It does seem different. That is true. But I rest assured that the SAS got the better deal than the council with Richard being the chair. He's done a fine job. I've been able to listen into, and there's no doubt he'll take the SAS to the next level. So I just want to thank Richard for his guys' report. It was very informative and complete. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that, Butch. Any further questions of the SAS? All right, well, see Kyle Addix.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have one question for the SAS on the report. I'm looking at page 15 for the north of Cape Falcon recreational fishery, and noticing there's a difference of about 15,000 marked coho between alternatives 1 and alternatives 2 for the recreational fishery. As we look at the sub-area quotas, I noticed that the sub-area quotas for the Nia Bay, La Push, and Westport sub-areas are quite a bit smaller in alternative 2 as compared to alternative 1. For the Columbia River area, the coho quota is actually larger in alternative 2 than alternative 1. So I was just wondering if there was an easy explanation for that.
Yes, Kyle, we moved 20,000 coho from the overall TAC down to the Columbia River sub area. Hopefully help with Queet's impacts.
Does that answer your question, Kyle?
It does. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Any further questions of the SAS? Thank you.
This is Chuck. I've got a couple questions here.
Oh, of course, Chuck.
Thanks. So I guess for Dave, on the size limits for recreational fisheries north of Falcon, I thought I heard right at the end you mentioned a 24-inch size limit for the Columbia River Chinook fishery, and I just but in text I see it's 22. So I just want to first clarify that, and then secondly, just to note that the size limit was only identified in the Columbia River and Westport areas and not at least spoken to directly under Neah Bay and La Push. And when I go to the table, I see that those two northern areas have a 24-inch size limit, and the Westport and Columbia River have 22-inch size limits. So just want to clarify to make sure I've got that right.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. It is, it's been standard for a 24-inch up and down the whole Washington coast. Last year was the first year in sub areas 1 and 2, Westport and Columbia River. We went to a 22-inch size limit, and we're going to try that again this year. So Westport and Columbia River sub area are 22 inches, and La Push and Neah Bay are the standard 24 inches.
Thank you. And then I had a question, I think, also for the California, for James, perhaps, on the California. I noticed that that there are across all three options there are fall fisheries in the alternatives. So I was just wondering if the SAS had any discussion about those scheduling those fall fisheries. You know, when I look at the rebuilding plan for Klamath, one of the recommendations was to at least consider eliminating or limiting post-August fall ocean salmon fishery. So I'm just wondering if the SAS had any discussion and considered that in structuring these alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, I will say, and if any of my other SAS members are on and want to comment, I will allow that too. I just wanted to say that we are considering all possibilities. We don't want to be living in a fantasy world right now. So we're in the beginning of these stages, want to make sure that we have all opportunity on the table for options throughout this process, but we are aware of that possibility.
Thank you.
Anything further, Chuck?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. One last chance around the table, see if there are any questions for the SAS. All right. Thank you, Richard and team. You guys did a great job. And that concludes all of our reports. I'm going to check and see if there are any public comments. The last time I checked, there were none.
No, Mr. Chairman, there are not.
And there are not. So that begins and ends public comment and takes us to council discussion and action. I wanted to start, if Joe Oatman wanted to kick off our discussion by responding to Danny and Susan. I kind of had to interrupt that discussion because it wasn't, there weren't questions on a report. And so I want to give Joe the first opportunity here if he wants to continue that discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. So we had appreciated the opportunity to provide the supplemental travel report 1. Part of that interest was to get some assurances from NIMS on how they will be addressing this matter. Did hear from Susan Bishop in her response that she did acknowledge the tribe's concerns as those relate to these 2021 ESA obligations and standards and how those may affect tribal fisheries that are important to them. And I think what I would suggest here is that that there be some commitment to have NOAA Fisheries discuss this directly with the tribes. And relative to the comments that Danny Evanson provided, I do appreciate those comments that she provided relative to this report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Joe. Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Oatman. I would be, NIMS would be, would welcome discussion with the tribes. Joe, who should I do that? Should I coordinate that through you? How do you suggest we next steps?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so thank you, Susan, for that question. I think this is something that could, at least maybe as a preliminary matter, be coordinated through myself and Ashton Harp, and we can bring that to the tribes and figure out kind of the next steps would be for this discussion.
Susan?
That sounds, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Oatman. That sounds like a good idea. So I will be, or look forward to talking with you in the near future.
All right, thank you, Susan. Any further discussion for starters on that travel report? And if not, let's see, opened up discussion on anything under this agenda item, any of the reports, in particular, obviously, the SAS report. Brett Cormos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a small point in response to Mr. Tracy's question regarding fall fisheries in California. At least that's how I took the question. Those fall fisheries are not exclusive to California, as they might impact Klamath River Fall Chinook. So I think the council as a whole and the SAS as a whole will need to consider that as he has described, but thought it might be worth pointing that out. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. And I just took a look at the credit card bill from last year, and I didn't see any in the sport fishery in California. Further discussion. Kyle Addix.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As people might have gathered from my question of the SAS and the differences in quotas between the two alternatives, I thought I would just mention that alternative 2 brought forward does have a deviation from the port sharing percentages from the FMP. So is something like that moves forward, we'll have to be aware that it would have to be implemented by emergency rule. Just wanted to make sure people were aware of that as we move forward.
Thank you, Kyle. Further discussion? Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a point of clarification following up from NMS's guidance. I can't remember how the council has done this in the past. We noted that when Klamath Fall Chinook are managed under a de minimis regime, the council should consider sort of 9 different elements in making its decision about the exploitation rate. if I recall correctly, I think that STT generally provides some input to the council on that, but I'm not sure of the sort of correct process and how that happened. I can't remember. Appreciate the correction.
All right. Well, maybe we'll have an answer. I do recall, I believe the NIMS guidance was no more than a 25% exploitation rate on the Klamath Fall. Do I remember that correctly, Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is in terms of no more than 25%, but the FMP, I believe, directs the council to consider several other elements in setting its final exploitation rate. I think we've listed those in the guidance letter as well. I didn't go through them in my testimony, but they are listed in the guidance letter. So I think that the STT may require some guidance from the council in order to do that. So for example, I think the first element has to do with consideration of potential differential genetic effects on some of the substocks. I cannot remember how that process and direction occurs. My apologies.
No problem, Susan. I don't recall that either. So I'm hoping that as we develop guidance under this agenda item, which we will do by motion, I'm hoping that those who put forward the motions will consider those factors. Mr. Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I know we're all aware that there's a checklist. I think there's 7 elements that we need to discuss or acknowledge as part of our salmon FMP relative to implementation via emergency rule. I believe the FMP that calls that we need to do that at this meeting, and I know Kyle's well aware of that. I would ask, not unless she has an answer right now, that's great, but I would just ask National Marine Fisheries Service and Susan to be given some thought to that if there are significant roadblocks to potentially going down that path and deviating from the framework plan on the division of the recreational quota north of Falcon between the sub areas, that we get an early heads up if you're viewing that as a major obstacle. Thanks.
Brett Cormos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding that checklist, if you will, for overfish stocks and relative to the FMP, I just would offer that I don't know that checklist needs to be assigned to the STT or components there within, because some of those things require some analysis, some don't, on the STT's part. But I don't know that requires a formal motion by the council. We can simply, in my estimation and recollection, offer guidance or make that request absent a formal motion. So, and I do note that this is our first cut at the package, and some of these, I think some of these season features will likely change as we move forward, and not necessarily mutually exclusive. We will have an opportunity to ask the STT to look into some of those things as the week progresses. So if we want them to do it now, that's certainly fine. I see no reason anyone should object, but object if you will. But anyway, hopefully that's helpful for folks' thought process relative to that.
Thanks for that, Brett. I think it's a point well taken that while we need to consider that language, that we don't necessarily have to do it with the guidance today. It was pointed out to me by Robin that this was considered in a subsequent STT report in 2020, not in the first time around. So again, we can move forward as the council wishes, but we don't necessarily need to build that into direction today. Ms. Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will just put in a placeholder to look for it at some time in the not too distant future, if that is okay with you.
No, I think it's very reasonable. No, it's definitely something we need to consider. Brett Cormos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sensing a need for it. And again, I'm of the opinion that it doesn't need to be included in the formal motion to adopt the SAS package for analysis. So if it pleases the council, I think we should ask the STT to investigate that list as appropriate between now and at least the end of this March council meeting, and report back to the council with what they find.
Okay. Chris Kern.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I would just like to say I concur with that. I think that's if that's the appropriate way for us to do that, I do think we need to do it. I'm not going to comment on the team's workload and others' workload, so I don't want to be too specific about when, but sometime, and I would actually lean towards relatively soon if it's possible. But thank you.
Okay, thank you. So it seems that there is general agreement, obviously, that needs to be done. And the timing obviously needs to be before the end of this meeting. And I think that's the direction we have so far. There's a preference for doing it sooner rather than later, but not necessarily right away. Is that a fair summary of the council's position on considering those factors? Let me know if it's not. Okay. Further discussion on this agenda item, or if someone wants to, someone has a motion, that would be fine too. Brett Cormos.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I am prepared with a motion if it pleases the council to move forward now.
It does. I think that may spur further discussion. It's probably the best way to go. So please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As soon as Sandra's ready, I move the council tentatively adopt for STT collation and analysis the proposed initial salmon management alternatives for the 2021 non-Indian commercial and recreational ocean fisheries as developed by the Salmon Advisory Subpanel and presented in Agenda Item E4E, Supplemental SAS Report 1, dated March 4, 2021, including the commercial and recreational requirements, definitions, restrictions, or exceptions.
Okay, does that language on the screen accurately reflect your motion?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, let me look for a second. Seconded by Kyle Addix. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I think we've got a fine package to kick this iterative process off. I think we will expect to see a number of refinements as we move through the meeting, such that we're leaving this March council meeting with 3 alternatives that meet our management objectives as outlined in the FMP and the NIMS guidance letter. So I look forward to that process, and this is step 1. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Brett. Let me see if there are any questions for maker of the motion. Is there any discussion on this motion? I am not seeing any hands, so I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Brett, for that motion. We also need a motion for tribal fisheries. Joe, do you have that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have that, and I believe that has been provided us. Thank you. That's on the screen. So I am prepared to provide the following tribal management alternatives. These will be similar in format to what was provided in 2020 at this stage in this process. The tribes would like an analysis of two sets of alternatives, one from the Makah tribe and one from the tribe of the Quinault Treaty Area, or QTA. Also, I'd like to note that the treaty tribes plan to work together over the coming days to come to a common agreement on these. So for the council, I move the council adopt for STT analysis the following initial treaty troll salmon management measures. First is the Makah under alternative 1. It would be for 50,000 Chinook and 50,000 coho. Under alternative 2, it would be 35,000 Chinook and 35,000 coho. For alternative 3, it would be 0 Chinook and 0 coho. Moving next to the QTA set of alternatives. Alternative 1 would be for 35,000 Chinook and 16,500 coho. For alternative 2, 25,000 Chinook and 10,000 coho. And for alternative 3, 0 Chinook and 0 coho. The alternatives consist of a May 1 to June 30 Chinook directed fishery and a July 1 to September 15 all species fishery. The Chinook quota should be evenly split between the two time periods. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thanks for that, Joe. And the motion on the screen accurately, the language on the screen is accurate for your motion?
It is, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you very much, Joe. We'll look for a second. Seconded by by Butch Smith. Please speak to your motion.
So as I mentioned, Mr. Chair, so the treaty tribes are engaged in discussions. These two sets of alternatives is where they have gotten to in those discussions thus far. I expect that as we move forward through this process, that additional discussions will occur, hopefully such that we will have a single set of alternatives to provide at a later time for further STT analysis. But this is what the treaty tribes would like the STT to analyze at this point.
All right, thanks very much, Joe. Are there any questions for Joe on his motion? Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any hands, I will call the question. All those in favor of this motion say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Joe, for the motion. I think we have, there was something else, another topic I think that was in the overview. I think the first bullet, let me just first see if there's any further discussion or action on the first bullet. And I'm not seeing any hands, so let's go to the second bullet to consider the need for in-season action. Does the council have any discussion or guidance on this? Brett Kormos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, The list of fisheries that opened prior to May 16, as described, is a little bit longer than we're used to seeing because it does include that May 1 to 15 period this time around. Given the timing and the the early nature of this package in the course of the meeting, I think it's important to note that that in-season action is likely to occur as the meeting progresses. Not going to guarantee that, but it seems like something that we should expect as we move forward. And I do also note that given there are April fisheries and then May 1 to 15 fisheries, that in-season action may occur both at the March and the April meetings for those April and May fisheries respectively. But again, I am not pre-decisional in that regard, just noting the possibility as we move forward. I think we will hear more about the need for in-season action.
Thank you very much, Brett. Any further discussion on any part of agenda item E4? All right, Ms. Elke, tell us how we're doing.
Thank you, Chair Gorelnik. I think we have completed this agenda item. We've heard a report from the Pacific Salmon Commission, from NIMS, from the tribes and states. We've heard from your advisory bodies, the SAS, who brought forth a very good package. We will work with the STT to provide any additional information for the de minimis aspect for Klamath Fall. And with that, I think STT has some work in front of them, and the council under this agenda item has completed their task. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Robin. And that completes our work on agenda item E4 and takes us to Pacific Halibut. I am honored to hand the virtual gavel to our Vice Chair, Brett Pettinger, to get us going.
All right, thank you, Chair Gorelnik, and good morning, everyone. Before we get started on Pacific Halibut, I'd love to Sheila Lynch for introduction. Sheila?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
I can.
Great, thanks. So I'd like to introduce Rose Stanley, who will be sitting in the NOAA GC virtual chair for the first time at this meeting for this agenda item. Rose joined NOAA General Counsel in October of 2016 through our very highly competitive honors attorney program. She worked in the GC main office in Silver Spring for a year and then joined our Northwest Regional Section in Seattle. With our office in Seattle, she's been increasingly working with our Magnuson Act attorneys team, including taking the lead on groundfish specifications for 2021 and 22, working on the litigation by the Hoopa tribe on the effects of the salmon fishery on Southern Oregon, Northern California coastal coho, and most recently, she is starting work on the halibut fishery. Rose grew up in Juneau, and she graduated from Cornell University and Stanford Law School, and she's an incredibly bright and talented attorney who we're very glad to have on our team. So Rose, welcome to the GC chair.
Well, thank you, Sheila, and welcome, Rose. Glad to have you. And now with that, we'll go to Robin for an overview of F1. Robin?
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. Excuse me, this is agenda item F1, the annual International Pacific Halibut Commission meeting report. The 2021 annual meeting of the IPHC was held online January 25 through 29 of this year. The meeting involved reports on recent survey results and current stock status, consideration of the probabilities of risks and benefits involved in specific harvest choices, and discussions focused on harvest policy and methods for distributing coastwide yield to regulatory areas. The IPHC reached agreement for the 2021 Pacific halibut catch limits. Those are provided under this agenda item IPHC Report 1. The Area 2A total catch exploitable year yield, or TCEY, is 1.65 million pounds, which provides for an expected FCEY of 1.5 million pounds, and that is also provided in attachment 1 of this report. The values reflect the IPHC's unanimous approval in 2019 to maintain a fixed harvestable levels in Area 2A for 4 years, which would be 2019 through 22, absent a substantive conservation concern. So under this agenda item, Dr. David Wilson, the director of the IPHC, will provide an overview of the annual meeting, stock assessment, and plans for the upcoming stock assessment surveys. I believe he'll be joined with Dr. Ian Stewart and have a report provided for you and also a PowerPoint that they will go through. In addition, Mr. Phil Anderson, the council's representative to the IPHC, attended the annual meeting along with numerous other interested parties from Area 2A. And Mr. Anderson will provide a brief summary of the discussions and results of the council's consideration, which is provided under F1B, the IPHC Representative Report 1. Ms. Maggie Summers provided an update for the council on the IPHC Management Strategy Advisory Board, the MSAB, on its work that is underway and future work that they may be investigating. And that report is F1B IPHC Representative Report 2. So the council work under this agenda item is just to discuss the information related to the Area 2A Pacific Halibut fisheries. Your reference material under this agenda item, I think I've gone through most of them for you. We have the attachment 1 and the IPHC report 1, and then both the IPHC representative reports 1 and 2 from Phil and Maggie. And then Dr. David Wilson and Ian Stewart will provide a presentation and summarize their report on their annual meeting. I do not see any other advisory body reports, and so that concludes my summary of this agenda item.
Thank you, Robin. Are there any questions around the table for Robin on the overview before we get started here? Okay, seeing that, we'll go to the IPHC report. Welcome, Dr. Wilson.
Good morning, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Fantastic. And if I can just confirm that Dr. Stewart is also audible?
Ian? He's unmuted, but we don't hear him yet.
Good morning, Dr. Wilson, council members.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Ian. Okay, so it looks like you're going to navigate the slide deck for us, and so we'll just step through the overall presentation. And thank you very much for the general introduction and overview of the annual meeting itself. And so if we could have the next slide, please. So as indicated, we held our 97th session. It's getting pretty close to 100, not too far away now. It's obviously been a very unusual year for us all with electronic meetings, but having said that, we were able to hold a very successful electronic session with some 270 odd participants attending the session and the side subsidiary body meetings of the Commission. And that's up from 216 in 2020. A reminder that all IPHC meetings are fully open to the public, and we webcast them and also save all of the meeting materials, including audio of each of the sessions, to each meeting page. And so we are providing the link there on the screen, where you can also access the YouTube page for all of the listening pleasure that you may wish to join from re-listening to one of our annual meetings. Also available on that page is obviously the report itself, which will lay out all of the discussions and the decisions that were held throughout the course of that 97th session. A reminder as well that we hold the conference board for our harvesters, and also our processor advisory board for our processor stakeholders during the annual meeting as in-series meetings. Next slide, please. Again, as indicated, what you can see on the screen are the mortality limits that were adopted by the Commission for 2021, and simply focusing on 2A with 748 metric tons, totaling the 1.65 million pounds for 2A, which again, as has been indicated, was the interim arrangement which will be in place until the end of 2022. Next slide, please. Based on the catch sharing arrangements in place for regulatory area 2A, you can see that the percentage change, noting that the interim agreement in place was 0 for 2A, but for all of the other regulatory areas there, you can see how each of those mortality limits were increased or decreased from 2020 to 2021. Next slide, please. And again, as I was indicating, as per the catch sharing arrangements for 2A, you can see the full breakdown by sector. And again, that's provided both on the website and also in the meeting reports. No surprises there for 2A, and good news in that regard. Next slide. So at this point, I'm going to pass to Dr. Stewart, who's going to walk you through a little bit of the background to the stock assessment and how the Commission has reached those mortality limit decisions. So over to you, Dr. Stewart.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson, and good morning, Council members. I'll just provide a very brief overview of some of the salient results from this year's data collection, stock assessment, and a bit of information about the projections associated with the mortality limits that were adopted for 2021. I'm very pleased to report that the IPHC was able to complete all of its standard fishery sampling across all of the major ports up and down the coast that were open for business during 2020. So we're very fortunate to be able to collect a complete data set, fishery logbooks and age information, biological information from the fishery. In addition, we also completed a very extensive IPHC setline survey that incorporated IPHC regulatory areas 2B through 3B, which that core portion of the stock is estimated to contain approximately 70% of the overall biomass. So although we were not able to cover every geographic area, including 2A, we did manage to cover the majority of the biomass and therefore produce a very reliable index of abundance for use in the overall coast-wide stock assessment. If I could have the next slide, please. Thank you. This figure shows you the last 50 years of mortality estimates for the Pacific halibut stock, noting that the mortality has been substantially lower over the last decade than in previous decades as the productivity of the stock has come down, both due to reduced recruitment as well as reduced size at age. We anticipated that mortality would be lower in 2020, but in fact, it was even lower than we projected. So we had an estimate overall of 35 million pounds for 2020, and that was due to a combination of both the reduced mortality limits going into 2020, as well as many sectors all across the coast came in below their limits. And so perhaps the silver lining for 2020 was that the stock got a bit of a break in terms of fishing mortality relative to what we had projected. Next slide, please. This next figure shows you the regional results for our setline survey estimates, noting the particularly important that Region 3, which comprises the core of the stock in the Gulf of Alaska, was actually up by 7% in terms of biomass, and Region 2 was down by 6%. Region 2, including all of IPHC regulatory areas 2A, 2B, and 2C. And so next slide, please. To dig a little bit further, that was the total biomass. Now this next panel just shows you the legal or O32 biomass associated down all the way to individual IPHC regulatory areas. And specifically, as I mentioned, Region 2 was down and Region 3 was up, but those patterns were primarily driven in Region 3 by IPHC regulatory area 3A, which is in the center left panel, which was actually up 24%. And as the single largest area on the coast, that actually had a fairly large effect on our estimates of stock distribution. you'll note in the upper left-hand panel there that we projected the modeled survey index for 2A to be increasing slightly. However, we did not have any new data from 2A in 2020. And you can see that the confidence intervals, the shaded area there, is much broader for 2020 as a result of that lack of information. And so even though the projection was that 2A would be up by 6%, following a 10% decline in 2B and a 5% decline in 2C, I think we will have to wait until next year when we actually have some direct observation in 2A to be able to see what the trends are actually occurring there. It could be quite possible that the trend was down in 2A. Next slide, please. So moving on now to the modeling, we did an extensive revision and reanalysis of all of our modeling, both from the data as well as the stock assessment model side in 2019, including a two-part scientific review process. And in 2020, these were essentially, this analysis was just an update to the models that were developed in 2019, adding all of the new information that was available. And as you can see from this figure here, the estimated trends were very similar to those that have been observed in recent stock assessments. So the blue shaded area is the results from this year's stock assessment models, and each of the black lines represents one of the last 8 years of stock assessment models, with the red dots showing you the terminal estimate at the time in each of those years from those assessment models. And so the pattern is largely the same that we've seen now for a number of years, is that we know the stock came down dramatically in the early 2000s, and it's been relatively stable since about 2010. We have seen some further decline in the spawning biomass since approximately 2016. However, this has been relatively gradual. Next slide, please. This slide shows you a number of different reference points, and I won't go through them all, but I do want to highlight a couple. The first is that the spawning biomass at the beginning of 2021 is estimated to be at 33% of the level of biomass we would see in an unfished stock in 2021. And so that suggests that we are above the inflection point of our harvest control rule, which is a 30-20 control rule. So we are still exploiting the stock at the reference level of fishing intensity. As I mentioned, due to the reduction in mortality in 2020, we estimate that the SPR was at 48%, which corresponds to less fishing intensity than the IPHC's reference level. And so really, other than the continued decline in spawning biomass that's occurring in this stock, no red flags in terms of our reference points. Next slide, please. I will also note that there's extensive more information following up on all these points and many others on our website. We also produce detailed assessment documents, as well as input data files and things are available directly from our website. Next slide, please. Looking forward now to the 2020 mortality limit, well, note that the IPHC adopted a new reference level of fishing intensity, which was F43%. This was evaluated extensively through the IPHC's MSE process and corresponding to a slight increase in fishing intensity from the previous reference point that was used, which was F46. For those of you that have watched many stock assessments come through the Pacific system, you'll know that F43 and F46 are highly consistent with the reference points frequently used for many species off the west coast of the US. And in fact, they're a slightly lower level of fishing intensity than some of the shorter lived species, not quite as low as those applied for rockfish, but right in the same range given the biology of the species. As I mentioned before, these catch limits, we do expect that the stock will be decreasing over the next several years. And so these catch limits do correspond to a high probability of further decrease in the spawning biomass, about a 2 out of 3 chance that the spawning biomass will continue downward, and a modest probability of dropping below that SB 30% trigger by the end of next year. I will note, it's not on this slide, that there's a very low, very low probability of dropping below the SB 20%, which is our limit reference point for Pacific halibut. Next slide, please. This figure shows you the historical estimates of fishing intensity, with higher fishing intensity on the top of the y-axis. And you can see that after a period of relatively high fishing intensity in the mid-2000s, as the stock was dropping, the reductions in mortality limits by the Commission brought that down to very close to the current reference level. You see the 2020 bar there had a lower fishing intensity than we expected, actually below the reference level. And at the 2021, which is highlighted there in the hatched bar, we expect to be very close to the reference level, again, at 43% going into next year. Next slide, please. Finally, my last two slides. Looking forward over the next 3 years, again, we expect some further decline of spawning biomass at approximately the same rate that we've seen over the last several years. Next slide, please. And all three animations, please. Thank you. So this slide shows the time series of recruitments estimated from the 4 different stock assessment models that we use. And although these are occurring on different scales, you can see that the relative patterns are quite similar across all 4 series. And the most important thing to note here is that the low recruitments from 2006 to 2010, we had a good recruitment in 2005, and then 5 years of low recruitment, and then some improvement in 2011 and 12. And as these dark bars show you, we have seen those good recruitments from 2011 and 12 now for 3 years in our fishery independent setline survey. We just saw them for the first time in the 2020 fishery. It's really the first time these fish have been above the 32-inch minimum size limit. And so they're starting to improve the fishery catch rates. However, you'll see that the 2021 spawning biomass really only includes year classes through about 2009. And this is because these fish take around 11 or 12 years to mature. And so this is why, even with these 2 better recruitments coming into the stock, we expect several more years of declining spawning biomass as we're waiting for these 2011 and 12 year classes to ultimately mature. So thus, there's a very high probability that the spawning biomass will continue downward over the next several years. And that concludes my portion of this talk. I'll pass back to Dr. Wilson.
Thanks, Dr. Stewart. Very much appreciated. So the other 2 key decisions that were made by the Commission at AM 97 surround the fishing periods and also the 2021 Fishery Independent Setline Survey design and process for 2021. Next slide, please. Specifically regarding the fishing period for commercial fishing for Pacific halibut, the season opens tomorrow, the 6th of March. And will cease on the 7th of December. This does represent an approximately 3-week extension from last year in terms of a week earlier and a couple of weeks later. And the reason for this is that there has been a significant amount of discussion and proposal from stakeholders for the Commission to consider a year-round fishery for Pacific halibut throughout the convention area. We do recall that in 2020, in regulatory area 2B, the season was extended from around the middle of November to the 7th of December, with some additional landings being made during that period. And so the Commission has committed to undertake additional consultation, both internally, domestically, and then also at the broader Commission level, to look at what are some of the potential let's just say processes that would need to be undertaken domestically to implement a year-round season, and what that may look like, impacts on both harvesters and processors as Pacific halibut stakeholders. So that's something that's in process throughout 2021, and we certainly encourage stakeholders with the Pacific Fisheries Management Council to actively engage in the domestic and then also the international component of those discussions of a potential year-round fishery. Next slide, please. In addition, the Commission decided to consider Information Paper 05, which was the Pacific Fisheries Management Council's request to move the days of fishing for the Derby fishery from Monday through to Wednesday, changing that to Tuesday through Thursday. And so there's a little bit of work that is clearly needs to be done there in terms of ensuring that the West Coast office submits these types of regulatory proposals through the regulatory portal on the IPHC website. But I think we're there now in terms of an understanding to ensure that that helps us all with a smooth discussion and decision-making process at the Commission itself. And just a reminder, I guess in terms of the management of that fishery, as you're aware, and actively engaged in looking at transitioning that fishery to domestic management, we have developed an estimate of the amount of work that the IPHC undertakes each year to manage that fishery on behalf of the US, and operating costs of around $300,000 that are currently absorbed by the Commission to manage that fishery. The Commission has expressed that it's very eager for that fishery to be transitioned to domestic management as much as possible, and the Commission also acknowledged the PFMC's indication that you're looking at around a 2023 start date or transition date for that sector. And so any additional request for assistance with that transition, we'd be more than happy to engage and share our experiences and management of that fishery so that can be taken up as necessary. Next slide. And then also regarding the 2021 Fishery Independent Setline Survey, you may recall that at the 9th special session, the Commission endorsed a particular design for 2021, which involves sampling 1,346 of the total 1,880 setline survey stations, which form the baseline grid for the setline survey itself. For 2A, that means that we will be sampling off Washington and also California in 2021. And the specific implications, I'm sure Dr. Stewart can chime in terms of how that will feed into the stock assessment and also the setline survey space-time modeling being conducted by Dr. Ray Webster, at the Secretariat. So the survey itself is expected to kick off a similar timeframe as actually a little bit earlier than last year. Hopefully COVID impacts will be impacted to a lesser degree this year. And will traditionally kick off around the start of May. But again, we'll have to wait and see, depending on the quarantine protocols and COVID protocols that are in place at that time. Next slide, please. Looking ahead, we do have our 97th session of the interim meeting scheduled for last day in November and first day in December. Traditionally, that's held in Seattle, and we're working with the Commission to determine exactly how that's going to be held, dependent on ongoing COVID impacts. And then finally, the 98th session will be held most likely in Bellevue, Washington, at the start of 2022. And again, whether that's electronic or in person in Bellevue, we'll have to wait and see in that regard. Next slide. So just a general reminder again of where to find all of the meeting materials, the documents that were presented, the presentations, the meeting reports, the meeting recording, and also any associated media releases are all available on the IPHC website. And so we certainly refer you to those links on screen if you're not already familiar with them. And that's all we have, Chair. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, we'd be happy to respond.
Thank you, David. Are there questions for David or Ian on the presentation? Okay. Seeing none, thanks. Thank you again.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
Okay, next up, we'll go to the Council IPHC representative reports. And I believe Phil Anderson is up next. Phil?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And thanks very much, Dr. Wilson and Dr. Stewart, for being a part of our meeting today and for making that very informative presentation. I know the Pacific Council very much appreciates the cooperation and coordination that we have in that relationship. I also wanted to acknowledge that we had a new U.S. Commissioner, Mr. Merrill from National Marine Fisheries Service in the Alaska region. And special thanks to Commissioner Albertson for always being there for Area 2A and helping us work through the IPHC process. You do have a report It's under agenda item F1B. I'm not going to read it. Maybe just hit a couple of highlights on it. We were very well represented by the 3 state agencies, the National Marine Fisheries Service, and our tribal management entities. So we had a great 2A delegation, and we were able to coordinate amongst ourselves as we went through both in preparation for the meeting and as it progressed through their week. We were also fortunate to have representatives from our stakeholder groups as part of our delegation, and those individuals are noted in my report. There was a bit of a different setup this year in terms of how we were able to communicate with the commission. And from previous years, we were provided less time, but we were still providing an opportunity through National Marine Fisheries Service report to ensure that our reports were noted, and we were there to answer any questions, as in the tribes in the states in National Marine Fisheries Service were there during the presentation and could respond to any questions that came from the commission. As Dr. Stewart indicated, we're still in a situation where we've got the resource is going to likely be declining here as we go through the next several years, hoping for some of those newer, stronger year classes coming online. And I think the commission valued very much from their management strategy evaluation process in terms of their of having a harvest policy to turn to this year. And I think that made the process go smoothly, and people understood what conservation objectives we're trying to meet from a harvest policy perspective. As noted in the overview provided by Robin, this was the 3rd year of the 4-year agreement by the commission that includes a specific allocation for Area 2A of the constant 1.65 million pounds. I think we've been very appreciative of the stability that's provided to the Area 2A fisheries, but it's also we have one more year of that, presumably. We're going to have to ensure that Area 2A is properly represented as we go into the future to ensure our interests are represented. And because as we move away from the stability that this 1.65 TCY has provided us, we're going to have to make sure that we're a part of the process. As Dr. Wilson acknowledged, the commission did take action in a manner that was consistent with our recommendations for our directed fishery, and we appreciate that. And he also noted that National Marine Fisheries Service has indicated that the first year of that implementation of the transition of management from the IPHC to National Marine Fisheries Service for 2A will likely take place in 2023. So again, Mr. Vice Chair, that's a brief overview of my report. Thanks to everybody who from 2A that participated in representing our interest at the IPHC annual meeting, as well as their interim meeting. And also thanks to Maggie Summer for her part on the management strategy evaluation advisory group. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Phil. An excellent report. It's a summary of it. Questions for Phil? Okay. Seeing none. Thank you, Phil. And Maggie, are you there?
I am. Thank you, Vice Chair. Just also review a few highlights from agenda item F1B, the report number 2 on management strategy evaluation process. As Phil noted, IPHC has been undertaking a management strategy evaluation process. It has been underway for a number of years now, and I was fortunate to join the process as the Pacific Council's representative, replacing Michelle Culver when she moved on from the council. So I joined the Management Strategy Advisory Board, which is a stakeholder group representing fishing interests from both the United States and Canada at the beginning of 2020. The Management Strategy Advisory Board in 2020 defined some performance objectives for the fishery and developed and evaluated a number of potential management procedures that would specify how catch is distributed across the throughout the IPHC's management area, and meets a number of some primary performance objectives, both biological and fishery objectives. The IPHC Secretariat developed an online tool, the Management Strategy Explorer tool, or the MSE Explorer tool, which allows users to explore how changes in some of the management procedures are expected to impact the stock and fishery yield based on the modeling behind the Explorer tool. In particular, I would like to commend the IPHC Secretariat on both the development of that tool and their efforts to work with Management Strategy Advisory Board members to demonstrate it and explain it and facilitate the Management Strategy Advisory Board's explorations with it. After quite a bit of work by the board examining some of the management procedures, they were narrowed down for recommendation to the Commission for further consideration. That information was presented to the Commission at its annual meeting. And I will say there are 2 that were identified for particular focus. They both at this point include elements that would incorporate some aspect of the current agreement that provides for either a fixed amount or a floor amount of TCEY for Area 2A. There was a recommendation by the Commission's stakeholder advisory bodies at its annual meeting that the management strategy evaluation process continue, with potential topics to include the effect of changes in size limits and impacts of bycatch on the coastwide halibut resource and fisheries. And I believe the commissioners indicated their intent to consult with the Secretariat and the co-chairs of the Management Strategy Advisory Board to provide some additional direction in the near future on the MSE process and topics for the Management Strategy Advisory Board. At the end of the report here in the Council's briefing book, there are a number of references to materials of interest for anyone wishing to dive further into the management strategy evaluation process. And there are, I will say, many more on the IPHC's own website documenting the history of the process and all of the details of the management procedures and the objectives. I think with that, I will conclude my report and answer questions if there are any.
Thank you, Maggie. Questions for Maggie? Okay, see none. Thank you, Maggie. I guess we'll go to, I guess we don't have any advisory bodies reports. So we'll go to council guidance here and look for discussion, since there's no public comment either. So anyway, Marcy Yarimko. Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I was wondering, we're a little slow on the draw during Dr. Wilson's presentation. A slide popped up there that is causing some background discussion within CDFW, and I was hoping maybe I might be able to ask a question of Dr. Wilson or Dr. Stewart.
I would hope so. Dr. Wilson or Dr. Stewart, are you there?
Yes, we're still both here. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much. Looking at slide 20, which is the FIS grid for all regulatory areas. Looking down N2A, we're just noting the unsampled 2021 purple dots extending all the way down to San Francisco. And I think I might have misheard what you said about the FIS survey for 2021, but maybe you can restate the plan for 2021 for us.
Sure, thank you very much. Through the chair. So for regulatory area 2A, the setline survey stations that are going to be sampled are the orange dots, which are shown on the screen. And so the majority will occur off Washington and then also off Southern Oregon there. There will be no sampling in California in 2021 and also in the area between Washington and Oregon. Across the border there won't be any sampling. This design is based on a rotational sampling, and so in future years the intention is to sample the areas that are unsampled in 2021. But to talk about specifically how that design arose and through the scientific review board and what that would mean in terms of the periodicity for those sites to be sampled in the future, I'll pass to Dr. Stewart. So over to you, Dr. Stewart.
Thanks, Dr. Wilson. Yes, so we've evaluated this design, and this is just 1 year of a multi-year design. We've evaluated this with regard to two metrics. One is the uncertainty in the estimates, both at the coastwide level as well as at the regional level and at the level of individual IPHC regulatory areas. So we've looked at both bias, potential for bias, as well as uncertainty. And what we found specific to 2A is that because the vast majority of the biomass is contained in these two areas that you see proposed for sampling in 2021, which represents most of the Washington coast and a good chunk of the Oregon coast, we are able to get estimates that include all of 2A, a projection for all of 2A that are have little opportunity for bias and will be consistently as precise as we've seen in previous years, but only require sampling areas such as Northern California and the Salish Sea on approximately a 3 or more year rotation. So we anticipate sampling those areas again in several years as we see the actual trends in biomass unfold.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the follow-up.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or any more discussion, I guess, on this subject or this agenda item? Phil Anderson. Phil?
Yeah, I know this is being repetitive, but, you know, as this 4-year plan draws to a conclusion, I don't know exactly the timing of discussions to begin relative to what comes after this. But my guess is, and maybe Dr. Wilson has some insights on this, but my guess is the commissioners and along with assistance from the commission staff will begin discussing what the future looks like once this agreement comes to a conclusion. And again, it's in my mind going to be very important for the interests here in Area 2A to really be close and stay close to their deliberations and discussions because we have a lot, obviously we have a lot at stake in the outcome. And I think the stability that's been provided by this constant catch over the last, 3 years up to now has been beneficial. And so I would just put a point of emphasis on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Phil. Anyone else? Okay. Well, Robin, I guess I will turn to you, and you can tell us how we're doing here.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think you've completed your work under this agenda item F1. We've had a really good discussion, hearing from the IPHC and our council representatives that also attended. We didn't necessarily have any advisory body reports or public comment, but I believe that the conversation was very informative. So under this agenda item, you've completed your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Well, with that, we'll go right into F2, if you're ready.
Yes, just let me turn the page here. So again, this is agenda item F2. We'll talk about the incidental catch recommendations. Those would be options for the salmon troll and final recommendations for the fixed gear sablefish fisheries. Regulations governing incidental harvest of Pacific halibut in the salmon troll fishery and the primary fixed gear fishery for sablefish north of Point Chehalis require the council to adopt halibut landing restrictions to allow incidental harvest while assuring quotas are not exceeded. For the salmon troll fishery, the 2021 catch sharing plan for Area 2A allocates 15% of the non-Indian commercial halibut allocation to the salmon troll fishery as incidental catch. The primary management objective outlined in the catch sharing plan is to harvest the incidental quota during the April through June portion of the salmon troll fishery, with a secondary objective to harvest the remaining quota from July through the remainder of the salmon troll fishery. The council has successfully used landing ratios and total trip limits to ensure a manageable progression of the fishery in past years. A summary of the management information for the incidental halibut fishery since the first season in 1995 is provided in under this agenda item as attachment 1. Unless revised, the incidental halibut landing restriction in the commercial salmon troll fishery adopted for 2020 prior to any in-season action will be in effect when incidental halibut retention opens in April 2021. The 2020 regulations are no more than 1 halibut per 2 Chinook, except 1 halibut may be possessed or landed without meeting the ratio requirement, and no more than 35 halibut may be landed per trip. Under this agenda item, the council should confirm or make any recommendations to change these retention limits, which will remain in place with the new limits adopted for the salmon management measures beginning May 16. Also under this agenda item, the council should adopt for public review a range of incidental halibut landing restrictions for the commercial salmon troll fishery during May 16 through December 7, 2021, and for the next year beginning April 1 and continuing through May 15th or superseded by the next year's salmon regulations in 2022. Such restrictions should comport with the salmon management alternatives during those same timeframes, and the council is scheduled to take final action on these limits at the upcoming April council meeting. Moving on to the primary sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis. The total Area 2A quota is large enough to provide for this fishery. This incidental fishery is allocated a portion of the Washington sport allocation in excess of 214,110 pounds, provided a minimum of 10,000 pounds is available, up to 50,000 pounds of halibut, unless the Area 2A FCEY is 1.5 million pounds or more, then the maximum is 70,000 pounds. The objectives for this annual landing restriction are to attain the halibut allocation at about the same time the primary sablefish season ends, which is on October 31, and to ensure an equitable sharing of the halibut landings among the fishers. In the past years, the Council has successfully used the landing restrictions to maintain the harvest within the allocation, and a summary of the management information since the first season in 2001 is provided also on Attachment 1. And until revised, the Pacific halibut may be retained when that sablefish fishery begins, scheduled for April 1, and the incidental landing limits allowed would be consistent with those in place when the fishery last closed in 2020, which was a landing ratio of 250 pounds dressed weight of halibut for every 1,000 pounds dressed weight of sablefish landed, and up to 2 additional halibut in excess of the 200 pounds per 1,000 pound ratio per landing. Under this agenda item, the Council should confirm or make recommendations to modify the incidental landing limits for the primary sablefish north of Point Chehalis fishery from April 1 to October 31 of 2021. And so your action, again, under this agenda item F2 is to recommend any in-season changes to occur between April 1 and May 15 of this year for the retention limits in the salmon troll fishery, and then to adopt for public review a range of options for the halibut landings in that salmon troll fishery from May 16 or beginning May 16 and continuing for the rest of the salmon troll season, and then again beginning April 1 through at least May 15 of 2022, unless superseded by the 2022 salmon regulations. And in addition, to adopt the final halibut landing restrictions for the fixed scare sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis that occurs from April 1 to October 31 of this year. And for your reference material, as mentioned, you do have the Attachment 1, which shows you how the halibut catch has been regulated to remain within its allocations on both those fisheries. We also have some reports from the SAS, I believe. And forgive me, I'm trying to draw up my little list of things to remind myself of the any other reports that you might have in front of you. So almost there, sorry. There we go. I believe you have an SAS report and a GAP report. And that concludes my overview of this agenda item F2. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Questions for Robin before we get started here? Okay, seeing none, we'll look to the SAS and Ryan Johnson. Ryan?
Good morning, thank you. I'll be reading the Salmon Advisory Subpanel Report on incidental catch recommendations in the salmon troll fishery. The SAS recommends the following alternatives for public review. All alternatives are for the time period of May 16 of 21 through the end of the 21 salmon troll fishery and beginning April 1st of 2022 until modified through in-season action or superseded by 22 management measures. Alternative 1 is license holders may land no more than 1 Pacific halibut per each 2 Chinook, except 1 Pacific halibut may be landed without meeting the ratio requirement, and no more than 35 halibut landed per trip. Alternative 2 is a similar language, which would be 1 + 1 per 2, no more than 30 halibut per trip. And alternative 3 would be 1 + 1 per 2, no more than 25 halibut per trip. Incidental Pacific halibut catch regulations may be modified by in-season action. The SAS recommends that the current incidental catch regulations remain for the period of April 1 through May 15 of 2021. The current limit is 1 + 1 per 2, no more than 35 halibut per trip. That concludes the SAS report.
Thank you, Ryan. Questions for Ryan on the SAS report? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, Ryan. And now we'll go to the GAP. And I guess I see Bob Alverson is up. Bob?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, can you pick me up?
I can.
Okay, I'll be reading the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Halibut Incidental Catch Recommendations for 2021, Agenda Item F2B. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel reviewed the reports under the agenda item, specifically the primary tiered fishery north of Point Chehalis, Washington. The GAP recommends the incidental catch of halibut in the tiered fishery north of Point Chehalis be set at 225 pounds of halibut for 1,000 pounds of dressed sablefish, plus 2 halibut for 2021. And the numbers are listed there in the report. This number splits the difference between the 2019 recommendation of 2 fish, 200 pounds, and per 1,000 of dressed sablefish, and the 2020 recommendation of 2 fish, 250 pounds of halibut per 1,000 pounds of sablefish. In 2020, the fishery landed 63,358 pounds of its 70,000 pound harvest limit. This was less participation in the sablefish fishery due to the COVID-19 situation. The price of sablefish remains depressed for 2021 and is expected to be so through at least midsummer. Thus, the GAP recommends moving the bycatch number down from 250 to 225 pounds to enable some efficiency without exceeding the harvest limit. The GAP defers to the Salmon Advisory Subpanel regarding recommendations for halibut retention in the salmon troll fishery for 2021.
Thank you, Bob. Questions for Bob on the GAP report? Heather Hall. Heather?
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. Hi, Bob. Thank you for your report. I just want to ask a bit about the split the difference scenario to make sure I'm understanding it correctly. So in 2019, when the ratio was 2 fish plus 200 pounds of halibut, the incidental sablefish fishery, that incidental retention exceeded the 70,000 allocation. And believe me, I get that it's a little difficult to figure out how to use data from 2020 in our fisheries, knowing that there's the big asterisks of the pandemic and the impacts it had to fisheries. So, but your expectation is that 225 will balance out that the low price that you're seeing or expecting for 2021, and maybe address the low participation in 2020 and get you right around to that 70,000 pound allocation. Am I understanding that correctly?
Through the chair to Heather Hall, yes, that's exactly our thinking.
Thanks, Bob.
Okay. Thank you, Heather. Anyone else? Questions for the GAP statement? Okay. Well, thank you, Bob.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. So with that, I believe I don't see any public comment cards, unless Robin knows different. So that'll go to council discussion and action. So at that point, I guess looking for hands. From some enterprising council member. Maggie Summer.
Vice Chair, I am prepared to offer a motion.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Sandra. Very fast. My motion will cover, I think it's numbers 1 and 2 under the council action. I move the council adopt for public review the alternatives presented in agenda item F2A, supplemental SAS report 1, March 2021, for halibut landing restrictions in the 2021 salmon troll fishery beginning May 16th and for April 1st through May 15th, 2022. and recommend no change to the current incidental Pacific halibut retention limits for the salmon troll fishery for the period April 1st through May 15th, 2021.
Okay. Thank you, Maggie. Does the language on the screen accurately reflect your motion?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay. Looking for a second. Second, Virgil Moore. Thank you, Virgil. Okay, Maggie, you speak to your motion.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. The SAS has provided us some recommendations for alternatives for further review and consideration, including the status quo alternative, and then 2 additional alternatives. I understand from the SAS this is the same range that they proposed from last year, and we appreciate that there will be some further consideration of these as the salmon management process develops between now and the April meeting. In addition, the SAS recommended retaining the current catch regulations for incidental halibut for the period up through May 15th, 2021, and seeing no reason to make any in-season changes there, I'm recommending we remain with status quo. Thanks.
Thank you, Maggie. Discussion on the motion? Okay. Well, seeing no hands, we'll call for the question. All those in favor, signify, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And the motion passes unanimously. Okay, well, that takes care of halibut, I believe. Is that, I'll go to Robin and let her confirm that. Oh, no, actually, my bad. We have one more to go, sounds like. I believe it was number 3. So looking for a motion, Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I have a motion to offer for number 3 on the list of items for council action.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I move that the council adopt a final trip limit ratio of 225 pounds of Pacific halibut per 1,000 pounds of sablefish, plus 2 additional Pacific halibut for the primary sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis, Washington, as recommended in Supplemental GAP Report 1 under Agenda Item F2A, March 2021.
Thank you, Heather. Does the language on the screen accurately reflect your motion?
Yes, it does.
Looking for a second. Second, Marcy Urunko. Thank you, Marcy. Okay, Heather, speak to your motion, please.
Thank you. I think the GAP did a good job of laying out how they landed at the 225 pound per 1,000 pound ratio, trying to anticipate what 2021 season will be like, comparing it somewhat to 2020 with the COVID situation and also with some expectation of lower prices for sablefish for 2021. I think this is a good starting place, knowing that we can take in-season action to adjust if things look different.
Okay. Thank you, Heather. Okay, discussion on the motion? Okay. Seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. I believe now that takes care of this agenda item, but I'm going to Robin for confirmation. Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, you have quickly gone through this agenda item. So we'll maintain status quo for the salmon troll fishery, both through the April 1 through May 15 portion. And we've also adopted 3 options for the season that will begin May 16th, as consistent with the SAS report. And in addition, for the sablefish fishery, looks like you'll reduce that limit of 250 down to 225, and that would be consistent with the GAP recommendation in their report. So with all of those items complete, you have completed your work under agenda item F2.
Very good, Robin. Thank you. And I guess we're well ahead of schedule, it looks like. And I see from my chairman that he thinks that he's rewarded us with a 1 o'clock start time, it sounds like. So, and I'll be on the gavel. So I guess we'll see everyone at 1 o'clock.
Marcy, you're unmuted.
Someone speaking to me?
No, Mark, it's Maggie. I was just letting Marcy know her mic was live.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Patricia, can you hear me?
Diane, this is
Yes, I can hear you.
okay.
Great. I will go back to being muted.
All right, thank you.
Hi, Patricia. This is James Morris. Are you there?
James, yes, I'm here. I can hear you.
Okay. Hey, would you remind me, are you going to change the slides or do you want me to share my desktop?
Sandra will actually change the slides for you. So we'll handle that on our end.
Okay. And do you want my video on or just audio?
Just audio is fine. Your video is actually on the other screen, so we won't see anything anyway.
Okay. Sounds good. I won't worry about getting the video on then. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Hi, Patricia. This is Diane Wyndham. Can you hear me now?
Diane, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Nessie Sumait. Can you hear me?
Nessie, you're good.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Karen. I'm just doing a sound check.
You sound good, Karen. We'll be starting here in a little bit. So.
Wonderful. Thanks.
Okay, it's 1 o'clock, and welcome back everyone from lunch here. We're here to start off on marine planning update. I believe Carrie is going to start us off. Carrie?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. You can hear me all right, right?
Yep.
Great. And I apologize for the train whistle in the background if that becomes too loud. It's literally right behind our house. So good afternoon, everyone. This is agenda item C2, Marine Planning Update. This is a standing March agenda item in which we consider marine planning issues and activities. Over the last year, there's been a lot of marine planning activity, including progress on identifying aquaculture opportunity areas by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. And that was in response to the Executive Order 13921. And there's a link in the situation summary to that executive order, if you care to download it or follow it. And then also, there have been efforts to identify potentially suitable offshore wind energy sites by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, or BOEM. NOAA aquaculture reps have presented at Habitat Committee meetings in the recent years, and the Habitat Committee has commented on both offshore renewable energy and aquaculture in the past, including most recently at the September and November 2020 meetings. And links to those supplemental Habitat Committee reports are also embedded in the situation summary. There have also been several coordination calls with BOEM representatives and the Council Executive Director, Deputy Director, and staff over the past year or so. These have been good proactive discussions that facilitate coordination and communication. And these discussions culminated in having BOEM and also NOAA representatives join us for today's marine planning update. Representatives from both agencies gave detailed presentations at a Habitat Committee meeting last week on February 24th. It was 1 to 5 p.m. And the Habitat Committee stayed on until I think after 6 that day to discuss and start planning their supplemental reports. And there were representatives from most, if not all, of our other advisory bodies as well. NOAA and BOEM representatives are scheduled today to provide a summary overview of those presentations. Speaking of the Habitat Committee meeting last week, many of you are probably aware that there was much more interest than we anticipated, and the meeting quickly maxed out at 100 participants. We were able to scramble and make sure that all the meeting principals gained access, and the presenters, of course, and thanks to our IT staff and to several PFMC staff and others who volunteered to drop off the webinar to make room for the principals and the presenters. So we appreciate that and apologize for that glitch. There was obviously much more interest than we had anticipated, so lesson learned there. The good news is that we recorded the entire webinar and then made it available on our YouTube channel. And that should still be up and available if anyone wants to view detailed presentations from our BOEM and NOAA reps. In any case, the purpose of that meeting was so that the Habitat Committee and other ABs or reps from those advisory bodies could get a full briefing on the issues and then convey the information back to their respective advisory bodies. We do this somewhat regularly, and it works out pretty well, except when we run out of room on the webinar. In the interest of time, I'll skip over some of the background information that's in the situation summary, and I'll leave that to our guest presenters. As for materials, in your advanced briefing book, you have a memo from the Office of the Solicitor of the United States Department of the Interior, that's agenda item C2, attachment 1, and a Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife report that provides an overview of Washington's Marine Spatial Plan, that's agenda item C2C, WDFW report 1. There are also 10 supplemental advisory body reports, including the Habitat Committee report, which they produced in record time last week, and that was very helpful for other advisory bodies to use as a guide in developing their own reports. That was the plan, and that I think worked out well. I want to note that the early versions in our briefing book of the WDFW report and the HC report had a minor labeling error where they were labeled C2A instead of C2C. So if you see different labels on what is otherwise the same report, don't worry. We only corrected the labeling so that the meeting record is accurate and the reports themselves are unchanged. I did want to mention that though. I'd also like to mention that normally we have an update on activities of the West Coast Oceans Alliance and a summary of its fall meeting. Typically they have a fall meeting, a regional planning meeting. That didn't happen last year. And so there is not an update on that. The West Coast Oceans Alliance serves as the regional ocean partnership for the West Coast, and Karin Braby on the council serves as our liaison. I wanted to mention that the West Coast Oceans Alliance is currently planning on a upcoming stakeholder forum later in the spring. The date and time has not been settled yet, but they do want to get the word out far and wide. We don't have briefing book materials, but if you're at all interested, you can follow up with me, or you can go to West Coast Oceans Alliance. I think I have the website correct. I'm going to double check .org, and you can westcoastoceanalliance.org. That's what it is, and you can find out more information there. At this meeting, you'll get the presentations from NOAA and BOEM representatives, followed by the management entity and advisory body reports and public comment. And I saw there is some public comments today. The council should plan to provide feedback to NOAA and BOEM and should consider and discuss future opportunities to comment on upcoming activities related to offshore aquaculture and energy development. There was one other supplemental briefing book item that's in there that is the approval of an experimental wave energy lease off the coast of Newport, Oregon. So that's also in your briefing book materials. So after my overview, we will turn to James Morris with the National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science, which is a sister agency to NIMS within NOAA. And then Nessie Sumite from the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management will give her presentation. Then we'll move on to reports and comments of management entities and advisory bodies, public comment, and then council discussion. So that concludes my overview of the agenda item. I'd be happy to take any questions on that, and if not, then we can move on to James Morris with NOAA.
Thank you, Carrie. Questions for Carrie before we get started? Okay, not seeing any. So James Morris, welcome, James.
Hey, thanks everybody. We're going to, Diane Wyndham, a regional aquaculture coordinator with National Fisheries Service, is going to start out with a few introductory remarks.
Please.
Good morning, everyone, or excuse me, good afternoon. Time flies on a Friday. Thank you again for inviting us to participate in the webinar and today's marine planning agenda item. To start us off, I wanted to run over a few talking points before I hand it over to James. And I wanted to let everyone know that we have read through the briefing book and we acknowledge that there are still questions and confusion that we will try to address in the summary presentation and in the discussion that follows. It appears that it's not well understood how the Gulf of Mexico and the Southern California geographic areas were chosen for the first two AOAs. These selections were based on the already available spatial analysis data and current industry interest in developing sustainable aquaculture operations in these regions. We used a combination of in-cost siting analysis results and mapping tools that James will describe in his presentation, stakeholder input, including that from the council, other councils, commissions, and the interested public, and interagency coordination with federal, state, and local agencies, again, including the council. For the past several years, the Gulf of Mexico and Southern California have been areas of interest for domestic aquaculture producers, with potential farmers pointing to the area's access to ideal ocean conditions, access to markets, and established shore-based infrastructure. To address concerns expressed in the briefing book about the impending announcement of future AOAs, and that announcement anticipated in spring of this year, NOAA is currently reviewing comments received from the 5 listening sessions that we hosted, as well as the Federal Register Notice Request for Information. NOAA's Office of Aquaculture is working with the various regional offices to define opportunities and challenges of potential AOAs in their regions. The Office of Aquaculture is also considering opportunities and challenges, including budget limitations, and recommend options with high likelihood of beginning a successful AOA process in fiscal year 21. Specific to the request for information and public listening sessions, preliminary results and recommendations for future AOAs include support for an AOA for shellfish and seaweed mariculture in Alaska in state and federal waters, support for AOAs in the Western Pacific, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and Puerto Rico. Primarily, there appears to be opposition for an AOA in the Northeast at this time due to potential conflicts with wind planning, the lobster industry, and North Atlantic right whales, although we did receive one comment in support of an AOA in the Northeast. Opposition for an AOA in Oregon and coastal Washington were also part of the comments received, and additional site recommendations, including consideration of siting aquaculture with decommissioned oil platforms for regenerative or restorative aquaculture, and to avoid protected areas. We'll continue to update you on the information regarding future AOAs, so that gives you a little bit of a foundation. Lastly, before I hand it over to James, I wanted to go over the timeline and the NEPA process and explain that the timeline, while it is very aggressive, we don't disagree, is driven by the executive order. So we have been directed to do this work as described in the executive order. However, there are multiple intersections for ongoing council and public input as the Atlas process moves forward, and the notice of intent for NEPA scoping, review and comment on the draft programmatic EIS, and ongoing NOAA updating and related discussion at all future council meetings. It is anticipated that the notice of intent will be published in May or June of this year, with the public comment period overlapping with the council meeting in June. But we will continue to provide updates at all future council meetings regarding our progress. If the notice of intent comment period does not overlap with the June meeting, NOAA can still use that meeting to conduct additional scoping activities prior to publication of the notice of intent and receive input from the council and management teams. Per the executive order, NOAA has 2 years from the issuance of the notice of intent to prepare the EIS. The PEIS will include more detailed analysis, including but not limited to economic analysis and climate change considerations. The notice of intent is scoping. Scoping is another opportunity for the council and its committees and advisory bodies to make recommendations about NOAA, what NOAA should consider in the Southern California AOA PEIS. So I'll stop there and hand it over to James.
Yeah, if I could, Diane, I'd like to see if the council has any questions on your what you just said there. Any questions for Diane? Marcy Urimko. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Diane. That was a lot of really useful information. Did I miss it somewhere, or is that available in writing, perhaps, for the council?
I can put, I mean, it's taken from different pieces of information. I can put something together if you want those comments in an email to you, or I can, meeting notes, something like that. It's gathered from different pieces of information as we're working through this process internally and externally.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chair, may I continue just a sec?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Diane. That would be fantastic. I guess I would just, it would really be useful, I think, for that to be incorporated into either a NIMS report or some sort of written material for the council. You mentioned some stuff in there, I think that's really informative and helpful for us. I wasn't aware that you'll be providing us updates at all the future council meetings, and I guess I'm appreciative of that, but just would love to hear a little more, and maybe just a question to follow up on that. It sounds to me like there've been maybe some changes in, maybe not changes in staffing, but maybe changes in direction for some staff with regard to assisting with public process and outreach and communications with regard to the AOA proposal and otherwise with regard to aquaculture. So maybe you can, or maybe James will get into that more in his presentation. I don't know, but whenever's appropriate, I'd love to hear a little bit more. Thank you.
Okay, I think what we're trying to do, Marcy, is provide a little bit more detail to some of the sort of 30,000 foot level information that we've presented in the past, as well as we're moving forward, especially here in the West Coast region. We are getting our planning underway in terms of how we're going to execute this process. So I am able to bring additional detail to these discussions, and that's going to be an ever-evolving process, which is why I'm committing to updating the council at all future council meetings to keep everyone abreast of that. And so it's not a change in course, it's just that we are able to provide more definitive information as we are planning out the process ahead of us.
Okay.
Thanks so much. That's very helpful. Appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you, Diane. Okay, so not seeing any other hands. We'll go to James Morris. James, welcome.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair and council members and staff, for the opportunity to talk with you today. I have much admiration and respect for the service that you provide towards our sustainable fisheries and habitats and protected species. I want to just for a moment plug the opportunity to work with Diane Wyndham, our regional aquaculture coordinator for California. She is really in the point position here for the region on aquaculture opportunity areas and other aquaculture permitting coordination and such. And please do wear her out in terms of getting her to help brief and to inform the situation. She's one of our best. I'd like to also just point out that I really appreciate the committee reports and the work that has gone into putting those materials together. We have been reviewing them over the last day or so, and we'll continue to review them as we move forward in this process. That input is really valuable, and we very much appreciate that, and also the comments that'll come after this presentation. Okay, so I'm going to share briefly, and this will be a really quick presentation. I apologize for that. We're going to have to cover a lot of information quickly, but understand that we'll have plenty of opportunity for question and answer. So if we go to the next slide. To recap for just a moment, I want to just emphasize that this is a planning exercise. This is just planning. This is not permitting. This is an exercise to utilize big data, to do marine spatial analysis, to be able to identify where in the coastal ocean between Point Conception and San Diego, that where there may be the greatest opportunities for aquaculture development should industry decide to go there or to put in permit applications. This does not change any permitting processes. This does advance the intelligence and information should permits be applied for in the future. We hope that the quality of environmental review, we are certain that the quality of environmental review and the quality of spatial planning will enable better decision making in the future through doing this planning work. And again, the goal is to, throughout the U.S., is to identify areas, about 10 areas over the course of about 7 years. So this is a sort of a longer term planning process to consider aquaculture development. Next. So this is a summary of stakeholder engagement to date. We have held around 150 meetings, over 500 attendees total if we count up who all attended. There's been a number of public meetings, listening sessions, both regionally as well as nationally. And we are still, engaging as we are here today with the public and with folks and collecting information. However, there is a point in which we are going to be finalizing the data and such going into the spatial models and moving on and publishing atlases for the model. But we are excited and proud of the amount of outreach that you see there across all the different sectors, including military, industry, navigation, social and cultural, research, environmental NGOs, and et cetera. And there you can see a breakdown of that sort of individualized stakeholder engagement as well as public meetings. All right, next. So I work in the National Ocean Service, and we partner with the National Marine Fisheries Service and with Sea Grant to bring together one NOAA aquaculture program to support sustainable aquaculture development along our nation's coastlines, including in state and federal waters. We work in various regions and supporting various state initiatives in the realm of spatial planning, environmental modeling, science advice, and engineering support. The program that I lead is a team of about 15 scientists, including spatial scientists, environmental engineers, environmental ecologists, marine biologists. These are folks that are studying aquaculture. We're studying aquaculture both domestically as well as internationally. And we've been together about 10 years, building infrastructure to be able to support sustainable aquaculture development and support really coastal managers. All those logos that you see down there at the bottom, those are all folks that we work with on a daily basis to understand their concerns, to bring science to the table, and to build tools that can help answer some of those hard questions about where and what kind of aquaculture is sustainable. Next. So over the last 5 years, we've conducted about 50 spatial analysis for aquaculture. These include both state and federal waters, includes opportunity analysis for ports and harbors, as well as opportunity analyses, spatially explicit opportunity analyses for states, including the state of Florida and others. This work has given us tremendous perspective when it comes to the requirements for identifying the right kind of space for aquaculture. There on the map that you see on the right-hand side, this shows you just the cluster of the different types of aquaculture development activities that are happening around the U.S. You see in Southern California, we have a bit of a cluster happening along the coastal ocean waters, as well as the cluster happening in the Gulf of Mexico and the Northeast. All right, next. So we are very much overwhelmed as well as excited about the opportunity to apply what we think is big data when it comes to aquaculture spatial planning. This is on the order of what types of big data that are used for opportunity planning on land. If you think about the tremendous sea of data that exists out there for the ocean, we really are working in a big data environment. We work to bring that big data to decision makers using GIS and using modeling to be able to understand where's the greatest opportunity for aquaculture development. Next. The big data I'm talking about are literally millions of data layers, hundreds of categories or hundreds of data types that are available for the coastal ocean. We bring all that data and all that infrastructure into a spatial planning workflow. And this shows generally the spatial planning workflow that we have worked through to do what in this case is suitability analysis for Southern California. All right, next. So this is an example, and I don't want you to think too much about the numbers on the screen. This is really just an example to show the different types of data that might go into a suitability model. Now imagine that these data include, over, in some cases, hundreds of data layers. For example, that data layer is either hard bottom habitat, habitat areas of particular concern, deep sea corals, and the list goes on and on and on. The first thing that we do is we gather all the data that we can to inform a particular planning objective, which in this case is where's the best opportunity for an aquaculture opportunity area to be established. And then we're able to score those data layers in terms of compatibility with the project goal, which in this case is aquaculture. So in some cases, the type of data is incompatible. For those types of data, we give a score of 0. For other types of data that may or may not be compatible, if that compatibility is uncertain, we can give those data layers a score of 0.5. We are then able to map and look across a study area, like the map that you see there on the right-hand side, and create heat maps that show where exactly in space there are greater opportunities and lower opportunities for the project goal. So what you see there on the right-hand side is a heat map that shows a particular study area. This is not the study area for the AOAs. This is just an example. You see that on the upper right-hand side of the map, there you'll see a grid of cells. We use a hexagon grid cell overlay. We will overlay those hexagon grids over top of the study area. That allows us to subdivide the study area into small packets of space. In this case, this could be a 1 hectare or a 10 hectare grid cell. We're then able to calculate the compatibility score based on the score of all of those data layers for each individual grid cell. And then we're able to compare that score amongst the cells of the whole study area. And that allows us to essentially produce that heat map there. Areas that are darkly colored in red are areas that are incompatible with aquaculture. Those represent areas like, cable areas or submarine cables, or areas that have existing infrastructure such as oil and gas or other types of incompatible activities. The other areas have higher or lower scores. We're able to look at those and relative to each other and look at if aquaculture were to go in this study area, it shows us where in what neighborhood has the highest opportunity. Next. So this shows you the study areas for Southern California. We met with industry, and industry said that the depth ranges that would work for the types of gear that is of interest is between 10 and 150 meters. And the distance from shore that represented a maximum distance from shore for near-term development was about 25 nautical miles. So we mapped exactly where those conditions exist for federal waters only, between 10 and 150 meters and 25 nautical miles from shore. And here you see that we have areas off Santa Barbara, Santa Monica, Long Beach, and San Diego. Next. So we have been compiling data that's relevant to those study areas. And today we have about a couple of hundred data layers that we have identified that can help inform the compatibility within those study areas for aquaculture. You'll notice we have 4 submodels: national security, natural resources, industry, and fishing and aquaculture. And then, and you can see the breakdown of the different types of data layers for each one of those submodels. Okay, next. We'll jump right into some preliminary findings. I want to just make sure you understand that these are preliminary findings. We expect these to be adjusted a bit as we're working to fine-tune the model, and our goal is to finalize these in the next month or so, and to begin developing an atlas for Southern California that describes all this information. And we hope to release that sometime in the early summer. So we are working in the upcoming weeks to finalize the modeling data and to publish the atlas in the upcoming few months. But so what you see today are preliminary findings. We don't expect the findings to change that much, but we do anticipate some fine tweaks here and there. What you'll notice here is the military-only data layers, and what you'll notice is that areas that are red are incompatible for aquaculture development. So there you see San Diego, off Camp Pendleton. Those are areas that really have no compatibility with aquaculture development, and those are based on some interactions that we've had with DoD over several years and more recently. You'll notice that we have some yellow and blue areas for the other study areas, and those are those were the final scores for the military areas for those study areas. All right, next we're going to jump through the other three submodels here, which get a little bit more interesting. Here you see the living resources. These are all natural resources. These are dozens of data layers used to compile this suitability analysis. And here you see areas that have corals. You see areas that have hard bottom. There are areas here that that just have various different types of compatibilities and incompatibilities based on the scores that were provided to the data layers. I want to share with you that we have worked with experts to develop the scoring criteria for all these different data layers. You know, each data layer has an assigned score and a justification for that score, which we published in the Atlas. But here, I just want you to look at the trends of compatibility. There you see in terms of just the natural resources. Red being not compatible, and then the bluer shades and yellow having higher compatibility. Next. And here are some general trends to look at in terms of industry. Now, this incorporates all the shipping traffic, the oil and gas industry, other types of, wastewater outfalls, you name it, any other activities happening in here, except for fishing and aquaculture, that has its own submodel, is included here. Here you see areas that are red, you see areas that are blue, and you're beginning to see hopefully some patterns emerging in terms of where the highest suitable areas are being identified for each submodel. All right, next. And I know that we're out of time, so we want to go quickly. This is the fishing and aquaculture submodel. Here you see the general patterns of fishing and such. Okay, and then next would be our overall suitability. So here we have combined and averaged the suitability score for each one of the submodels. And so each one of those submodels had a final suitability score for each grid cell, and then that was averaged together. And here you see the final suitability. So the area off Santa Barbara, you'll notice the area in the middle there, we have higher compatibility. For the areas off of Santa Monica, you see we have an area to the north, and then an area off of Huntington Beach, and then none for San Diego. Okay, and so next. Okay, so that was just a really brief overview of the different types of the suitability analyses and how we went about it, just in a very broad overview. And I look forward to talking with you later today during the question and answer session about the more of the details and the processes that we've gone through to develop this spatial analysis.
Well, thank you, James. That's a really great presentation. Questions for James? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, James. We'll move to Nessie Subite. Nessie, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay.
And I believe you have our slides.
They should be up, and let's see. Welcome.
Great. So good afternoon. My name is Nessie Sumite, and I'm with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. I'm from the Pacific region as its chief of the renewable energy section. This is a great opportunity for us to spend some time with you, and we certainly appreciate this opportunity, as well as being able to have even more time during the February 24 webinar. I think that's helpful to us, and I hope it was helpful to those who attended as well. So, I just have a handful of slides to summarize a bit about what we presented, maybe highlight a couple areas, and then answer any additional questions. We appreciate the reports that's already in the briefing book. We'll continue to review them and look at them and consider them as we go forward in our planning. So while I'm the only one giving the slide presentation, I am also joined today by the other presenters at the February 24th webinar. So they will be able to help answer any questions. Our state partners from Oregon, Andy Lanier from the Oregon Department of Land and Conservation, Scott Flint of the California Energy Commission, Dr. Ben Rutterberg from Cal Poly, and then from BOEM, we will have available for questions as well, Frank Pendleton, our GIS analyst who did most of the presentation, and our fisheries biologist, Donna Schrader. So if you can go to the first slide, please. So just to refresh on the areas of current activities, in California, BOEM has identified more specific areas off of the central and the north coast of California for lease planning. And so we call these call areas. There are 3 of them. One on the north called Humboldt, and Morro Bay and Diablo Canyon on the central coast. In Oregon, we are just starting to gather data, and we're conducting outreach and engagement on all areas off of the Oregon coast. Next slide, please. So during the webinar, we described BOEM's multi-phase process that spans several years, from initial planning to still in the water. The approach is to first define the areas that are feasible, then bring in available relevant data sets to the process. There are many steps in the leasing process, and each decision point requires different resolution of the data that is used. And so as we move through the process, we strive to have finer scale data going forward. So the graphic on the slide shows the 4 boxes of the phases of the leasing process. For California, we are not quite through that first box of planning. And in Oregon, we're not even in that first box. BOEM's activities in the Atlantic have started already in the last box on leases that they have issued. We have received construction and operations plan. Those plans provide the proposed generation capacity, the specific project layout and design, the manner of construction and operations. All those have been submitted in the Atlantic. So they're in the later phases of this 4-box leasing process. During the webinar, our state partners also presented on the data portals that we are using to house and visualize the data. I think they were able to show you how to access the portal and presented some of the data layers that are already there. In California, we're using Data Basin, and in Oregon, the Whirlwind map. And I want to mention also that DLCD and BOEM are holding a webinar on March 11th on the Whirlwind map, and you can register for that through our BOEM website. Next slide, please. So during the webinar on February 24th, we also shared our preliminary analysis of vessel monitoring systems, or VMS data, that we are developing with Dr. Bruntenberg from Cal Poly. This VMS data is data that we received fairly recently, and it's consistent with that approach of continuing to refine the data and information as we move through the process. The analysis is preliminary, and we're sharing it broadly with you, and as well as NOAA, National Marine Fisheries Service, and then Department of Fish and Game of both California and Oregon. And so we are hoping that during this process, during this outreach process, we are able to learn inputs from others on how we should be properly characterizing the data. And we welcome any comments and collaboration to make it most useful to inform our planning process going forward. So again, this VMS work is work in progress. We're sharing it to you, with others just to continue to get input going forward. Next slide, please. So we had so much information to present at the webinar, and we didn't really spend a lot of time on the specifics of the data gathering and engagement process. So I thought I have a couple slides here on showing what we did for California, and also another slide for Oregon. So in California, we began this process by creating a stakeholder engagement plan that was prepared soon after the task force was formed in 2016. And we began implementing that plan in 2017. So just like we're doing in Oregon, we started with a large area on the OCS in California. We started from north of Santa Barbara, going north and outside of the National Marine Sanctuary, on which we have no jurisdiction. We met with various stakeholders and requested data that would be relevant to the planning. So here are just some of the meetings that happened in 2017. Also, I want to say that together with the state of California, we assembled a science and data core group. And for that, we tried to reach out and invited a variety of scientists across the state working in relevant topics. So, we were able to get representatives from federal and state agencies, academia and research institutions, as well as environmental groups. That group held several meetings facilitated by Construction Biology Institute. They're the host of the data basin. And in addition to that, BOEM and the state conducted 2 public webinars to present the data and information available on the data basin gateway. This science and core group focused on the data we had then, which is the commercial and recreational fishing catch numbers and densities, seabirds, physical setting, marine mammals. The group also addressed whether the data we had was the most relevant and up to date for each of the various topics, and if not, where should we go and get some more. The group was also looked at whether or not the data sets were complete and if they were scientifically appropriate for this planning process, and of course how the data could be best used. The group discussed whether the data was useful alone or combined with other data sets to make the process most useful. I think we had over 660 data sets in the gateway, as well as the recommended scientific reports. Those are also in data basin. All of the results of the outreach is found in an outreach report that's posted on our website. Next slide, please. So we continued to work through 2018. And in October of 2018, after that data gathering, we identified 3 call areas. That's when we did the North and the Central Coast call area. So that call is also a federal register notice. And so through that, BOEM received several comments, like over 100. And then also the call was also to ask for interest in leasing, and we received multiple nominations of interest for leasing. We continued to meet with various groups in 2019. And in 2020, we conducted outreach on areas within and adjacent to the Morro Bay call area that were discussed in an interagency working group that was established to look at areas that may be more compatible with DoD activities on the Central Coast. And so, the outreach continues with, now with the VMS data, sharing it with our state partners, state agencies, you and other stakeholders. Next slide, please. So we just started this process in Oregon, as I said. We do have the stakeholder engagement plan that is posted on our website. We list in there the potentially interested parties that we would plan to engage with. So welcome you all to take a look and let us know if we're missing anyone. Our approach, given the COVID situation that we are in, we're trying to take advantage of standing meetings in the various stakeholder groups. And so this timeline kind of just gives a general schedule for the outreach. And we will be in this data gathering and stakeholder engagement for the next several months. Next slide, please. So that was kind of a quick conversation. In terms of the next steps in California, the next step is for us to identify what we call wind energy areas, on which we will then conduct environmental analysis for potential lease issuance. There'll be scoping and opportunities for public comments during that process. And as I said earlier, in Oregon, we will be continuing our data gathering and outreach engagement for the next several months to inform the identification of areas that might be appropriate for leasing. And then that would trigger the publication of a call for information and nominations that will then identify more specific areas that we'll be requesting additional data and nominations of interest for leasing. I mean, we try to keep our state web pages updated, so it's always a good place to look for updates. However, if you want to sign up and would like to receive updates directly, you are able to also do that by accessing our the links in our website. So that was fairly quick. I think I made the 10 minutes or less. So I think that's the end of my slide presentation. As like I said, we have several people that are available to try and answer any questions that you might have. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nessie. Questions for Nessie on her presentation? Okay. Well, very good. And then thank you once again. All right, with that, we will go to the WDFW report and Corey Niles. Corey?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I will just hopefully speak for a couple of minutes here. As Carrie mentioned in the overview, we have a report here, which is the subject matter is just some outreach materials on our coastal marine spatial plan for the states. As you just saw in the presentations, and thanks to my colleagues for those. They were very informative. As you saw, Washington was not discussed in either, yet we at the state have spent a lot of time thinking about similar questions, similar data analyses. And these outreach materials start to explain how and why. The bulk of it was prepared by our Department of Ecology, which is the lead agency in our state for marine spatial planning. My group was also very much involved in development of the plan. So yeah, just here to build some. We submitted this to build some awareness about the state setup. We haven't been as active with BOEM as Oregon and California. We haven't had the same level of interest in new uses of the ocean quite yet, but we are set up well, I would say, if and when that does happen. And I know my colleagues at Ecology are appreciative of the coordination that's happened with BOEM and other federal agencies through the what were the regional planning bodies, now the West Coast Ocean Alliance. I guess I'll just hit on two quick things about in the report and the plan that may be of interest to folks. One is, based on the mandate from our legislature, which is why we started this marine spatial plan was based on legislation from our state. And one centerpiece is what we call the fishery protection standard, which you can see that a little. You can bullet it out on page 7 with some more definitions on page 8 of the report. And it really is a process and information requirements, et cetera, on how, when new projects are proposed in the ocean, how do we ensure that they take reasonable steps to avoid, adverse effects on our commercial and recreational fisheries. And again, trying to keep it brief here. The plan does apply directly to our state waters on the coast. Yet the idea and one of the motivations behind doing this was also to apply that fishery protection standard and other type standards, enforceable policies to projects in federal waters through the Coastal Zone Management Act. We heard yesterday from the Habitat Committee about the Jordan Cove project and what's happened in Oregon recently with the state objecting to that project and under the Coastal Zone Management Act and NOAA concurring with that. So that's the type of process we are states focused on here, with the link out to federal waters being, among other things, the connection that our coastal communities have to the fisheries resources and federal waters. And one last thing, we spent a lot of time, me personally, my colleagues that also engage here in this process, looking at maps and data, and and seeing those and all the uncertainties they leave open. We expect our marine spatial planning process to meet that fishery protection standard. We'll have to take advantage of a strong, transparent, thorough public process like we have here. So where data can be augmented on with the expertise of our various colleagues, co-managers, and the fishing communities industry. So, Mr. Vice Chair, I'll stop there, see if there's questions, and if relevant, may bring up more during council discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, very good, Corey. Questions for Corey? Okay. Okay, we'll go to the Habitat Committee report and Lance Hebdom. Lance?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. How's my audio?
You're great.
Okay, thank you. Again, this is Lance Hebden, Chairman of the Habitat Committee. I'll be reading agenda item C2C, Supplemental Habitat Committee Report 1 on marine spatial planning. The first section is on council process for marine planning issues. The February 24th meeting of the Habitat Committee brought representatives from NOAA and BOEM to update the HC and other attendees on the process for siting and approving aquaculture opportunity areas and wind energy projects. The presentation described federal and state data portals and mapping tools housing the information used for analysis and planning in general. The presentations were mainly on process and data portals and less on the details of the spatial analysis that informed the decisions. Though the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration briefly mentioned the intention to study the effects of aquaculture on the marine environment, it was not directly discussed. Likewise, the potential effects of aquaculture on fishery or habitat were not discussed. As Carrie mentioned, there were over 98 people in attendance, including members of the Habitat Committee, council members, council staff, and members of other advisory bodies and the public. What is clear is that issues that fall under the marine planning umbrella cover multiple disciplines and interests. In this way, it's similar to the fishery ecosystem plan process and requires similarly multidisciplined attention and expertise. Much of the expertise that should be considered with respect to siting are beyond the Habitat Committee's current abilities, purview, and workload. The Habitat Committee discussed at length the previous recommendation that the council may wish to consider appointing a marine spatial planning ad hoc advisory body with the appropriate expertise or developing an alternate mechanism for advising the council and engaging stakeholder participation. As offshore development expands, the data sets and tools being developed here will undoubtedly be used as a starting point in future screening and siting processes. The Habitat Committee provides the following comments specific to aquaculture opportunity areas. Aquaculture opportunity areas were called for in the May 2020 Executive Order on Promoting American Seafood Competitiveness and Economic Growth. Their geographic areas had been evaluated to determine their suitability for commercial aquaculture. The Council provided formal comments on the AOAs during the public comment period in December 2020. To screen areas for creation of AOAs in Southern California, NOAA incorporated very available data sets on habitat, fishing, infrastructure, national defense, etc., into suitability models to identify approximately 6 potential aquaculture areas from point conception to the U.S.-Mexico border. Data sets were transformed to a common scale to allow comparison across data types to help determine their compatibility with aquaculture. The spatial modeling process identified numerous natural resource data sets and fishery data layers that, in their opinion, lacked spatial resolution or diversity to be of value for spatial modeling. Of the 127 possible ecological and fishery data layers, only 29 appeared to be used in the model. The remaining data layers were used to characterize an area after it was scored for suitability. It is unclear to what extent natural resource and fishery information actually informs the site selection process. Specific to the suitability modeling process, the transformation of data to common scale results in the data not being weighted for relative importance, such as ecological sensitivity or the economic value of specific fishery. The spatial modeling process is only discussed generally and left the HC with questions about the effects of the data transformation on determining areas as suitable or not for siting the AOAs. Regarding the process for creation of AOAs, once the AOAs have been identified, the blocks will be further dissected into 500 to 2,000 acre blocks, after which NOAA will apply a precision siting model. Our current understanding is that NOAA will publish the results in an atlas under a NOAA technical memorandum. And once the atlas has been completed, a programmatic EIS will be developed to complete their designation. There's an error in this sentence. It should say the National Environmental Policy Act process is expected to begin sometime in late spring or early summer 2021. The presenters noted that additional project-specific review and analysis would be conducted before approving any aquaculture projects cited within an AOA. NOAA conducted 5 listening sessions in 2020. They also indicated a desire for more participation in the mapping process specific to creating fishery data to assist in the process, though it was unclear whether the additional participation would be most valuable during the current screening process, the precision sighting process, or the PEIS public input process. Moving on to comments related to the BOEM wind energy process. In California, BOEM has identified lease call areas and is now in the process of identifying specific areas within call areas for siting energy facilities. This will be followed by a leasing phase and a site assessment, which will include geophysical, geological surveys, and biological surveys, followed by the construction and operation plan phase. The HC is concerned that development and analysis of fishery, socioeconomic, habitat, and other ecological data used to inform the call area and site selection process currently underway has not been thoroughly vetted or peer-reviewed by subject matter experts, and that BOEM's process is too far along to allow for critical review of these data. In particular, it was unclear how their analysis of fishery information, such as logbooks, observer data, fish tickets, VMS, etc., explains the spatial distribution and fishing intensity of several West Coast fisheries and how the data informed the site selection process. Also, it appeared that data included in modeling and analysis were not weighted for relative importance, such as ecological sensitivity or economic value. In addition, the analysis performed to date does not take into account the temporal variability within fisheries data for proposed projects that, if built, are still 5 to 10 years from construction. One factor that did influence the final suitability scoring of blocks was data confidence score. Several fishery and ecological data sets were scored as low confidence, while data sets such as wind speed, soft bottom, marine protected areas, and military zones were scored as high confidence. As a result, fishery data and other ecological data may have less influence in scoring areas as suitable for wind energy. Furthermore, blocks that indicate no fishing activity due to the rockfish conservation area and other spatial closures would score higher as being suitable for energy siting, but with the recent modifications to the trawl RCA, these blocks could potentially be prime fishing grounds moving forward. The importance of these newly opened areas to fishing would not be factored into the current suitability scores in these blocks because the scores are informed in part on trawl logbook data from 2002 to 2017. The HC is also concerned about the oversimplification of seafloor habitat classification in assessing suitable areas or blocks for siting energy installation. The seafloor characterization as hard, mixed, and soft bottom used for Amendment 28 and continues to be used in spatial planning are too generalized to characterize the ecological value of habitats within the mixed class and may be interpreted as less valuable species habitat, while being scored as suitable for energy installation. Fishery and fish habitat science and subject matter experts should be contributing to these decisions on habitat characterization and suitability scoring. The Council may wish to ask BOEM for more clarity on how data development, analysis, and suitability scoring was vetted with NIMS and California Department of Fish and Wildlife, fishery and habitat scientists, and other subject matter experts for their process in California. BOEM's process off of Oregon is not as advanced as the California process. BOEM, in collaboration with the Oregon Department of Land Conservation and Development, has developed a data gathering and public engagement plan. Task force meetings were held in 2020, and BOEM and the Oregon Department of Land Conservation and Development is developing a data catalog and mapping tool to inform the process and for public use. A preliminary analysis to map fishing effort and intensity using VMS, logbook, and observer data is in the early stages. To our knowledge, there's not yet been scientific advisory body or public review process for vetting and reviewing data sets, data summaries, or analysis, and little consultation with fishery experts on the fishery data analysis. The Habitat Committee believes this should occur early in BOEM's process and include a peer review process for any new data products generated from these analyses. The Council may wish to inquire how fishery experts will be consulted on these analyses and for documentation on data development and clarification on the timeline for providing input to the data development process and for data revisions. Early in the BOEM process of identifying call areas, a high-level site suitability and elimination assessment is conducted based on wind speed, proximity to grid, energy transmission cables, Department of Defense areas, and national marine sanctuaries. Transmission cable connectivity to shore-based electrical grid is a critical component in BOEM suitability criteria, and yet the cable route itself through state waters is not necessarily evaluated for suitability or non-suitability with respect to fishery resources and fishing because the route is through state waters and is under FERC jurisdiction, not BOEM. At the very early stages in the process, BOEM should solicit input from the Council and other resource management bodies on the elimination criteria, such as habitat areas of particular concern, essential fish habitat conservation areas, and state marine protected areas. The Council will want to learn from BOEM's California process and weigh in early on Oregon's process to ensure that fishery resources and fishing are high priorities at every stage in the siting process. With that, Mr. Chair, that concludes my reading of the Habitat Committee report.
Yeah, thank you, Lance. Questions for Lance? I see Louis Zim. Louis?
Well, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you, Lance, for a very complete and engaging, I must say, report. I'm going to refer back to page 1, paragraph 2, the latter part of it, where you talk about that much of the expertise that should be considered with respect to siting are beyond the Habitat Committee's current abilities, purview, and workload, which I find kind of interesting statement given all the work that you just did here and the group that you have that I know are very, very good. What do you suggest we do? Where do you think we could draw the abilities, scientific abilities, and political, economic? Where can we get this kind of advice? Do you have any thoughts on that? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members Zim, that is indeed a challenging question. Our recommendation was simply a very specifically related to the fact that when you start getting into these large-scale siting processes and you're dealing with ocean currents and hydrodynamics, as well as the fisheries and habitat issues, which we do have a fair amount of expertise in, it's just such an expansive question that it really can get overwhelming in a hurry. And so that, I believe, is the council's, the question before the council. I don't have a good answer for that.
Through the vice chair, thank you very much, Lance, for that. As you may remember, I was part of the discussion of having some sort of committee from the council to look into this, and but now I see the problem that this is a very, very demanding subject. So that helped illuminate it, and maybe it will help in our future consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Louis for that question. Anybody else? Okay, Lance. Yeah, thank you. We'll now move to the CPES management team and Lorna Wargo. Lorna?
Yes, good afternoon, Vice Chair Pittinger. Just quickly, you hear me okay?
Perfectly.
Great, thank you. So yes, and good afternoon, council members. I'm Lorna Wargo, and we'll be reading the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team Report on agenda item C2C on marine planning. Update. Several members of the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team attended the online Habitat Committee meeting on February 24th, 2021 on aquaculture opportunity areas by the National Marine Fisheries Service and the National Center for Coastal Ocean Science and offshore wind energy by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. The team appreciates the information provided by these groups in the very thorough presentations. The team also had the opportunity to review the Habitat Committee supplemental report on this agenda item and appreciates them for making this report available so quickly. The team shares the Habitat Committee's concern relative to the information used by BOEM and the NCCOS to determine project sites. The team recognizes that various agencies, BOEM, NIMS, and NCCOS, are involved in 2 distinct marine planning projects with some degree of collaboration and consultation already underway. The team encourages further discussion as to how the Council, its advisory bodies, and the public can best engage. The team notes the fishery data used in determining potential areas for development span from only 2010 to 2018. This time period includes data from a Pacific sardine fishery that has been closed since 2015, thus potentially missing important Pacific sardine fishing areas. In addition, this closure has likely impacted the distribution and scale of other CPS fisheries that incidentally harvest sardine due to the constraints imposed by the incidental catch allowances for Pacific sardine. This could potentially misrepresent how these CPS fisheries would operate temporally and spatially under less stringent conditions. The team sees this as a concern as it may not accurately characterize the CPS fisheries and thus might result in development in areas where a CPS fishery operates. The team recommends that BOEM, NIMS, and the NCCOS use longer fishery data sets to better inform how their projects might impact CPS fisheries. The team also looks forward to additional information regarding how these fishery data sets were analyzed so that the Council, its advisory bodies, and the public will be better able to comment on site evaluations and provide input as these marine spatial planning processes move forward. And with that, concludes our team statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorna. Questions for Lorna on the team report? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to the CPS advisory panel. And David Kraft. David.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Let's see, for the record, my name is David Crabb, and I'll be reading from agenda item C2C, Supplemental CPSAS Report 1, Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel Report on Marine Planning Update. Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel members considered the February 24th presentations by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration on its aquaculture opportunity area in Southern California and by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management on offshore wind energy on the U.S. West Coast. Members then discussed the Habitat Committee excellent report on the presentations. The CPSAS agrees with the Habitat Committee's comments on their supplemental report in regard to AOAs and OSW, as it covers many of our concerns for the future of our fisheries, ecosystems, essential fish habitat, and ocean environment related to offshore industrial development. It was thorough and very inclusive of factors which need to be included in the final sitting decision. We are in full agreement with the following comments of the HC. AOA and OSW, much of the expertise that should be considered with respect to siting are beyond the Habitat Committee's current abilities, purview, and workload. OSW, the HC is concerned that the development and analysis of fishery, socioeconomic habitat, and other ecological data that was used to inform the call area and site selection process currently underway has not been thoroughly vetted or peer-reviewed by subject matter experts, and that BOEM is now too far along to allow for critical review of these data. OSW. Several fishery and ecological data sets were scored with low confidence. OSW. Furthermore, blocks that indicate no fishing activity due to the rockfish conservation area would score higher as suitable for energy siting, but with recent modifications to the trawl RCA, these blocks could potentially be prime fishing grounds going forward. OSW, transmission cable connectivity to the shore-based electrical grid is a critical component in BOEM's suitability criteria, and yet the cable route itself is not necessarily evaluated for suitability or non-suitability with respect to fishery resources or fishing. At this very early stage of the process, BOEM should solicit input from the council and other management bodies. The CPS recognizes that spatial planning can be a superior approach versus ad hoc project by project. However, to address our serious concerns in addition to the comments of the HC, the CPSAS recommends the following in order to improve the process and bring further clarity to final decisions on sites for aquaculture and offshore wind development. These should be done prior to the National Environmental Protection Act process to the extent practicable. The CPSAS offers the following comments, primarily on AOAs. Climate change is changing the distribution and abundance of CPS. NOAA should better describe how its aquaculture suitability model is integrating climate uncertainty. Strong analysis is needed of the cumulative impacts expected for aquaculture as well as the wind projects. NOAA and BOEM should describe or estimate the total number of wind farms, turbines, and fish farms that are being envisioned and their placement, and then conduct a cumulative impacts analysis. Areas of importance to CPS fishing and exclusion zones related to the sites must be thoroughly described. Ensure fishery impacts are accurately weighed. Maps need to show greater detail about siting as CPS fishing may occur in the area. Under the NEPA review for the final AOA site selected, there needs to be a strong analysis of economic impacts. Co-location of AOAs and offshore wind sites needs to be considered to help reduce impacts to fishing and the ecosystem. Coordination is needed with states which are considering project proposals in state waters. 116 layers were put into a generic category called characterization layers and not used in the suitability model. For example, highly migratory species. Those decisions need explanation and ground truthing with fisheries and ecosystem experts. National Marine Fisheries Service needs to explain the exact process for ground truthing the overall suitability model outcomes. Regarding OSW, the CPSAS notes that the BOEM presentation did not mention the following critical issues. Tension and fishing industry resistance have increased on the East Coast and West Coast, but there was no word about how BOEM is responding to those concerns. There has been no mention of electrical rates needed to make offshore wind viable, nor has BOEM offered comparative costing models to see how offshore wind compares to land-based sustainable energy sources, including nuclear, in addition to wind and solar. To date, no studies have been initiated on total cumulative impacts to fisheries, habitat, and ecological systems. There has been no information on what the target is for the total number of wind farms and turbines to be deployed. There was no analysis or mention of total job displacement in the fishing industry relative to the new U.S. jobs in the energy industry during construction and on operational phases. BOEM has not addressed the failure of the initial environmental impact statement for vineyard wind and are unclear that they will change in order to ensure a successful process that complies with NEPA. We highlight these points as BOEM and lessees for wind energy real estate to date have not engaged in a transparent process that adequately heeds fishermen's and other stakeholders' concerns and affords protections to our industry, our habitat, and our ecosystems. Renewable energy is coming, but before risking all our fishing grounds and ocean habitat carte blanche to these huge industrial projects, All potential side effects should be carefully evaluated by subject matter experts. If our fisheries are eliminated, they are not likely to return when the next wave of green energy takes us in a new direction. With that, that concludes the CPSAS report.
Thank you, David. And I think you might want to buy a donut shop to for that testimony when we meet in person next. Right. Questions for David? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move to the groundfish management team and Mel Mandrup. Mel, are you there?
Yes, if I can get to my mute button. Can you hear me?
I can.
Excellent. Well, good afternoon. I am Mel Mandrup, and I will be reading for the Groundfish Management Team and their report on marine planning update. The GMT received an overview from Mr. Kerry Griffin of the council staff during our webinar on February 17th, and some team members listened to the Habitat Committee webinar on February 24th. We had limited time to discuss this item. However, the GMT reviewed the Habitat Committee's report under this agenda item and shares many of the same concerns regarding fisheries data usage or lack thereof. Below, we provide some additional thoughts and considerations on the two mapping projects presented, and they are in no particular order. We may be able to provide further comments in the future if directed by the council. And of those considerations and thoughts, number one, members of the fishing community can be very helpful with these projects and should be consulted early and often. While meetings with the public did occur, fishing industry stakeholders' participation and feedback should be a higher priority. Including these briefings and as informational parts of the council process earlier could help ensure that the right people are at the table. Industry can help with things such as shaping realistic assumptions about fishing activities and on the water behaviors, such as trawl speed or shrimp vessel drifting at night. Additionally, they can help with providing additional contacts who may be able to inform the project. Two, the GMT recognized some overlap between the action agencies permitting for aquaculture and wind energy, and notes that to whatever extent public outreach and engagement can be coordinated would benefit stakeholders and industry members to make their engagement more effective and efficient. Point three, the GMT also suggests that non-industry stakeholders and agencies should be included earlier in data collection and analyses. The council process provides one avenue for identifying and engaging with contacts across state, tribal, and other federal agencies as multiple uses for the ocean are explored and potential conflicts are minimized. This would also help ensure that both appropriate data sets, including observer, logbook, shore, side sampling, and other potential sources, are identified and that the correct permissions and guidelines are followed in accessing and analyzing the data. Number four, in addition to identifying fishing locations, the GMT recommends that travel through areas also be considered in site selection. Closure of areas used to access fishing grounds could result in detours that cost industry time, fuel, and money. The Council and the Bureau of Energy Management should also take into consideration areas important to protected species that vessels may not be traveling through within current routes. Number five, the GMT discussed concerns with the data informing the analysis, that it may not reflect the current fishery and the direction in which the fishery is headed in the future. Snapshots of a single year, such as some the OR wind map data streams are unlikely to capture the full extent of the areas accessed by fishing fleets or the dynamic nature of the fishery as it responds to stock movement, changing weather, markets, and other factors. The years of the data analyzed in this process will directly impact estimates of the fishery's footprint, as shown by the time periods below. Additionally, the analysis should consider the appropriate length of time for data sets. The groundfish fishery, especially the trawl fishery, has changed greatly from the early 2000s to the present, with some key time periods to consider. That would be from 2000, the fishery declared a disaster. 2003, buyback of the federal trawl permits to reduce capacity. 2004 to 11, various stocks declared overfish, rockfish conservation areas and essential fishing habitat conservation areas were established, altering fishing areas to support rebuilding. 2011, trawl individual fishing quota program was implemented. And lastly, 2019 and beyond, most rockfish species have been declared, but at this point, allowing the midwater trawl fishery to resume and RCAs to be reduced in size. Point 6, last point. The GMTA has concerns about the lack of recreational fisheries data and informational used in these analyses. Some recreational fisheries, such as offshore rockfish, deepwater lingcod, Pacific halibut, and albacore tuna, extend past state waters. Recreational fisheries can be used as can be just as important as commercial fisheries to some ports and local economies and should not be omitted from these analyses. The GMT recommends including recreational fisheries data in usage mapping and analysis to identify both potential aquaculture and wind energy sites. The GMT does note that vessel monitoring systems are not required for recreational fisheries, so different data sources would be needed. State agency sampling programs should be able to help identify available spatial information. With that, I conclude the GMT report and answer any questions.
Thank you, Mel. Questions for Mel and the management team? Okay, you're off the hook.
Excellent. Talk to you later. Thank you.
You betcha. Okay, next up is the Groundfish Advisory subpanel, and I believe Tom Libby is going to give that. Tom? I think you're muted, Tom. Let's see. How about... You're muted, Tom.
How's that?
Perfect.
Okay. So, Tom Libby reading agenda item C2C, Supplemental Gap Report 1 for March 2021. Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Subreport on the Marine Special Planning Update. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel received a briefing about the materials under this agenda item from Mr. Kerry Griffin, Pacific Fishery Management Council Staff Officer. Additionally, several GAP members attended the Habitat Committee meeting on February 24, 2021, during which time the committee received presentations from the National Marine Fisheries Service and National Center for Coastal Sciences regarding aquaculture opportunity areas, and from the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management and Oregon Department of Land Conservation and Development regarding offshore wind. GAP also considered other advisory statements on this agenda item. Our overarching comments: the GAP appreciates the information provided at the committee meeting, recognizing these presentations, particularly the offshore wind information, were designed to be high-level introductory information. This may be sufficient for now and for those unfamiliar with these projects, but the GAP encourages more meaningful engagement with stakeholders as these processes move forward. Several GAP members were surprised at the progression of the AOAs, but also appreciated the amount of preliminary research considered to inform the process. We also note the offshore energy process for California and Oregon is moving more slowly, but still gaining momentum without serious consideration of the fisheries the projects may displace or affect. Or put another way, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NIMS, effort appears to move forward in ways we would expect. Research, outreach, engagement, discussion, and siting. The BOEM process seems to be the opposite, finding suitable areas for wind energy projects based largely on criteria for an industry that does not understand the existing uses of the ocean, makes plans to lease those areas, and then commits to extensive research and outreach. The difference in siting processes between these sister agencies are diametrically opposed. The GAP also noted, as did other advisory bodies, the data sets used for each effort were similar but could have been improved if shared data sets were made available. The Ecosystem Working Group noted in its statement that greater coordination between different state and federal agencies conducting marine spatial planning would result in greater efficiency overall. Standardized approaches would ease the burden on managers and decision makers. At the same time, local and regional knowledge should not be sacrificed for the sake of standardization. We encourage continued and in-depth collaboration between National Marine Fisheries Service, other federal agencies, and state agencies to develop standardized tools and portals, ideally with common protocols, application programming interfaces, or cross-compatibility for data access, noting that this does not replace the need for direct, robust consultation with fisheries participants and other local experts. The GAP agrees with this concept, but notes that much of the fisheries data used in both projects is already out of date. This will be an issue well into the future as regulations change, resulting in changes in fishing behavior. For example, changes to the rockfish conservation area may open areas that have not been fished for more than 2 decades. Species that are considered rebuilt will change behavior to include fishing on the continental shelf, as in the case of some rockfish species, for example. Data included in the portals must be continuously updated so both current and historical information is represented. Furthermore, as other advisory bodies report, these data must be put into context, and that can only be accomplished by serious engagement, not just outreach, with fishermen and other ocean users who could be affected by projects sited in the offshore areas. For aquaculture opportunity areas, in consideration of AOAs, the potential lessees' operations therein, the GAP recognizes that their duty not to unreasonably interfere with fishing operations and safe navigation. Aquaculture operations in the open ocean do not come without some risks, including nutrient loading, the potential for organisms cultivated to serve as reservoirs for disease, escapement of non-native species into the environment, safety of navigation, and more. The GAP appreciates and supports all efforts to address and mitigate these risks and asks the Council to support the same. The GAP also feels strongly that such operations should not be allowed to regulate fisheries access in any way. Any fishery that feels there is a safely prosecuted opportunity to fish in proximity to such an aquaculture facility should be allowed to do so. The GAP asks the Council to use its best effort to assure such facilities do not prohibit access for fishing by policymaking. For offshore wind, specifically regarding offshore wind energy development, the GAP has many concerns and agrees with other advisory bodies' assessments that the Council and NIMS, particularly the science centers, must engage with BOEM now. The potential effects on coastal fishing communities cannot be overstated. The data layers included in some of the siting research and analysis shows a lack of information regarding recreational fishing. Commercial fisheries are comparatively well tracked using various information systems, such as vessel monitoring systems, logbooks, fish landing tickets, and more. But sport fishing use and access are much more nebulous. Recreational fishing's strong contributions to the economic viability of coastal communities and ports must be considered in any siting considerations. GAP members noted that existing data layers must include context. VMS tracks, for example, do not show where salmon trollers fish because these vessels don't use VMS. Furthermore, information also is available by simply talking with fishermen. Whiting vessels and cooperatives depend on contracted data that has much more discrete area information. It could prove informative, provided BOEM discusses its data needs directly with the cooperatives and companies who access that data. Whiting cooperatives, sport fishing associations, sport fishing trade associations, processors, etc., should be consulted prior to project siting. General, more comprehensive socioeconomic considerations must be included in the analyses. Loss of fishing grounds could affect whole communities, and the number of jobs generated by offshore wind may not replace those lost in the seafood industry. A December 2020 Department of Interior Office of Solicitor Opinion supports the importance of the fishing industry when considering offshore wind placement, especially saying BOEM can only approve projects if they do not unreasonably interfere with fishing operations. Furthermore, the seafood industry's perspective, specifically fishermen's input, is what determines whether a project is considered unreasonable. The agency must err on the side of less interference, interruption to fishing activities, according to the memo. Thus, while the memo indicates fishermen's opinions are inherent to the process, GAP members remain concerned about BOEM's outreach. As many GAP members have experienced in the past, outreach seems to be limited to BOEM's representatives communicating the agencies and developers' plans to fishermen without providing ample answers, true transparency, or engagement. Some specific questions have not been answered sufficiently, such as how will BOEM wind developers address the potential taking of birds under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. Fishermen are held to a strict standard regarding short-tailed albatross. Will wind energy companies also be held to that standard? How will BOEM maintain and update the data and layers used for sport and commercial fishing regulations? One snapshot in time does not accurately reflect ocean uses. Does the agency plan to engage local and regional fishermen and processors, both at sea and on shore, about potential leases and sites? If so, how? Do BOEM or developers have plans for potential entanglement mitigation? The anchors and cables used may also alter migration patterns for whales and fish. How has BOEM accounted for this? Will access for transit or fishing through the turbine areas be allowed? If fishermen are displaced from one area, consideration of the necessary to transit to and from the vessel's home port or processor must be considered. As with the AOAs, the GAP feels these operations should not be allowed to regulate fisheries or access to fisheries, and suggests the council reiterate to BOEM that wind energy facilities should not prohibit access to fishing grounds. The GAP understands an effort led by California Ocean Protection Council is underway that seeks to identify current fishermen's use of offshore areas. The GAP supports this effort as part of a marine spatial planning program. That concludes the GAP statement.
Thank you, Tom. Questions for the GAP? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, Tom. We'll move to the ecosystem work group and Yvonne. Yvonne, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Make sure I have the right report. Can you hear me, Mr. Vice Chair?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So I will be working from the Supplemental Ecosystem Workgroup Report 1 under Agenda Item C2C, and we have 3 categories of comments. Our first comment is that we wanted to draw your attention to a report under the FEP update, Fishery Ecosystem Plan update. We had report number 2 that we had provided in response to your September 2020 request for a draft outline of a standalone council guidance document on agency activities in the California current ecosystem. You'll be considering that next week, but it might also be useful to you as you think about actions under this agenda item. And we're encouraging you to consider how the policy priorities proposed for discussion in that standalone document could be helpful to agencies needing guidance on priorities for analyzing the potential effects of their actions on fish stocks, fisheries, and the larger marine ecosystem. Our second category of comments is on the advanced briefing session that the Habitat Committee had held and on the items for the briefing book items for the marine planning update. So we thank the folks who came to speak to the Habitat Committee and other attendees in the process. And we recommend that project organizers for offshore aquaculture and offshore wind projects conduct more outreach to the fishing industry, including commercial fisheries, charter boat and recreational fleets, harbor operators, and fish dealers and processors. Outreach should be targeted to the specific and localized geographic areas that may be affected by new activities, and analyses of the project's potential effects should address all of the diverse fisheries that occur in the potentially affected areas. When considering the siting of offshore structures, it's important to consider both the potential effects of individual structures and sites and the cumulative impacts of these activities on the ecosystem and coastal communities and ports over time. Offshore structures have the potential to affect where and how stocks of fish and other marine species are distributed, and where and how fisheries operate, both on the ocean and in our ports. Offshore structures can act as fish aggregating devices and could become favorite haul-out areas for pinnipeds or affect cetacean migration patterns. Closing large ocean areas to fishing could concentrate fishing effort in open areas, which in turn might affect catch of target species and bycatch of non-target species. New offshore structures could also affect the operations of the fishery independent surveys that underlie our stock assessments and ecosystem status reports, and planning and mitigating for those changes will be costly for surveying agencies. New offshore installations are likely to remove access to fishing areas. Agencies should recognize that the best available maps are not likely to fully capture the importance of those fishing areas. Engagement with people with local knowledge, people who may have been fishing with the historical knowledge gained from years of experience or even from their grandparents and great-grandparents, or as the fishing tribes remind us, since time immemorial, will be needed to understand the importance of particular fishing areas. Onshore effects could include competition for space in small ports, competition for support infrastructure needed for fishing versus vessels supporting the energy industry, funds for dredging that are based on taxes on landings receipts, etc. Notably, underrepresented in vessel monitoring system and automatic identification system data are small-scale commercial and recreational fishers operating smaller vessels. Furthermore, use of declaration codes available in vessel monitoring system data alone often does not accurately reflect the type of fishing activity that has actually occurred. We recommend a starting point for better understanding the diversity of the fisheries that occur in federal waters. The Council has a list of authorized fisheries and gear in federal regulations at 50 CFR 600.725, although it should be borne in mind that these fisheries occur at depths that vary over time. We are also concerned about the permanence of aquaculture and energy structures and how they will affect adaptive management. Near-term climate variability and long-term climate change will affect where our fish stocks are distributed, which will in turn affect where fisheries target those stocks. As has been illustrated by the new Habitat Compression Index in the Ecosystem Status Report, by recent marine heat waves, upwelling indices, and other oceanic indicators, marine habitat is not static, and changing habitat and shifting species will be need to be considered in analyses of the effects of these installations. We would like to see more explicit consideration of future ocean conditions in the siting and approval process to consider both changes in the physical conditions, such as currents and significant wave heights, as well as changing habitats and shifting fisheries. We note that there are existing studies that model expected changes to ocean conditions through the end of the century that can help guide these efforts. Analyses under the National Environmental Policy Act and other applicable laws should explicitly consider the issues discussed in this section. We note that the fisheries mapping approaches used by different agencies during this update were very similar and yet appear to have been conducted largely independent of each other. And I will just say that other folks have said similar things during this advisory body discussion. So we also, the work group, encourage more discussion and collaboration. Finally, we thank the state of Washington for submitting its report with the overview of Washington's Marine Spatial Plan. In the northeastern United States, individual states have had a great deal of influence over when and where offshore energy installations are considered for both state and federal waters. Marine planning initiatives from the states and tribes can have similar influence here on the West Coast. And we wanted to particularly note that same section of the Marine Spatial Plan that Mr. Corey Niles called attention to earlier in this agenda item, that Washington State is following fisheries use protection standards for offshore proposed project areas, ensuring that there are no likely long-term significant adverse effects to fisheries, and all reasonable steps are taken to avoid and minimize social and economic impacts to fishing. So our final category of comments is more administrative on future council processes for considering offshore activities and other marine planning issues. In September and November last year, you had discussed several different possibilities for processes to ensure more input from fishing communities and the council on new offshore activities. We had discussed the need for fisheries involvements in these projects at the local and regional scales and whether a permanent advisory body could effectively address region-specific issues. If the council creates a new advisory body to analyze potential effects of offshore activities, we recommend that the council keep the composition of that body fluid so that participants could be moved on and off the committee as new areas of the coast are explored for new installations. We also note, however, that such an advisory body would likely require significant scientific capacity to generate the analyses needed to inform council recommendations. Lastly, we wanted to note that the Habitat Committee briefing on February 24th had reached maximum attendance, and was heavily attended by members of the public and other advisory body members. The Ecosystem Work Group and Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel February 23rd briefing was also heavily attended, and we recommend that the council use these pre-council briefing webinars as a model for future council meetings, maybe with expanded attendance possibilities, in order to advance briefings for advisory bodies and the public on issues that cross interests of multiple advisory bodies. Thank you so much for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Yvonne. Questions for the EWG? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. Next up is the EAS and Corey Ridings. Corey?
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. Can you hear me?
I can.
Great, thank you. The Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel appreciated the opportunity to attend presentations from NOAA and the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management regarding the NOAA offshore aquaculture areas of opportunity and the BOEM wind energy made to the Habitat Committee on February 24th. The EAS appreciated the opportunity to learn about the data collection and analysis processes used in these efforts. A key question related to engaging fisheries participants was, how are they evaluating the role of fishing or the importance of fishing communities? While the fishery-related data sources for both projects appeared to be relatively comprehensive, to date, there has been limited apparent outreach to knowledgeable members of the public. NOAA Aquaculture Opportunity Area Siting. NOAA staff provided an overview of the spatial planning process that is underway to identify AOAs off Southern California, focusing on public outreach and an overview of their data inventory. Presenters summarized their, quote, extensive stakeholder engagement activities, unquote, that encompassed about 150 meetings, although a combined total of only 500 attendees. The data inventory included a combination of commercial and recreational fisheries data sets, for example, using vessel monitoring systems, state and federal landings information, as well as habitat information. Despite the amount of public involvement to date, and given the number of databases included, The amount of serious vetting of fisheries-related data by fishery participants, managers, scientists, or fishing-dependent communities appeared to be very limited. The current stage of the process indicates NEPA scoping will begin on May 2021. Thus, new or additional input, such as more specific fisheries data, should be considered during that phase. NOAA staff acknowledged that this data acquisition and review process was relatively brief due to a foreshortened timeline, but stated their next process would be more participatory mapping process. The EAS discussed the fact that the presentation overlooked the significant differential impacts from various types of aquaculture and how those would play a role in the focus of the types of aquaculture eventually proposed. Major differences exist between the types of aquaculture in terms of impacts and ecosystem services gained. It's not clear what the modeling of likely biological interactions of the aquaculture with natural systems, example wild fisheries, has been to understand how various forms of aquaculture might impact and modify the ecosystem and what the extent of such impacts might be. If not at this stage, then in the EIS process, the analysis of biological interactions will be critically important. The EAS further expressed concern that ecosystem impacts of offshore aquaculture are not well constrained and emphasized that continued vigilance and conservation of ecosystem services, inclusive of productive fisheries, be maintained. Offshore wind energy. The EAS discussed the importance of a meaningful and effective engagement process that includes coast-wide representation by West Coast fishing communities and collaborative engagement rather than what may be perceived as perfunctory outreach. Moreover, given the scope of West Coast fisheries, broader representation is recommended, even for regional deliberations. Collaborative engagement is necessary and will better inform similar future processes along the entire West Coast. Sustained investment in the planning process by the fishing community will lead to improved outcomes for both parties, but requires authentic efforts by planners to invite that engagement. BOEM staff provided an overview of their current efforts to use available data to narrow the siting of, quote, call blocks for offshore energy along the West Coast to about 6, which would be evaluated as potential wind farm lease blocks that are ultimately presented to the public during the EIS phase. It would not be until that point in the process that the public could provide comments on the data used in evaluating the 6 sites. The California Energy Commission staff participating on the BOEM Energy Task Force provided an overview of offshore wind databases that are part of the California Offshore Wind Energy Gateway project for use as a planning tool. This effort can be accessed at a link that's in our report here, and was presented as an opportunity for active engagement by interested parties, although any broad, effective efforts to inform the public of this opportunity were not apparent. Council Committee. The EAS restates its position from September 2020 that a committee to address offshore development activities would be useful in effectively engaging fishery stakeholders, reducing conflicts among users, incentivizing new research, and helping the council address these important issues. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Corey. Questions for Corey? Louis Zim. Louis?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Corey, for your testimony from the EAS. You mentioned in the last paragraph the need for a committee to consider this situation. Who does the EAS envision would be invited, or shall we say needed, on such a committee? Did you discuss that at all?
Thank you, Mr. Zim. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We did not discuss that in depth. We had some discussion about, in general, needing more capacity within the council family to better understand these issues and make sure that these issues were brought to the council and brought to other stakeholders. But we didn't have any particular discussion regarding exact membership.
Through the Vice Chair. Thank you very much, Corey.
Thank you, Louis. Any further questions for Corey? Okay, thank you, Corey. With that, we'll go to the HMS management team and Liz Helmers. Liz?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Can you hear me all right?
I can.
Great. Good afternoon, Council. Liz Helmers. I'll be reading the Highly Migratory Species Management Team report on the marine planning update. The Highly Migratory Species Management Team would like to thank the representatives from NOAA and BOEM and each of the state data portals for the February 24th, 2021 update they provided to the Habitat Committee regarding the siting and approval process for AOAs and offshore wind energy projects. After review of several of the advisory body reports and a joint discussion with the HMS Advisory Subpanel, the management team offers the following comments for council consideration. The team shares the concerns raised by the EWG in their supplemental EWG Report 1, that the permanence of AOA and offshore wind structures could impede adaptive management, especially for HMS. Given that oceanographic processes influence HMS distributions, the management team recommends that NOAA and BOEM specifically incorporate current and anticipated ocean conditions in the siting and approval process to address potential shifts in HMS stocks. The team is concerned the use of available fisheries data without comprehensive input from subject matter experts may result in the determination that an area is suitable for offshore development when siting in this area may be disruptive to fishery operations. The displacement of fishing effort may result in changes to the interpretation of fishery-dependent data and influence the effectiveness of management measures. Additionally, HMS essential fish habitat is under review, and new information being collected and compiled as part of that process should be taken into consideration. The management team has concerns in line with those raised by the HMS-AS, council advisories, and other constituents about the data analyses presented at the February 24th Habitat Committee briefing. A key question is whether available fisheries data sets, such as landings data, vessel monitoring systems, and automatic identification systems, would yield a complete characterization of the location, quality, intensity, and frequency of fishing activities in the areas proposed for AOA and offshore wind sites. Comprehensive engagement of subject matter experts in both fisheries and these data sets should be prioritized by BOEM and NOAA, and the methodologies of the analyses should be disclosed to interested stakeholders for review and input. The management team strongly feels that further engagement with fishing community members who are familiar with fishing activities at the proposed sites would help provide a more complete description of fishing operations that may be impacted by aquaculture or offshore wind installations. The team continues to support the Council's development of a committee or advisory body to address this topic, as previously mentioned in its September 2020 report. The team views this as an important next step given the Habitat Committee's concerns regarding their capacity to address the range of marine spatial planning items before the Council, including offshore wind energy, aquaculture, and other related topics. Thank you, and I am happy to take any questions.
Yeah, thanks, Liz. Questions for Liz and the team? Louis Zim. Louis?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Liz. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Corey. Who would you envision should be asked to be on such a team?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Zim. I was going to wonder, I wondered if you were going to ask me that question as well. To echo what Corey said, the management team hasn't really discussed membership or who we thought the council should consider. That is definitely something that we would be more than happy to do and provide feedback to the council at a later point. But at this time, we don't really have any specific suggestions.
Through the chair, thank you very much, Liz.
Okay, further questions for Liz? Okay, thanks, Liz. Next up is the HMS Advisory Subpanel and Mike Conroy. Mike?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just making sure you can hear me.
Yep, you're good.
Perfect. So my name is Mike Conroy. I'll be reading in supplemental HMS AS report number 1, agenda item C2C. 3 members of the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel attended the February 24th, 2021 Habitat Committee meeting to consider information on marine planning and offshore development activities. Unfortunately, other interested individuals were unable to attend as the meeting hit the capacity of the virtual meeting license for attendance at 100 participants. Given widespread interest in the topic of marine planning and offshore development, we are also disappointed about the lack of any meaningful time for public comment. The sit sum for this item makes the following statement. BOEM has also conducted substantial outreach efforts to identify areas potentially suitable for offshore wind development. While this may be true, it does not accurately reflect outreach efforts to the fishing community. Ensuring an inclusive planning process that includes all directly impacted parties and stakeholders will result in more viable and low conflict solutions that minimize negative socioeconomic and ecological impacts. We limit our comments to the content of the webinar and provide questions we believe are foundational in nature, meaning they should be answered before the planning processes move forward. At the outset, we very much appreciate the Habitat Committee hosting this webinar. We appreciate the folks from NOAA giving an update and overview of the current status of AOAs, in particular Southern California Bight. We also appreciate the folks from BOEM giving an update and overview of the status of offshore wind development activities off the California and Oregon coasts. It is worth noting the recent lease for an offshore wave energy project off Oregon was planned with commercial and recreational fishing input beginning early in the process. The 3 members of the HMSAS who attended were somewhat surprised at the speed with which these development activities are happening. For convenience, we address each new use separately. AOAs within the Southern California Bight. As noted, last May's EO required the designation of 10 AOAs in U.S. waters. Last fall, NOAA identified the Southern California Bight as one of the first 2 AOAs. We very much appreciate all the work NOAA has put into outlining those locations where conflicts appear to be minimized. We were surprised to be reminded of the timeline for this and that NOAA is planning on issuing a NOI for a PEIS soon. With regard to offshore wind from Central California to Oregon, BOEM offered clarifications on their timelines, that BOEM is planning to announce additional call areas off the West Coast, including offshore Oregon, by the end of the year was in line with what we had been hearing, that BOEM is preparing to identify WEA's wind energy areas relatively soon caught us by surprise. Per the BOEM website, WEAs are locations that appear most suitable for wind energy development, and the next logical step after identification of WEAs is leasing. We acknowledge there are many required steps before steel goes in the water, but remain concerned about the lack of engagement with the fishing industry, communities, and managers. We do provide some foundational questions. Some proponents of offshore wind farms off the Central California coast have suggested it should cover roughly 1,000 square miles as both necessary and appropriate. We question whether this will have impacts on the amount of ambient wind in the area downwind of the wind farm. Will this impact be such that it inhibits or reduces upwelling in those areas? Upwelling being a primary driver of the productivity in the California current large marine ecosystem. What redundancy systems will have to remain in place to provide power when wind speeds are above that which is safe for operations or below that necessary to provide power? Concerns related to both processes, reliance on AIS and VMS data in determining where fishing activity takes place. At its simplest, neither AIS nor VMS is required on most vessels which operate off the West Coast, and there could be challenges with VMS in differentiating transiting with fishing activities, especially when ocean conditions are such that safety requires transiting at very slow speeds, which may be interpreted as fishing activity. We encourage NOAA to continue and BOEM to begin conversations with the fishing industry to refine the data used. The lack of discrete data used for areas of important to fisheries. With some exceptions, the coarse scale resolution of the data showing catch location limits its value for more detailed spatial planning. For example, most California commercial and charter vessel fleets report catch in blocks. Most of these blocks reflect areas up to 100 square miles, which for purposes of identifying specific locations important to certain fisheries is unhelpful. Higher resolution information is critical for achieving conservation mandates while still allowing balancing sustainable harvest opportunities. We have a couple of recommendations. The first is, during the last 3 council meetings, you have heard calls for the council to establish a marine spatial planning ad hoc advisory body with the appropriate expertise and stakeholder representation, or develop an alternative mechanism for advising the council and engaging stakeholder participation. We renew that call today and hope the council would act upon that recommendation during this meeting. That the webinar was fully attended shows widespread interest, and given the timelines on offshore development are aggressive, we believe the need for action exists. The AAS stands ready to assist the council as it moves forward with establishing this group. We fully support the Habitat Committee's suggestion that the council will want to learn from BOEM California's processes and weigh in early on Oregon's process to ensure that fishery resources and fishing are high priorities at every stage in the siting process. Proper consideration to those resources and activities could ensure a more effective and less top-down approach of offshore wind planning activities. And I am going to preemptively answer Louis' question. The HMSAS did not discuss the composition of what this committee may or may not look like. And with that, I will conclude. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mike, for the report. Questions for Mike? Okay, seeing no Louis, we'll move to the SAS and Megan Waters. Megan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. Again, for the record, this is Megan Waters. I'll be reading today Agenda Item C2C, the Supplemental SAS Report 1, Salmon Advisory Subpanel Report on the Marine Planning Update. The SAS was provided an overview of current marine planning initiatives, including aquaculture opportunity areas, AOAs, and efforts to identify potential offshore wind energy sites by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. The SAS appreciates the effort of the Council and Habitat Committee to prioritize essential fish habitat in the evaluation of AOAs. The SAS also appreciates the precautionary approach advocated for by the Council in ensuring that AOAs do not negatively impact Council-managed fisheries through direct impacts like displacements and gear restrictions and impacts to managed species through vectors like disease and competition with wild stocks. In future steps, the SAS is interested in how and whether evaluation criteria are weighted during the evaluation of potential AOA sites. The SAS also heard about BOEM's offshore wind energy planning and hopes that a detailed analysis of potential impact to fisheries and fishing grounds will be included in the analysis of potential sites. The SAS asks that offshore wind projects be designed to allow for fishing since they can act as fish aggregating devices. The SAS believes the devil is in the details when determining impacts to fisheries and fleets and advocates for a comprehensive evaluation of both siting and construction of offshore wind projects, including, but not limited to, minimizing the footprint of submerged cables and mooring lines, minimization of transit restrictions, prevention of stray current and electromagnetic fields, and shark avoidance. The SAS would also be interested in updates from our East Coast counterparts regarding any lessons learned because they are further along in the offshore wind permitting process. With that, I'll conclude my report and address any questions from the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Questions for Megan? I see Butch Smith. Butch?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Great report, Ms. Waters. Mrs. Waters, excuse me. I was interested in that voltage loss. Did the SAS have a discussion on how the voltage loss from these power generating plants, similar to what happened in the English Channel and other places, in screwing up migration of ESA listed salmon for one and other species? Was that talked about at the SAS?
We did not get into any detail, specifically the example you mentioned of the English Channel and issues regarding migration weren't mentioned in detail, but it was mentioned as a concern. And admittedly, I probably have less direct experience than other of my advisory panel members. So I can't speak more specifically to that, but it was a general concern, not a specific topic of conversation. It was a pretty brief briefing that we received.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Yeah, and thank you, Megan. I do know it was a concern of the SAS, kind of 8 years ago or whenever this subject had come up and was hot and new topic. So anyway, well, thank you for your testimony and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Butch. Further questions for Megan? Okay, seeing none, that wraps up the reports, and public comments next, but we're going to go on a break, and we're looking good. So let's get back here at 3:20 and with public comment and then council discussion. Okay, everybody getting their seats? I guess we're gonna start here pretty quick. All right, it's 3:20, and we're going to start the public comment. And first up is Corey Writings and Mike Conroy. Are you there?
Mike's got his hand up.
Okay, I see Mike.
I'm just ensuring you can hear me.
I can. You're good.
Yeah. Sorry about that. We had to go in as attendees. So I'm going to start off. My name is Mike Conroy. I am with the Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations. I am here this afternoon with my friend and colleague Corey Writings with Ocean Conservancy. We are here today speaking together to further encourage the council to create a committee advisory body to address offshore development, specifically wind energy, wave energy, aquaculture, deep sea mining, and other potential offshore activities that might affect council-managed species, fisheries, and/or their habitat, the California current large marine ecosystem, and the communities that rely upon those. We were fortunate as we were both able to attend last week's Habitat Committee workshop on marine planning. One clear takeaway from it, members of the council family are very much interested in this. You have heard from the advisory bodies and others about the workshop's content, revelations, and shortcomings, that NOAA is taking public comments into account when considering future AOAs. In particular, the comments opposing an AOA off of Maine is comforting. We wonder what comments NOAA would have received had they sought input on the establishment of the AOA in the Southern California Bight before the establishment of the AOA in the Bight.
In the Habitat Committee meeting, we learned that 1, NOAA is planning on publishing a notice of intent to prepare a programmatic EIS for the aquaculture opportunity area within the Southern California Bight in May or June. That BOEM intends to announce wind energy areas off the California coast in roughly the same time frame. That BOEM intends to announce additional call areas off the U.S. West Coast by the end of the year, and that BOEM has finalized a lease for the PacWave South project off of Newport, Oregon. We note that the PacWave South project is an example of how this process actually should work. The fishing industry and interested stakeholders were involved in the siting conversations from the beginning. Additionally, there are 2 pilot offshore wind projects proposed in state waters just north of the Southern California Bight off Point Arguello, which could impact groundfish, salmon, and CPS fisheries. When we last gave public comment, we said that proactive, thoughtful, and inclusive planning and engagement is needed to ensure that our fisheries and ecosystem are protected. Engaging fishing industry members and the conservation community in a public and transparent manner should be non-optional before offshore development occurs. In November, we highlighted this had generally been lacking, and while we greatly appreciate BOEM and the NOAA Aquaculture Program presenting to the Habitat Committee and here today, this still remains true.
What is clear is that interest in offshore development is increasing. For example, Section 207 of the January 27th Executive Order establishes a goal of doubling offshore wind by 2030 while ensuring robust protection for our lands, waters, and biodiversity and creating good jobs. And the recent controversial decision by BOEM to resume preparation of a final EIS for the Vineyard Wind project. In our view, which appears to be shared by many council advisory bodies, there are many questions which remain unanswered. Some foundational, mean they should be asked and answered before any decisions are made, and some applicational. An example of foundational question would be what impacts will offshore wind have on upwelling in the California current? A more applicational question would be how will stock assessments, which rely on long-running data sets and set transect lines, be impacted? And what will be impacts on the certainty of future stock assessments where those data sets are unable to be collected? Rest assured, there are many more questions that fall into both categories. We thank the CPS-AS for including some of those, and to address the question raised by Butch, the impact of electromagnetic fields on Pacific salmon, as far as we know, is still unknown.
All of these activities will have substantial and meaningful impacts on our fisheries, the ecosystem that rely upon the communities which are dependent on both, and they do not stand in isolation. As the GMT and the EWG noted, they have cumulative impacts to the environment and our fisheries, making council engagement principally important as the main stakeholder group that uniquely understands these impacts and what they mean to our West Coast fisheries as a whole. These projects need to be considered within the larger context of the function of the California Current LME, how West Coast fisheries and communities operate, and what they need to be sustainable. To be clear, the formation of this committee is not intended to stop or block these developments. Some of these activities have merit, and in addition to sustainable wild-caught fisheries, may be reasonable and prudent uses of our ocean. However, folks who care about fisheries, fishing communities, ecosystem function, and the living marine resources off the West Coast need to be at the decision-making table from the beginning, not as an afterthought, not as a box check, but as meaningful participants who are reliant upon the health of and access to the waters under the council's jurisdiction. Wild-caught fisheries are not just an integral part of local economies, but cornerstones of cultures and communities and meaningful to millions of Americans on the West Coast and across the nation. Fishery participants are also some of the most knowledgeable people about the ocean and its uses. This knowledge should be shared as decisions are made.
We are cognizant of the challenges associated with our ask. Council staff, who we very much appreciate, are spread thin. There's been talk of assigning these activities relative to offshore development to the Habitat Committee or the ecosystem advisory bodies. We point to the words of the Habitat Committee itself, where it stated that much of the expertise that should be considered with respect to siting are beyond the HC's current abilities, purview, and workload. The EAS statement supports establishment of such a body, and the EWG discussed the need for the composition of such an AB to be fluid and need-based. We once again recommend the council create an advisory body under COP2 or a management team under COP3 or an ad hoc group to start the process to consider and address impacts to council managed fisheries, West Coast fishing communities, and the ecosystem from offshore development. In terms of specific recommendations for this committee, we recommend that it identify and report to the council on specific proposals for or activities which may lead to developments on the outer continental shelf and waters off the states of Washington, Oregon, and California. Number two, report to the council on potential impacts to and or conflicts with council managed fisheries, fishing communities, and the ecosystem, and the council's ability to achieve OY on an ongoing basis.
3, draw on the knowledge and expertise of other advisory bodies as necessary to carry out committee duties. 4, to meet and report to the council no fewer than 2 times per year, and as necessary, as specific proposals are announced or activities held, noting that offshore development initiatives and proposals can emerge quickly and, quote, out of cycle with the PFMC meeting schedule, as some committee meetings may require flexibility to meet virtually in line with public meeting notice requirements. And 5, support council staff in the development and maintenance of a council webpage, noticing updates, council action, and public notices pertaining to offshore development. We still have no concrete thoughts on the specifics of the committee's composition, other than the need for inclusivity and technical expertise. We would suggest the council take input from the states, council's advisory bodies, interested stakeholder, and the public in making that determination. Regarding process, and taking note of the council's plan to review AB composition beginning in its June meeting, we recommend that the council approve the formation of a committee at this meeting. Given what we learned during the Habitat Committee last week regarding the timing of various things, we believe it would be prudent to allow some sort of hybrid of the committee to begin reporting to the council sooner rather than later. The council and interested parties can then weigh in on this during the June to November timeframe scheduled for the composition of council ABs. We remain committed to working with the council and council staff in furtherance of the council's wishes.
As it pertains to offshore wind off the state of California and aquaculture activities within the Southern California Bight, we are increasingly concerned that the train has left the station and we are all left chasing after the caboose. Now, we thank you for your time and consideration, and we will be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Well, thank you both for that very detailed testimony. Questions for Corey and Mike. Bob Dooley. Bob?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you, Corey and Mike, for a great testimony there. I agree with all of it. I got a question for either one of you. Mike, you know, we've been talking with the folks regarding aquaculture, and noticed that the planning for the Southern California Bight is going to result in an atlas that's going to inform what's going on down there, and that's pretty much the final word in the initial planning and siting. And so I'm curious, to the committee or advisory group that you're proposing, do you see them as maybe being informative to get data, more granular data, because we see that as being a problem, the granularity, get more stakeholder input, and maybe be the not necessarily the clearinghouse, but the place where people can get together to try to inform other opportunity areas as they're being done, as well as BOEM and the rest of it. Is that, I hope my question is up to you.
Yeah, through the vice chair. Thanks for that question, Bob. I would view this committee's role as being sort of initially a vetter of some of the information that we have seen. When I had a conversation with NOAA on this, and they showed me some VMS track lines that just didn't make any sense to me, going across Santa Monica Bay. I viewed that more as sort of a, well, there's some non-fishing activity, but some transiting going on. And I think that this committee would be the perfect place to do that, but also be the perfect place to do outreach to the other ABs of the council to help get additional stakeholder vetting and looking at the data sets provided. I think that'll be one of the ways where this will be most helpful.
Okay. Thanks, Bob. Marcy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Corey. Thank you, Mike. I go back and forth on what the right solution here is. And I kind of warm up to one solution, and then I think maybe that's not the best solution, and maybe take more time and think about it more, and then warm it back up to it, and so on we go. You both just gave us some very compelling testimony about benefits of a new committee. But then in your testimony, you offered us excerpts from most of the existing advisory bodies that came from their statements that you agree with and are great points. And one thing that I note in the advisory body statements is they all have something unique to say, and it's because they're all coming from their own FMP perspective or have specific knowledge or insight that they want to share with the council. Then I also heard James Morris early on say that they're really appreciative of these advisory body reports and are digesting them and find them very useful to have on the record. And there's a lot of content there. I mean, we went through, several pages of materials in the AB reports. So what I'm struggling with here is, in light of Diane Wyndham's recommendation or her commitment that she will come to talk to the council at every meeting, and then thinking about the proposal that I think we heard from the Habitat Committee, that if we hold a webinar type hearing, like the February 24th event, that would have been able to engage well over 100 people had we had the meeting settings available to us to do so. It then gives each advisory body the opportunity to do its work and report to the council. So I'm thinking about this model of how the meeting on the 24th went and why that solution isn't better because it involves everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Repko. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think that's a great question. I mean, we saw a lot of engagement this meeting, and looking through all the advisory body and management team reports, they seem very in-depth and very thoughtful. I think part of the answer to that question would be, is this capacity enough that we can do this every time something comes up that has to do with offshore development? Is it going to take away from other things that the council needs to pay attention to? Do we have enough room on all of our advisory body and management teams' agendas to give us the time that it needs? Can the Habitat Committee host a webinar like that when something comes up? In my mind, some sort of committee that can exclusively look at this or be able to focus on this is about bringing that new information in to the council in a timely way and do some of what I'll roughly call sort of a pre-digestion. That is, in a scientific and management way, think about that information and break it down in a way that the ABs and MTs, which should be very involved in all of this going forward, they definitely think of them as continuing to weigh in on these issues, but that they can access that information a little bit faster and on a more regular basis. What I see happening on the horizon is that we're just going to get more and more of this coming forward. It's going to be faster. There's going to be more of it. We're going to see the geographies expand. And I worry that with our current council family capacity, there's just not enough expertise and not enough capacity to really dig into this and make sure that the council is addressing it when it needs to be addressed.
Okay. Further questions? Card Brady? Card?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Corey and Mike, thank you for your testimony. I am going to ask a follow-up question from Marcy and maybe ask it a little more pointedly. And the question is, was the February 24th webinar approach satisfactory and sufficient from your perspectives?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. I would say to the extent that it was held, yes. I think it raised a lot of eyebrows. We have been, as more and more people become aware of what is transpiring both through BOEM and through the AOAs, more and more people are becoming interested. This meeting is somewhat special because I believe all of the council's advisory bodies were scheduled to meet during this meeting. So, and I believe this might be the only meeting where that is the case. So, that might be an oddity in and of itself. I guess to the degree that webinar format worked, I still think there is value in having a centralized location whereby in committee or whatever it may end up being, that can sort of play referee between what's going on outside and then what's going on within the council family and kind of be the central repository of information, comments, and whatnot. If that helps answer your question.
Mike, I'll add on to that too. Ms. Brady, Mr. Vice Chair, thank you. And adding to that, I think the webinar was really helpful, and there was also just so much information given on that webinar, and there's a lot of technical terminology and just a lot happening. And I think it would be incredibly useful to have a group of folks who can help synthesize all that information and help put it in the context of what it means for fishermen, fishing industry, and the ecosystem, and make sure that we're understanding that information in that context.
Okay.
Thanks to both of you. If I can ask one more question, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Vice Chair. So what I heard you both answer was about the value of the information that was presented. And as a participant, I felt that the February 24th webinar was extremely valuable in information content. How do you feel about it in terms of the other aspect of your testimony, which is around vetting of information and ground truthing of information that's flowing into the modeling?
Through the vice chair, and thanks again for that question. This is all the over-reliance on AIS and VMS in the siting process is always something that we have thought, overlooks a vast majority of the fishing activity that takes place. And I think it was, as the GAP and one other advisory body noted, recreational effort in catch locations is completely missing from the equation. So I think from that standpoint, and then we brought it up during our comment, if you draw a bright line in the sand and say that any VMS activity that's under 3 knots is going to be considered fishing, doesn't take into consideration when weather may or may not be bad. So I would think that there could also be an additional form of, validation, verification of the data that's provided out of either the NOAA or BOEM processes.
Cart?
Thank you. I'm done.
Okay. And thank you for that questions. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair. I just wanted to follow up on part of the response that Mike Conroy provided to Karin's first question. And Mike, I think you referenced the value of having a centralized repository in a group or a committee of folks to keep track of the information coming in and make sure that it's being considered and evaluated. And I guess I'm just wondering why that wouldn't be a more appropriate role for council staff, a staffer that had, that was dedicated to monitoring, maintaining, culminating all of these activities for a pre-meeting similar to the February 24th meeting prior to each council meeting. Why is it that you feel that it is better that be done by the actual committee members as opposed to council staff?
Yeah, through the vice chair, and thank you for the question, Marcy. There's so much going on. There's so much being produced on so often. I'm trying to come up with the right word for it, but I'm drawing a blank. Continuous basis. I think in the we saw in a public comment submitted for the South Fork Wind Project, the phrase "confusion by diffusion." There's just so much out there that it's hard for anyone to keep track of it all and figure out, pull out the germane information, the helpful information from the noise. And I wouldn't wish that upon any council staff member. But I think that a larger group that is sort of knows where to look, is keyed into these processes, can be, help filter that in and filter that through so that it can be made readily available and in a format that is digestible by not only the council members, but the advisory bodies and the interested stakeholders that participate in the process.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Further questions for Corey and Mike? Okay, seeing none. Thank you both. Next up is Mike Okoniewski, and followed by Tom Schiff. Mike?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me, Mr. Vice Chair?
I can.
Okay. Mine is very brief, and I thank you for the opportunity. My name is Mike Okoniewski, and I'll be making these comments on behalf of the West Coast Pelagic Conservation Group. The HC, or Habitat Committee's statement or report, I thought was an excellent report, and we had great reports, I think, out of almost all the advisory bodies. And there's been a lot, Mike and Corey covered a lot of what I have thought very well, and we haven't really had time to compare notes, but so these comments are relatively brief, and and as from the quote out of the page 1, paragraph paragraph 2 on the HC report, much of the expertise that should be considered with respect to siting are beyond the Habitat Committee's current abilities, purview, and workload. And like Mike and Corey, West Coast Pelagic Conservation Group supports use of an ad hoc or other formal advisory body to track and inform the council on the development of offshore wind energy and aquaculture on the West Coast. Composition in our mind could go several routes, but should include stakeholders invested in the fishing industry. We believe there are well-qualified individuals within our present advisory bodies that could fill this role if we went that direction. Or they may be some type of liaison arrangement amongst the advisory bodies and a ad hoc group. I think it's a little premature to get too far along on that. But basically, just the support of that advisory body after the Habitat Committee said what they did, and also the Ecosystem Working Group and the advisory panel. Everybody's got only so much bandwidth right now, and there's still a lot going on at the other advisory levels. But I do think the connection should exist between the advisory bodies that exist and anything we do come up with for a formal wind energy / aquaculture advisory body, if we take that route. And that's it. Thank you. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mike. Questions for Mike? Okay. Thanks, Mike. Next up is Tom Schiff, followed by Amy Trice. Tom? Are you there?
Hello, Mr. Vice Chair. Can you hear me now?
I can. You're good.
All right. Well, Mr. Vice Chair, fellow council members of your other council members and hardworking staff. As one who is concerned about the health of our oceans, I am concerned about not only the size of the proposed wind farms, but also the size of the individual fans, which on shore have sometimes caused a hazard to other wildlife, such as birds. In addition, I just heard a comment by Mr. Butch Smith of the council that referred to an electrical leakage, if I understood that correctly, into the English Channel, which had an effect on the migration patterns of fish. I think that situation alone should merit further review. That's all I have to say at the moment, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tom. Questions for Tom? Okay. Thank you. Next up, Amy Trice, followed by Harrison Eibach. Amy, are you there?
I am.
Okay.
So good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. My name is Amy Trice, and I'm speaking on behalf of Ocean Conservancy, where I'm the director of the Ocean Planning Program. I've worked across the Atlantic at the federal level on ocean policy, planning, offshore renewable energy, many of the sort of spatial uses that you've all chatted about today. And I'll just note, I grew up in a small town on the Flint River in Georgia, fishing freshwater systems. So I'm hoping the council won't hold my geography against me as I talk with you today. So really, I'm speaking today in support of a committee or group that can help the council address the spatial use issues that you all have outlined and really being meaningfully and actively engaged in this marine planning process. Corey reached out to me about sharing some of my experience on what's been happening on the East Coast. And I really want to talk particularly about what that overlap is between fisheries and offshore wind. And, you know, listening to you all's conversations and some of the questions that have come up so far, you know, I see this group as helpful to really track, understand, and define policies as it relates to, you know, offshore renewable energy or other spatial uses. And, you know, listening to all the report outs earlier, you know, to me, the big takeaway should be that this is all really complicated and nuanced, and you really need a focused effort and developing a strategy for how the council thinks about all this work, And that will really prove successful long term. And, that could take the form of various ways of which the group could go about it. You could be tracking developments. You could synthesize information from the various committees that have reported out today and start to develop policies that would allow council staff to really comment comprehensively and actively engage on these developments. And part of my work over the years has been to advocate for fishermen to be part of these planning conversations and processes. And you all, and especially the council, are really critical to advocating on behalf of the industry. And that really means you must be part of defining how that space offshore will be used. And really to do that effectively, I think you need to organize yourselves. And, we recognize that renewable energy is important for climate mitigation and is needed, but I see this as fishing must be a part of the future, and that really needs to be done equitably. And in my mind, getting to ensuring that this is equitable means that you at the council have to be engaged as leaders for the industry. And so I thought what I would do is share a couple lessons learned so far from the East Coast process, just to sort of give you a perspective. And I'm really framing this through the experience to date, specifically as it relates to offshore wind. And so a couple of key things we've learned so far is that early and continual engagement is what's best. All of you know that fishing varies across the East Coast, and it rarely happens within a state-specific context. You all know that that's not, you're not bound by a specific state, and that was that boundary and that specific state boundary was really sort of an early lesson learned from the wind industry, them recognizing that they've got to take a more regional approach and considering how ocean uses operate and really tailoring their engagement to the way that use operates is critical to getting that right. So we're talking about, speaking with fishermen early about where they fish and the gear they use is really key to understanding where wind should go and should not go. Another lesson, all stakeholders and tribal governments need to be meaningfully included. And this can't be a one-off engagement. Engagement must be meaningful, it must be robust, it must be continual. And in my mind, part of that means that the council having an understanding early of what these potential impacts are before projects come. You don't want to get into a situation where you're only in reactive mode. So the council really needs to define its policies, what data gaps and questions they have, and the needs before a development project occurs. I see the council as a platform for helping to bring fishermen and fishery managers to the early side of projects and planning work. The New England and Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Councils developed these early policy position papers on various topics. And, I would just encourage you all, you have colleagues on the East Coast who have done this work. You have fishery management councils who thought in depth and had to respond quickly and have likely a lot of lessons that they would be willing to share with their colleagues. So I encourage you to talk to staff there, talk to council members, and get a good understanding of really what's coming on the West Coast. I see the council needs to be informed about this issue, about what emerging projects are happening, and you can really act in a consultative role. And the ability, I think, to bring different experts to the table and encourage dialogue and learning. There's a lot to learn. And again, I think you have those colleagues in the Mid-Atlantic and New England who have done this and who, this committee could bring in and start to have conversations with and bring that back to you all. There's also been fishermen learning exchanges. I know that Rhoda has done this a lot with UK and East Coast fishermen. You could see a situation where the committee is doing similar sort of peer-to-peer exchanges around what to think about as development occurs. You all also need to think a bit about the science and data collection and make sure that it continues in a way that's not disruptive and really continues to support sustainable fisheries. It sounds like you all have already had some conversations with the Northeast Fisheries Science Center. They are certainly thinking a lot about this. They have, they're working to adapt. They have a lot of lessons learned to offer. Again, back to that sort of learning and dialogue and exchange of information. And then lastly, a big lesson learned is around transit, navigation, and safety concerns, and considering that early and often and engaging with the Coast Guard. The council having a handle on these questions up front, that will result in more meaningful engagement as this becomes, as this development becomes more prominent. So, my big takeaway here is preparing early and don't be as reactive is really the big lesson learned. And I thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Amy. Questions for Amy? Butch Smith. Butch?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and Amy, a great testimony. And I want to kind of, I guess, pull from your experience on the East Coast. I know, we've talked about the birds that we've worked so hard in, keeping out of our fisheries and adversely affecting them and all the stuff that we've done. And I too worked, some of you might remember President Trump wanted to put offshore oil wells everywhere up and down the West Coast a few years ago. And I worked with Senator Cantwell and did some news conferences on that issue. Not knowing the East Coast as well as I should, but we got a lot of seismic activity out here on the West Coast, and I know that was one of the big detractors from sticking oil derricks on at least off the Washington coast and on the West Coast of all the seismic activity we don't even know goes on that goes on out in the ocean daily. And so I was wondering, is that problem get addressed out on the East Coast, or would you say they have the same, seismic type activity that we do out here?
Thank you, and I'll answer the question through the chair, and thanks for the question. It's a great one, and I will admit that I am not an expert on seismic, but I do know that the offshore wind characterization work is not, it doesn't use the air gun blast, the sort of heavy sound, sound impacts in the way that some of the oil and gas does, at least on the East Coast. And that's because they don't have to go drive the piles as deep. And so, I think certainly when you start to think about cumulative impacts, I don't think it's the one lease area. I think the question is what are cumulative impacts over time? And I think that's certainly when you think about defining research and science and monitoring is something that we need to think about. The way we've been thinking about impacts in across the East Coast as it relates to wind and other ocean uses and development is, we've got to adaptively manage, right? We know that these projects need to happen, but we need to do them smartly. We need to make sure that, fisheries can coexist. We need to make sure that this work can continue, but we also need to understand and address environmental impacts as this gets built out. And, that means defining a research and science agenda and a monitoring plan that addresses the questions that people have around, fisheries, marine mammals, and other things.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Please.
Yeah, Amy, and I'm sorry. That's another great answer. The vibration that they would cause, but I'm speaking of the earthquakes that happen, pulling out moorings and tipping these windmills over. Seems to be a lot greater risk out here than maybe it does on the other side of the country, and I think that was a real concern with with oil, exploration out here. But I would think that would be a concern out here also, is, those things tipping over because of seismic activity, pulling out the anchors and whatnot. That I understand and have seen 2 or 3 administrations ago, what it takes to anchor those things down, and it's pretty massive. And we do have a lot of earthquakes and stuff out in our oceans, and I just wondered if that was taken into effect. But thank you, Amy, for taking my questions and for your work.
You're welcome. And I apologize for answering a very East Coast perspective of not thinking that you meant earthquakes when you said seismic.
That's okay. That's okay.
All right. Thanks, Butch. Corey Niles. Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll yield to my colleague from Oregon there. I might have a question depending, but I'll let Karan go there. Thank you, though.
Okay. Karan?
All right, I will take it. And Amy, thank you very much. I found your testimony informative and well organized, and really helped me frame some of my thinking on this. So I very much appreciate it and your time today. One of the things that is running through my head right now is about policies and how we are set at this moment in time for dealing with some of the conflicts and decisions that are upcoming. And I think you know that we have in our briefing book the memo from the Department of Interior that was issued in December, which has created a new status quo on policy relative to offshore development and fisheries in terms of interference. And with your experience, I'm wondering if you would share some thoughts about your interpretation of that shift in policy from DOI and how that is shaping your thinking moving forward in terms of policies and how to reshape some of these efforts.
So through the Vice Chair, thank you for the question. And one clarifying piece on how I'm thinking about the shift in DOI policy. Can you clarify that piece again?
Sure. I see that, in my experience with marine spatial planning, one of the key problems is determining how to compare different uses in space and weigh them in terms of their value to each other, when most of the time we're comparing apples and oranges, not oranges and oranges.
Right.
And the DOI memo really set a new bar for stating that there needed to be meaningful consideration of an interference of offshore development, interfering with fisheries in particular, and that this was not just a minor issue, that fisheries in fact have great standing in terms of priority under DOI policy.
So I think the way I would answer this, and I don't know the recent memo as that you're referencing, but the way I think what you're trying to get at is we almost need some sort of compatibility assessment, and the ability to start to say, where are the best areas where are the most prominent productive areas for fisheries? What are the prized areas, and where can these other uses occur that do not, result in conflict? And, at least on the East Coast, we are starting to develop more data and information to inform that type of approach, but we are certainly not there. And, I think there are trade-offs and things to be considered. And I think a lot of what the focus has been on the East Coast so far related to planning has been, how do we make sure that the data and information is as robust as possible? And it's not just about the science and the data being there, but it's about engaging with the industry. You know, Mike's earlier comment about the track lines not being right. It's about engaging with the people who actually use that information, or, you know, or the user who are being reflected geospatially, to make sure that that's actually characterizing them appropriately. And, you know, that sort of process takes time. And it's, again, I think it is a work in progress, which is sort of why I always default to having conversations with people and having sort of some policies in place of what, you know, a particular user group would like to see out of this.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Karen. Corey Niles. Corey?
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you, Amy. I know you can't see us sitting at the virtual table here. I'm from Washington. It's good to have an East Coast perspective. So thank you for coming. On that question Karen asked about the reasonable interference, you know, my agency and other state agencies spend a lot of time in a scenario planning type way of thinking about these questions off of Washington, you know, without a real project proposal in hand. You mentioned the importance of taking a regional approach. So I'm struggling a bit. You know, I know the East Coast is different in that there's, I can't even tell you how many councils off the top of my head, 3 or 4. We've got one for not as long of a coastline, but the whole West Coast. So I'm kind of wondering if you have a perspective on what questions are best taken up at the regional level, you know, on the West Coast as a whole, versus how, for example, we look at a project that's pretty local in Southern California. So it was interesting if you could elaborate on about the regional approach.
Yeah, so thanks through the chair, and thanks for the question. It's a great one. And, you know, I think what happened early on in the BOEM process was a lot of engagement at the state level through state-by-state task force. And so what would happen is, you know, we're going to talk to fishermen in Rhode Island because that's where the development is going to happen, and that is going to be sufficient. And there was almost a training and things that needed to happen with everyone involved in this process to recognize, you know, that fisheries don't sort of operate in these magical state boundaries, right? That, you know, you might be fishing way further offshore. You might, you know, your port and where you call home, you know, that might be impacted by a development if you're operating out of New Jersey that's happening, you know, much further north, and those impacts need to be considered, and those people need to be engaged in the conversation about what that means. And it wasn't sufficient to just talk at that state level. And that has evolved, and I will say that is a positive of process. You know, there's still work to do there, but that sort of regional approach to how fisheries operate and the types of people to be engaged was what I was hinting at with the state level process. And, you know, I think on the West Coast, you know, recognizing your states are larger, your coastlines are longer. You know, I still think that figuring out a way to think about how uses operate at a broader scale and taking those into consideration is really the key. And that's sort of what I was hinting at there.
Thank you. That was helpful.
Hey, Corey. Karen, your hand's still up, or you have another question?
No, thank you. I'll lower it.
Okay. Very good. Further questions of Amy? Okay. Seeing that, thank you, Amy. Okay. And with that, we'll go to our final public commenter, commentator, and that, or commenter, Harrison Ibach. Harrison?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Council members, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Thank you. My name's Harrison Ibach with Humboldt Fishermen's Marketing Association. It was requested that I give a brief update on a mapping project that is going to take place up here in Northern California. A little background to the project is BOEM initially came to Eureka a few years ago to present a potential wind power project here. And at this meeting, it was presented to us a series of maps, which obviously showed a lot of very incomplete data that was based on the block data used on landing receipts that CDFW uses. And at that time, Ocean Protection Council and Humboldt State University had wanting to do a mapping project themselves with a lot of the local fishermen. After really reaching out to a lot of the local fishermen, there was not a lot of support for this project due to what had taken place with EcoTrust and the MPA process that had taken place a few years before. So at that point, we had decided, ourselves, the association, to apply for our own grant with OPC. And we have just now received a grant from OPC, and we'll be working with the Crescent City Fishermen's Association and the Fort Bragg Fishermen's Association. And we plan on mapping the area between the California-Oregon border and Point Arena. We plan on providing the most up-to-date information on what areas of the ocean are utilized by fishermen that participate in every fishery in the area. And we also plan on taking into consideration potential future fisheries in the area. For example, potentially gaining access into the non-trawl RCA. We had hoped to get this project going about a year ago, but the grant process seemed to be pretty slow. But we do intend to get this project started right after this council meeting. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Harrison. Questions for Harrison? Bob Dooley. Bob?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Harrison, thanks for that report. I had a question for you. You talked about mapping what's the uses now and future uses. Are you going to hindcast as well, and particularly considering the fact that we have an RCA that's been closed for 20 years, are you going to kind of memorialize that footprint and how it's been historically used?
Mr. Vice Chair, thank you, Bob, for the question. Yes, we definitely intend to use all of that information, obviously including the trawl RCA and the non-trawl RCA, both, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, Marcy, you're in go, Marcy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Harrison. I appreciate you bringing the council up to date on the activities of Humboldt Marketing Association and your colleagues down to Point Arena. This is exciting work, and we look forward to seeing it. You mentioned that your primary effort is to document for all fisheries in the area your current, future, and past uses, as well as some information about the relative value of the areas. I think I just curious to know if you'll also kind of be working to try to formulate areas where offshore development, in fact, might be preferred. There've been a lot of discussions about, well, every part of the ocean is used by someone at some time, or has been. And I guess, I when I look at the maps that have been prepared in the AOA development process, the siting process, as well as those by BOEM, I think the goal of those models is to come up with, areas that have the least amount of impact to various user activities. So I'm wondering if that is an additional goal, because I also know that, again, all areas have been used at some point, for something. And so are you intending to come up with kind of priority areas or recommended areas, or the impacts of areas of least impact?
Vice Chair, thank you, Marcy, for the question. Yes, we definitely intend to do so. In doing this project, we want to keep it as well-rounded as possible. Obviously, we already know what call areas are here that BOEM has announced for the local area, and potential call areas as well. And we really plan on trying to use all user groups, all fisheries, including shore-based commercial fishermen that fish for surf fish and perch, for example. We really plan to include absolutely everybody in this process. And knowing what the call areas are, we are going to be as absolutely truthful in where we actually fish, where all fishermen fish. Areas that probably receive a little bit more effort, and maybe areas that receive even a little bit less effort. But we also plan on intending to show all areas of the ocean that are used by all fishermen that fish for all fisheries. Does that answer your question adequately?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, I guess I was wondering if you would be prioritizing areas based on the culmination of your work, where it should sighting occur in the area between the border and Point Arena, where those preferred sites would be that would have the least amount of impact on fisheries. So will you just be gathering the data, or will there be some synthesis and recommendations on siting?
Mr. Vice Chair, Marcy, thank you again. Yes, in doing this project, obviously it was created due to a potential offshore wind project. But we also really wanted to do this project for potentially any development that could potentially take place. So we plan on doing this project to really map out what areas are used. And in doing so, then we can talk about potential areas that would be less impactful for a potential wind project.
Thank you. Yep, that does it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Further questions for Harrison? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, Harrison. Okay. That takes us to council discussion and consider presentations from NOAA and BOEM and provide the recommendations and guidance as appropriate. So I'll open the floor for hands to get this discussion going. Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Actually, if it is all right, I'd like to take a second and ask NIMS a few questions.
Okay.
I believe it's Ryan that's in the seat. I really appreciate the introductory remarks made by Diane here today. They definitely weigh heavily on my thinking about this agenda item and how we proceed. I'm wondering if you can help us think about future council agenda scheduling and what NIMS's plans are or thoughts with regard to engaging the council at all meetings now here forward on the topic of marine planning or aquaculture specifically. What is your vision as to how that is going to occur? Are you thinking about just a regular NIMS report item on the council agenda that includes, a briefing on aquaculture, or will we have kind of a pre-meeting similar to the February 24th hearing that NOAA staff will engage in and lead and direct, or do you have, I guess I'd just be curious to hear your thoughts as to how this is going to commence looking forward.
Ryan?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you, Marcy, for the question. I mean, I think NIMS is flexible on this. I think you heard Diane offer to continue to come back. I think we're open. It might be useful to have regular marine planning agenda items, but that said, NIMS would be very open to, obviously we have NIMS reports again by kind of on an FMP basis, but just like we utilized open comment for the survey updates of this session, there still are ways that we could continue to update the council on various processes. And then, if for times when we do have potential council meetings that overlap with comment periods, for example, in the PEIS process, that might be another option to maybe schedule a more focused agenda item. But again, NIMS is committed to being, and NOAA, our National Ocean Service, who we heard from today, are committed to being as available and as transparent and as we can.
Okay, Marcy, you good?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you, Ryan. Karen Braby. Karen?
Yeah, I would be happy to just kind of get some discussion going, and I'm so grateful for the work of BOEM and NOAA in putting together the presentations for February 24th, as well as joining us today. It has raised so much interest and so many questions and so many opportunities for improving those processes, and I think we'll all benefit from that. So I very much appreciate that. And one example of those presentations stimulating good work is certainly in the products we saw from all of our management and advisory body teams. Just an amazing depth of thought and comment in there and questions. And so I think we have a lot of really good information just from this one council meeting to help us move forward. I wanted to capture some of the concerns that I heard and that really resonate with me. I think overwhelmingly what I heard today was that there's great concern from across the council family that maps that are being used generally in aquaculture and offshore wind siting are potentially incomplete or either out of date or could quickly become so and are unvetted. And I say that, and I think our advisory bodies said that not to throw anybody under the bus, but rather to point out that there's an opportunity to improve the information that we're using, and that we should do that in order to make better decisions in the upcoming months and years. So I didn't hear today specific concerns about the models, the suitability calculations, and so on. I heard a lot of concern about those underlying maps, the underlying information on which all of that additional analysis and science is based. And that is a problem that we can help fix because we have the expertise around the council table and around the council family to help fix that. And so I think from there, in my thought process, I heard from our advisory bodies that we want to understand more about those foundational maps, how they were developed, what assumptions went into those, know more about the vetting process, know more about the timeframes that were used, because we are talking about a lot of things changing in the future. And we've, of course, been going through a fairly significant process to anticipate what the future holds for us in terms of changing oceans. We heard from multiple advisory bodies, just looking at history, that our regulatory history is complex and areas open and close based on direction from this council and other reasons. And so fishery effort and footprint over the last 5 years or the last 10 years or the last 15 years is different in those different time windows. And in some cases, maybe not all, but in some cases can be very different from what will happen in the next 5, 10, or 15 years. And so those changes need to be reflected in the mapping and then the analyses that come next from there. I also heard about missing data sets. That's, again, something we can fix in terms of things like underrepresented sport fishing. We can help with that. I also heard that, we have these parallel processes happening within NOAA and BOEM and mapping fishery effort for these marine spatial planning exercises. And from stakeholder public perspective, as well as representing a management entity, having those two processes happening simultaneously is confusing and seemingly redundant in terms of asking our public and our stakeholders to engage. But make no mistake, I think we heard very strongly, everyone wants to engage. Everyone wants the opportunity to provide input, meaningful input into the process. It would be great if we could combine those processes in some way to make that engagement more streamlined. The other thing I'm thinking about is challenges in weighing different uses against others. And you've heard me ask a question, for example, about interference between offshore development and fishing. And that as just one example of the challenges that we have in trying to decide what can happen where offshore of the West Coast. Transit being a key issue. So those are things that I'm thinking about in terms of the content of what we heard today in the comments from our advisors. And I am compelled, motivated, enthusiastic about providing leadership at the council level and meeting this head on and being meaningful partners with NOAA and BOEM in terms of fixing those problems. My challenge is how we do that, how we engage, how we allocate council resources and council floor time to do that in a way that maintains connectivity among our advisory bodies and this process, gets the expertise that we need. And I have some ideas from my own perspective about what that is. And that gets going really quickly because the timing is now, it's not a year from now. And so I feel an urgency to do something. So I'll stop there, but would like at some point to get to thinking about shaping that engagement.
Okay. Thank you, Karin. Bob Dooley. Bob?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Karin, thank you so much for that. That was about every thought I had in my mind, and I agree with everything you said, every last detail. It was just, I could not say that better. I know I couldn't. So, but I do, if I could, Mr. Vice Chair, could I ask Mr. James Morris a question?
Yeah, James, are you still here?
Yeah, hey, Bob.
Okay, Bob.
Thank you, through the chair. James, it was really great to hear you today. And I know we've visited a few times and met a few times, but I'm sure you heard Harrison Ibach, and what he was talking about is getting a group together to do a bunch of mapping. And this is not an area that's applicable yet to an aquaculture opportunity area, but it could be. And I would assume you have been mapping the entire coast here, or at least gathering the data. Can you see a way that you can work together with those folks to maybe gather more information and be more granular and kind of understand it's and that it would be additive to what you already have, but maybe would focus what you already have and be more inclusive. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure, thanks, Bob. Absolutely. So we have to remember with this AOA process that the first step is an initial spatial planning screening exercise, right? And then the EIS and NEPA process which is going to happen over a couple of years, will bring in additional review and additional information through public review, peer review, all that kind of stuff. So there's going to be ongoing opportunities for input into this process. This first AOA effort is in federal waters. Now we know that obviously there are interactions between state and federal waters. So in as much as Harrison's work is in state and federal waters, it's very relevant, but we definitely would like to learn more about that. I do also want to make the point that you and I have had long conversations about how we got to get fishing where people are fishing right, not just today, but also tomorrow. We have an interest, a very vested interest in making sure we get this right. And we have experience in developing participatory mapping processes that can support that conversation. So I think that this conversation is spot on, and we look forward to talk with you more about this stuff.
Thanks, James. I really appreciate it, and thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for giving me this.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Further discussion? Krista Swinson. Krista?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chairman. I have a lot of thoughts, and they are not as cohesively gathered as Karin, although many of the points that she has made, I definitely would not have been able to make as succinctly. But the points that really have surfaced to me over the course of this agenda item, and more specifically today, in addition to the urgency of really monitoring and having robust conversation, is how far-reaching and how engaged all of us are. And I, just as we navigate how we engage on this topic, I do want to remain mindful of that so that we don't somehow silo into a marine spatial planning group of some way, shape, or form, and lose that connectivity and engagement, because I do think that the interest is there, but really more importantly, the depth of knowledge by all of us coming together is greater. It's more. The other component that really struck me, and I want to say thank you to Amy, I believe your last name is Trice, was the need to reach out to stakeholders on the East Coast, council members on the East Coast, and councils on the East Coast to learn what they're doing. I think, we're going to have to invent our own wheel, because our geography, our cultural aspects, there are a lot of differences between the East Coast and the West Coast, but there are also a lot of similarities. And I think learning from what they have done would be very helpful in terms of keeping the momentum, because there is an urgency to this, and taking those lessons and being able to run, maybe not faster, because we're not going by ourselves, but putting it together so that we can go farther in terms of supporting fisheries and other uses. It's going to get more and more crowded. I mean, we've talked a lot at the council about wind energy, and we've talked about aquaculture, but there's so many other items out there, whether you're looking at blue economy or other issues, that this is going to get bigger and more complex, and having some folks that are thinking about it on a regular basis will be important. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Krista. Louis Zim? Oh, yep, Louis Zim.
Yes, it's me. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This question is actually out to those folks that have been deeply involved in the CCC Council Coordination Committee, who I know members are from the East Coast. Have these discussions taken place in that venue? And I'm not sure who I'm addressing that to, but if some member of our council that's informed of that, or our executive director could address that, I appreciate it.
Mr. Vice Chair, I can speak to that.
Please.
Yeah, so there's been, so we haven't really talked about how each regional council is engaged, but during this agenda item, since I am the CCC coordinator this year, and I'm keeping a running list of potential agenda items, I did put that on my list to discuss with the other executive directors, whether we want to include that in our May CCC meeting, to see if there's interest in sort of having a roundtable discussion about how each of us has been engaged in marine planning issues. So that definitely piqued my interest, and I thought that was a good suggestion, and so I plan on following up on that. But I think whether it cracks the priority list for the CCC itself, I think that at the very least there will be some discussions amongst the executive directors about how we all do that, and try and learn from each other's experience on that. So yes, again, not a lot to the up to this point on exactly how we do that. On the other hand, we have sort of engaged in similar sorts of things. We've been commenting on monument designations and those sorts of things as a group, but nothing directly related to energy development or aquaculture. There's been a little bit more discussion about aquaculture, but not really in terms of the aspects that we've been discussing here today.
Through the chair, thank you very much.
Thanks, Louis. Virgil Moore? Virgil?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My concern a phenomenal amount of work to start with. I appreciate what I've heard from a very large expanse of our advisory groups, our technical committees, and the time they took to bring themselves up to speed on this, and the work the Habitat Committee did to bring everybody together so that we could get the benefit of this discussion, in addition to public input. I'll express my concern in that the amount of human resource that it takes to track all of this stuff and comment on it, I fear it detracting from the technical and advisory roles that we have established in the council, and I assume other councils, to provide us with information relative to our decision making. Now we're being asked to participate or suggesting participation in somebody else's decision-making process so that our goals and objectives are maintained, and that's appropriate. But perhaps this comment might go to Chuck relative to his discussion on a national basis. If this is our future from the council's standpoint of rolling up the concerns that we heard so well articulated during this discussion, then we need to look at those folks that are needing that input, paying for it, and establishing that kind of structure in the councils to provide that without burdening unduly the existing structure we've got from a human resource standpoint. As a state administrator, we dealt with this and had to expand staff so that our management staff, our population and technical staff could do their work and still have staff that were competent to comment to others about the effect that they would have on our ability to manage that. And it appears we're getting closer and closer to that with the councils and the limited resources we have. Some of it's up to NOAA, but I'm not so sure that NOAA is totally the person to task to this. So with that, those are just general comments. I do believe we have excellent information to put together a written response to the entities that are proposing these things, to let them know that they have fell terribly short of including the complex information that's out there that needed for decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Virgil. Anyone else? Karen Brady. Karen?
Thanks, and thanks, Virgil, for sharing that perspective, one that I share, and that is my key concern here, is that our Habitat Committee, our ecosystem working group, do not have the capacity to carry the workload that I see is needed in order to support meaningful engagement just on vetting those foundational fishing effort maps that we've been talking about, let alone the marine spatial planning piece of it, which really goes beyond our purview and expertise. This is more about, we want to make sure our fisheries are well represented in those processes. But how do we do that? Where do we get the capacity? Because I don't see it coming from existing staff and existing advisory bodies without an additional infusion. So thank you for articulating that.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Corey Niles.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll be brief. I don't want to repeat, but I am lucky enough to be on the ecosystem work group. I was also heavily involved in our marine spatial plan, and it was a lot of work. I think the ecosystem working group, as just added to recently we doubled or tripled our number of PhDs and have some folks who did some really neat mapping work, cutting edge stuff. But given what I've seen it takes and what we did in Washington, it would take the ecosystem working group working harder than the GMT, meeting more, I think, to get the kind of engagement that people are talking about, or I hear being talked around the table. So expressing that my thoughts are still coming together on what we would need to do. I'm agreeing with Karin that it would take more resources or redirecting existing resources to do it. Was a very intensive look. And in Washington, we were talking about even just theoretical scenarios, and we put a bunch of maps together. I think they were good maps. We used a lot of the council's groundfish EFH maps, which I don't know what we have done without those. Overlaid them, did some Mark Zand analyses, and really what it just said to us is everywhere out there, you're going to have a tough discussion about trade-offs, and it's going to have to be a public process. It's not going to be a data exercise. So point being just, underscoring it is, I think, going to take a lot of time. And I don't know at this point, I see the clear way of how the council does that.
Thank you, Corey. Karin, your hand's still up?
Sorry, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay. We've had some good discussion. Oh, Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just want to really again thank BOEM for joining us in our council process over these past 2 weeks quite actively, and being willing to bring their discussion under our umbrella for a bit. I guess my thought is I hope you'll stay. Exactly what that looks like, I'm not totally sure, but I really appreciate the opportunity for you to come and join us and get to know our diversity with our fisheries, and how we how widespread they are. Few things that were mentioned about speed and need for something to happen rapidly. I mean, these things have come up very quickly. I mean, just in the last year, the landscape has changed dramatically. And I think it is incumbent on us as a council to find a way to be responsive, especially to those agencies that are so willing to work with us and hear us and our stakeholders. I think by its nature, however, our council is about fisheries first. And the reason that folks have come to engage with us in the process that we have is because we are an open and transparent public process, where we do value the input of our stakeholders, and everybody does have a chance to join and participate. We're all very committed to it for that reason. This is an amazing process that we come in and live in for about 40 days every year. So I feel like we really can take advantage of organizing things maybe somewhat in a way that allows for meaningful input on projects as they emerge. But I feel like, we want to strive to be inclusive, and balancing inclusivity and involving everyone in our council family. The trade-off is that maybe there's not as much drilling down and engagement by a few folks with particular expertise. So it's kind of a trade-off. I guess I'm still feeling like I want to thank the council staff for planning this particular meeting and drawing in the advisory bodies and public to engage on this topic. And I think, we've heard so much about the overwhelming response. It just shows how successful I think that possible model can be. One thing I guess I would really not want to see is us spending a lot of time kind of debating membership or how many members are the right members for a group. I feel like there's so much emerging that, gosh, anybody that has an interest that's part of our council fisheries family, we should find a way for them to come have a voice and engage and participate. So yes, that's some of my thought after all the wonderful work we've seen today. So I don't know where that leaves us, but I don't have any firm recommendations other than to say thank you for all of the documenting and really encourage our colleagues at NIMS and National Ocean Service and BOEM to reflect on the remarks of our knowledgeable advisors. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Karin?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I feel too like we're kind of at the end, but I feel like we don't have very clear next steps, and that concerns me because I think we need them. And so not wanting to put Mr. Tracy on the spot, but wanting to put Mr. Tracy on the spot, I am looking for council staff advice on what those next steps might be, and I'm looking for feedback from you as the director and council staff on some of the things we've talked about today. We've talked about bringing additional capacity. We've heard a lot of comment about new advisory body, standing up a new advisory body. And either of those options, as well as the status quo, have trade-offs. And your expertise in running this council well is what we need to hear in order to choose any of those three paths forward. And so I think it's part budget, it's part staff capacity, part council mandate, and just wondering what you're thinking and how we can come back to this issue either in workload planning or another agenda item this council meeting or in April.
Well, Karin, your timing is impeccable. Chuck texted me right before you spoke that he would want to speak right after you. So, Chuck.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, that was pretty good timing. I've actually been muted myself several times, but hands keep going up, and I don't have a hand. So, yeah, I did want to speak of to the points Karin brought up. So I guess kind of starting with maybe a little bit of the big picture. The council expressed interest in additional engagement in mostly ocean energy development a year ago, or maybe a year ago in April. And so we started having staff level conversations with BOEM prior to each council meeting to see if there's any issues that are ripe for council discussion or information that needs to be included, meeting notices or outreach notices and those sorts of things. And that was successful, I think. And it eventually resulted in this engagement in the mapping issue, and by coincidence, the aquaculture area opportunity mapping thing kind of came along at the same time, so we decided to lump them together. But I think we've been pretty successful in our at least communicating and kind of staying in touch with them. To me, it seems like what the council is really seeking is is an avenue into BOEMs, for example, or I'm just going to talk about BOEM for now, just again as an example. It could be any other development agency or process, but we're kind of seeking an avenue into their decision-making process. We want to be heard. We want them to engage with us, and so. But I think we've had some success there. I think when we had some preliminary discussions with AOA and James Morris, and we kind of brought up some of these mapping issues about whether the fishing effort was being accurately characterized, and that was kind of I think an aha moment for them. Oh, okay, maybe there's something here that we haven't considered yet, or we need to look deeper into, and so it kind of precipitated all this. So I think that's good. But it's difficult to to get an official sort of avenue in, I guess, if you will, to somebody else's process. Just like it's hard for somebody to get an avenue into ours. We listen and we value that input, and obviously everybody's input. The council process is very open, but we listen to our advisory bodies about our issues and make decisions based on that and the public input we get. But it's just not the same as having a seat at the table, I guess, if you will. So I think we just have to sort of keep that in mind as to how effective we can be, or how much influence we can have. But I think so far I've been very encouraged. I think there's been a lot of openness and willingness to talk and consider our our input, and I think they're looking to improve their process, and they're willing to do that with our help. So I think that's been good. In terms of how the council processes issues and delivers its feedback or input into BOEM or aquaculture issues, I really, first of all, I appreciate Louis Zim's questioning everybody of, how they see, what do we need to make that advisory body that people are interested in happen. We didn't get a lot of good answers, but the answers that I did hear was that the Habitat, the February 24th webinar that the Habitat Committee hosted, and that we had liaisons from all of our advisory bodies attend, was pretty successful. I would say highly successful. Habitat Committee did a great job. They turned their report around very quickly, and that was available to all the other advisory bodies to work from. And we got a tremendous response, I think, from our advisory bodies. I think they were capable of identifying all these issues that are important to the council, and that were identified for the aquaculture program and for BOEM to consider and to recognize where our concerns lie, and perhaps where they might want to look a little closer or engage a little more fully or broadly. So in my mind, I thought that was a pretty darn successful first go at a model. I did think a little bit about, yeah, we did a pretty good job, but there's probably things where we could use some more help, and so I did write down a short list of what sort of expertise might be needed. And it started with the habitat expertise. Certainly all of these projects have habitat impacts, and that's what our habitat committee is good at, has been forever, and that's why they're there. So we obviously need their expertise. We obviously need fishing industry experts, particularly the marine industry, fishing industry. So we get that. We've got that in our advisory bodies. We've got some amount of that even within our habitat committee. So some other areas I think we could, I don't know if I detected a desire for from some of the comments I got, and one of them is sort of a ocean development process expertise. So people that are either part of the system or are a watchdog for the system, to kind of make the council aware of what's going on, how it's going on, and how and when to engage. I also thought that somebody with some of the cable placement expertise might be important. We heard a little bit about electromagnetic fields, and we heard about placement in the state waters versus federal waters, and I think there's certainly some the ocean energy development is going to have cable placement. So, but on the other hand, we've got some expertise in our council family on that as well. I also heard a little, some concerns about transit and safety issues, and the need to engage the Coast Guard, who of course is also within our council family. So, I think we've got a lot of what we need. Do we need, mappers to, develop layers for these other action agencies to consider? I don't know. I guess I'd rather have their mappers be the ones that promote, looking at the issues that we've identified. I think if there's that internal buy-in, I think it's better than if, we're submitting a competing product, or, I want to avoid that. So, I guess those are kind of my thoughts about the committee. I'm reluctant to, to establish a whole new committee, and again, that can be a lot of work. Obviously, it's a lot of work staffing that. I recognize that the Habitat Committee, the way it exists now, doesn't have everything I just talked about, but I think it's present within our council family, and perhaps with some modifications, we might be able to make that work. I've also talked with a couple council members about an idea of perhaps having, perhaps expanding the Habitat Committee, perhaps having a subcommittee model, sort of like the SSC has, to make it, a little more focused with the expertise necessary to tackle any particular item. So, I guess those are kind of my my initial thoughts about the process, how we engage, and how we might do this going forward. I guess Karin did mention, how what about, how are we going to figure something out here pretty soon? Maybe I'll let there be some discussion about my ideas. I would note, I think Marcy asked about what's NIF's plans for engaging going forward. I will point out we've got an update on Executive Order 13921 scheduled for the April council meeting. So, so I think that's how they will. That's how we will engage with them on the aquaculture issue, at least, and presumably we'll get further updates as additional steps are taken. I think we've got a pretty good commitment from NIMS on that. So I think I'll pause there and see if there's any thoughts, comments, or discussion.
Okay, Chuck, thank you for the adding hopefully some clarity. Cart, your hand's still up. Do you want?
It's up again, but I'd be happy to let others talk if others want to jump in. But I'm not seeing anybody, and I do have a thought, and so what, Chuck, I very much appreciate your description there, and I agree with you wholeheartedly that we have the kind of expertise for the most part in the council family to help with the problems that I see and that I outlined earlier in testimony or my comments. The problem that I see is in the time to get that expertise synthesized and out there and to work closely on vetting those mapping products, not doing the marine spatial planning exercise part of it, but on the maps themselves, and do those data really represent our fisheries and our hopes for our fisheries for the future and how we expect them to change and adapt to changing conditions. And so it's that capacity piece and how we get there. And my only comment about the February 24th webinar, which I think is a great model in part, is that it didn't allow almost any time for questions and answers. And there were a lot of questions. And there were a lot of questions that were documented in the reports that we received around the table today. And so I think that's an opportunity to answer some of those questions. And then finally, I didn't speak earlier about the expertise, that the gaps that I think are there, and I think largely it's capacity, but I think there is expertise in understanding some of the technology that we might expect to see, and really understanding what the spatial needs of those devices are relative to what our expectations are of spatial needs of our fisheries, which we understand quite well. So that's a gap there that I feel is kind of understanding how those devices are going to work on the seascape, and from the council's perspective, understand where the problems lie. And that's something that I think the council could do, as well as synthesize and track and make sense of the large amount of information that's going around on these issues. So I do appreciate that, and I'll stop there.
Thanks, Gordon. Louis?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have one little thing that we could do. What Chuck and Karen were talking about, I entirely support, but I just want to interject that we'll be considering a chapter 5. I'm going to bring it up here real fast. In the F2, policy priorities for ocean resource management. And if we could somehow incorporate so much of this data, that this inputs that we've had this last couple of days, this week and the 24th, into that, it would at least be a portal out to these other agencies. I mean, this is what it's supposed to be. They're supposed to be able to go to this and say, my goodness, we didn't realize that this was so important. So that's just one little thing that maybe we could do. And I don't know, you have to talk to Yvonne and her group, on what extent and how much you want to put in there, but there's certainly something to be gained by putting some of this discussion into that. Thank you.
Thanks, Louis. Anybody else? Okay. Well, it's certainly been a great discussion, and I just threw my 2 bits in here. I thought the message from the advisory bodies was you can almost cut and paste a lot of that as far as the people's concerns are. We have heard about the East Coast and their issues, and now they're dealing with them a little bit. But they've got a continental shelf that's 2 or 3 times or 4 times bigger than ours. And I think that's one of the fears, I think, of just the industry folks is that we don't have much of a shelf here. And if we do wave energy or wind energy, we don't plant them in the ground like they do in the East Coast. We're talking about cable array systems, which take a big footprint. And so, anyway, it's just a lot of angst in the industry across all gear sectors. I'm not sure where we go from here. I thought Chuck had some really good comments. So I'm. I don't know where. Chuck, you want to help me out here?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So, well, I'm not sure where to go from here either, but I'll talk anyway. I think we will continue to engage on a regular basis with BOEM, and obviously we've got aquaculture coming up in April. I think we've got our 3-year advisory body term coming up here this year, and we're going to be talking in June about we've expanded that, so we're going to be talking about advisory body composition and COPs at that time. So I think there's an opportunity to if we want to pursue some sort of either a expansion or modification of the duties associated with the Habitat Committee or any other committee related to this issue, or maybe all committees related to this issue. I think we have an opportunity to do that in June. June's going to be here really fast. I guess my suggestion is that we think about some ideas between now and June. If any issues come up or any opportunities come up prior to that, I suggest we just try this the model that we used for the February 24th webinar again. While that I understand Karin's one concern was the no time for questions or a discussion, perhaps. We did it. That was a big, large 2-topic meeting. With any luck, maybe we can we'll have a smaller bite, or we can schedule more time for it if something comes up between then and now. But I suggest we run with that model for a while and maybe get another data point if the opportunity presents itself. And I think having it in advance, sufficiently in advance of council meetings, such that we can have the meeting, have the liaison model there, and allow advisory bodies to meet subsequently to develop their statements. I think we should give that a go.
Okay. Thank you, Chuck. Anybody want to respond or comment to that, or are we good? Or maybe I should ask Carrie if we're good. Seeing no hands.
Yes, thank you. my mute button got hidden off to the side. Well, you were not required to take any action in particular here. This, the council action was discussion and provide recommendations and guidance. You had lots of very good discussion. It's clearly something that is of great importance to the council and its advisory bodies. So all the questions that came up from both the process side and I think the technical and the planning side are really helpful to keep in our in our records and as guidance to move forward. I have about 5 pages of notes on this topic, and that'll be helpful in moving forward. And we have other opportunities for sort of general engagement, like the West Coast Oceans Alliance stakeholder forum that's coming up, and the AOA or the executive order update, as Chuck mentioned. We have an upcoming notice of intent coming our way, so there will be no shortage of work, and and we'll make sure that we address it appropriately and keep engaging with both BOEM and NOAA and try to identify, as Chuck mentioned, data points or opportunities. And if we have another largish webinar like we did on February 24th, we'll be better prepared. And I take the comments to heart, making sure we have capacity and adequate time for more questions and whatnot. So anyway, that's my long-winded way of saying that if there's no other comments, you have completed your business under this agenda item, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, Kerry, for that. And I'll just note that if we would took a 1-hour lunch break, we would have finished on time. Think about that as we move forward into this next week. And with that, I'll hand the gavel back to our esteemed chairman, and we'll go from there. Mark?
I think Bob Dooley has his hand up.
My bad. Bob.
Sorry, Mr. Vice Chair. Kind of fumbling for the button there before you went to Kerry. I just, I guess the only, part of Karin's and statement and others as well is this, this train's running down the track and there's a lot of issues that are coming forth. And I guess what I gathered, and I'm just kind of almost a question here, the central repository, the place where questions and actually comments to the council would come from was, I guess, the Habitat Committee, or all of the above, all of those, there's so much information that's coming forward and so many avenues to engage that, and I think, as many have said, this thing is going down the tracks. And if we wait a year, we will have missed a little bit of opportunity. So I understand and totally agree with all the comments that were made here. This is pretty tough to do on the fly, but I guess if we're going to bring something up, where would it originate?
And that question is who, Bob?
So this Chuck, maybe I'll weigh in here a little bit again. So I think where it comes from, I think if it's BOEM, again, I've been meeting with Kerry and I have been meeting with BOEM leadership prior to each council meeting, and actually Karin Braby and Eric Wilkins have also been in on those conversations, so that we stay abreast of developments. So through that, we would put something, talk with the chair, vice chair about it, see about putting it on probably the Habitat Committee agenda, and asking the other advisory bodies to liaise with them, to attend the meeting, and schedule something on the council agenda, as appropriate. I typically, if there's nothing specific on the council agenda, I cover what's happened in my executive director's report. if there's something bigger than that, then we would see about getting in front of the council.
Thanks,
I
Chuck.
guess that's how it'd come through. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you. I'm just trying to get some clarity of where all this. There was so much input, and I heard loud and clear from the Habitat Committee that the bandwidth there is is lacking. So as far as being able to take on another task, and that's a common problem. So anyhow, I appreciate it. Really good discussion. Thank you.
Okay. With that, I'll pass the gavel to our chairman, Mark.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. Good job on that agenda item. I suppose if we knew a 2-hour agenda item was going to take 4 hours and 19 minutes, we might have cut lunch a little shorter, but live and learn. We have a weekend to recover. We have on Monday, ground fish and of course, salmon. Let me turn to our executive director and see if he has any words for us before we break for the weekend.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so just as a reminder, we will actually start Monday with Sam Rauch. He's going to talk to the council. I think his main focus is going to be Executive Order 14008 on tackling the climate crisis and the NIMS request for information on how to make fisheries and protected resources more climate resilient. So that's going to be the focus of his discussion to us. But in any event, Sam will be available. I assume he will field some questions. I'm not sure how much time he's got, but that will be his focus. And then you're right, we move into groundfish. We're starting with the NIMS report, and then workload and new management measure priorities, and mothership utilization, scoping, and range of alternatives. So those are the 3 groundfish items. We will also have our salmon item, which will be the sort of the collation and preliminary analysis of the SAS alternatives that the council adopted today. So that will come in at some point. Right now it's scheduled between groundfish workload management and mothership utilization. But again, I would point out that as we go through this week, we need to be pretty flexible with the salmon updates and additional guidance. So it's important to get when they are ready to give them the time they need to provide guidance and then continue their iterative process of refining that the management measure alternatives to meet our objectives. So long story short, that could come anytime during the day there, but probably not until after Sam has talked in the morning. So we will see how that goes. And yes, we have a weekend, so I hope people are able to wind down and not work. That's the intent here. So please don't feel compelled to work over the weekend. That's all, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Chuck. All right, everyone, have a great weekend. Be safe. Don't forget, daylight savings time starts on Sunday. You don't want to be late to any of your Sunday appointments. And we'll meet you back here on Monday at 8 a.m. Oh, it's not. I'm just being told that it's not this Sunday. It's next Sunday. So my bad. So don't touch your clocks this weekend.